Chapter 294. There's no use in saying all this nonsense. I don't care what orthodoxy you have behind you. Let me ask you, are you determined to protect this guy today? However, Gu Chang'e did not let Chu Hao finish his sentence. He interrupted him coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. In the eyes of the crowd, the Taishan Grotto heaven was not worthy of Gu Chang'e's name. Young Lord Chang'e, one should be lenient whenever possible. There's nothing in this world that can't be covered up. Junior brother Wang Xiao didn't do it on purpose. Junior brother Wang Xiao is willing to compensate this young lady for any losses. Chu Hao could not help but frown. He had already lowered his attitude, yet he still spoke in such a manner. However, Gu Chang'e did not give him any face at all. He did not even care about the Taishan Grotto heaven. Chu Hao had always had his own pride in his heart. As for Gu Chang'e, he was only concerned about the power behind him. After all, he had achieved the quasi-supreme realm at the age of a few hundred. He had always kept a low profile and did not spread any news. Otherwise, it would have definitely shocked the world and attracted the attention of all orthodoxies. Gu Chang'e, the so-called number one of the younger generation, was only a so-so in his eyes. Those sky prides of the same generation were only lingering in the saint realm when they were his age. However, he was already close to becoming a supremacy. With this pride, Chu Hao had some conflict with Gu Chang'e in the beginning. However, due to his attitude towards his father, the emperor, he eased up. However, today, Gu Chang'e did not give him any face at all. He was really angry. Compensation? Do you think I need that? Gu Chang'e said calmly, perhaps in your opinion, your junior brother is qualified to compensate. Sorry, in my eyes, he can't even compare to a strand of my Ching'e's hair. Not to mention, he caused Ching'e to suffer such serious injuries today. If I don't tear him into pieces today, I think I'll be letting him off easy. Gu Chang'e said this casually, but it stirred up a storm in the hearts of the crowd. This was especially true for Su Ching'e and Ji Qingxian. Although the two of them had changed their identities, these words seemed to be directed at them. This caused their hearts to sway and they could not calm down for a long time. The hearts of the many female geniuses trembled, and they were incomparably envious. How many women in this world could make young Lord Chang'e say such words? She would probably live in happiness for the rest of her life. Eldest senior brother, save me. When Wang Xiao heard that Gu Chang'e was going to tear him into pieces, his face turned even paler as he trembled in fear. Don't worry. Chu Hao nodded. He did not agree with Gu Chang'e's words at all. Boom. At this time, Gu Chang'e did not intend to waste any more words and directly attacked. Heaven overflowing magical force followed his palm, turning into a terrifying golden millstone that covered the heavens. It crushed downwards with rumbling sounds. Symbols descended, and laws interweaved. It was powerful to the extreme. Even though Elder Xian was a great saint, his expression changed drastically as he felt a sense of terror. His body actually felt a piercing pain, as if it was about to crack open. If even he was like this, the other geniuses and cultivators were even more so. In fear, they all retreated in all directions, fearing that they would be touched by the aftershocks. This kind of power was already not something that an ordinary great saint could contend against, and this was just Gu Chang'e's casual palm. The geniuses of the true Immortal Academy felt it the most. Their eyes widened in disbelief. It's too scary. So this is just the tip of the iceberg of young Lord Chang'e's strength? Before this, I always thought that he was at most a saint, but the divine power that he displayed today is probably close to the great saint realm. It's unbelievable. Who would have thought that? Young Lord Chang'e actually hid his strength so deeply. Maybe this is just the strength that he showed. Thinking of this, the respect and reverence of many geniuses for him deepened. However, they did not stop at all. They rode on divine rainbows and quickly left this place. They felt that the battle would envelop the entire Vermilion Bird imperial capital and destroy everything. Gu Chang'e. Chu Hao's expression was also very ugly. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to directly attack without saying anything. He had no choice but to grab Wang Xiao and retreat to the back. If he attacked Gu Chang'e, wouldn't it mean that he would offend the huge and terrifying background behind him? This feeling of being restrained made Chu Hao feel extremely aggrieved. Rumble. However, as he retreated, Gu Chang'e's palm fell directly, causing many buildings and pavilions below to explode. Terrifying cracks spread across the imperial capital. Large areas of palaces and mansions were turned into dust. Many cultivators who could not retreat in time were also destroyed in body and soul amidst screams. Such a scene made Chu Hao's heart turn cold, and anger rose in him. After all, this was the place where he was born, and he had deep feelings for it. Gu Chang'e could ignore it, but he could not. Especially those cultivators, there were many familiar faces. Gu Chang'e let go of Ji Qingxian and walked over in the void. He said calmly, "At this time, are you still going to protect him?" Gu Chang'e, as the successor of the Longevity Gu clan and the disciple of the True Immortal Academy, is this how you bully others and disregard their lives? Chu Hao was burning with anger and could not help but shout. What did I do wrong? Gu Chang'e's tone was still as casual as ever. You, on the other hand, are going against me in order to save this so-called junior brother of yours? As a prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, how could you not care about your own people? Perhaps you think that they are not as good as your so-called junior brother. It seems that this junior brother of yours is quite useful to you, as the saying goes, killing without spilling blood. Every word was a blow to the heart. Gu Chang'e's words ignited the anger and resentment of many cultivators in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As for blaming Gu Chang'e, would they dare to do so? On the other hand, Chu Hao, as a prince, did not protect his own people. Instead, he went to save his junior brother and offended Gu Chang'e. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gu Chang'e had to be given an explanation for this matter. However, Chu Hao insisted on saving Wang Xiao. Wasn't this clearly making an enemy out of Gu Chang'e? Gu Chang'e, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Do you think you can be considered a gentleman with such behavior? Chu Hao's voice was cold. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Gu Chang'e's words. However, at this moment, he was in a dilemma and could not explain himself to the cultivators of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. I have never said that I was a good person. Gu Chang'e smiled and appeared to be very calm. It seems that the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird is determined to go against me today. Ding! The son of fate, Chu Hao, has damaged the hearts of the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. His fate points continue to decrease. Hearing the notification from the system, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, everything was within his expectations. Chu Hao thought that Gu Chang'e's target was Wang Xiao. However, he did not know that Gu Chang'e was merely playing along. From the beginning to the end, Gu Chang'e's target had always been Chu Hao, the son of fortune. Gu Chang'e, this is all my own doing. It has nothing to do with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Do not drag them into this. Chu Hao heard this and said in a low voice. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and his father were his weak spots. He was a person who valued relationships. Otherwise, he would not have rushed back from the mountain when the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was being attacked by the day of Yin's demise. However, Gu Chang'e was using this to threaten him. Didn't you just call yourself the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Now it has nothing to do with you. Gu Chang'e faintly smiled. Then, his expression turned cold. Someone, go capture the Emperor of Vermilion Bird and bring him to me. Yes, master. Hearing this, the followers behind him all received the order and were about to turn into heavenly rainbows and dash towards the palace. Gu Chang'e, stop right there. Hearing this, Chu Hao's expression changed and he couldn't help but shout. He never thought that Gu Chang'e would reveal such terrifying claws and fangs after his gentle expression was gone. It made his heart tremble with fear. Boom! At this moment, he no longer hid his true strength. Terrifying quasi-supreme chi exploded from his body and instantly swept across the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial City. At this moment, no matter which cultivator it was, they all felt this feeling. Their hearts and souls trembled and they could not help but want to kneel down in that place. When a supreme being is angry, they can easily turn the sky and the earth upside down. They can cover the moon with one hand and shatter the stars with a flick of their fingers. The power of a quasi-supreme being could no longer be described with words. If Chu Hao wanted to, he could destroy the Vermilion Bird Imperial City in front of him with one finger. Quasi-supreme being. Heavens, the third prince is a quasi-supreme being. This is unbelievable. When he left the Imperial City, he was only in the immortal realm. In just a few hundred years, he became a quasi-supreme being. Hiss. This is unbelievable. The third prince is really a monster. Such strength can no longer be described as a genius. A quasi-supreme being who is a few hundred years old is too dreamy. Before this, I have never heard of anyone who became a quasi-supreme being at such a young age. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were incomparably shocked. Their eyes widened and they could not believe it. Su Qingge, Ji Qingxian, and the charming woman in the pavilion were also incomparably shocked. Brother Chu Hao is still so outstanding and brilliant. No one can compare to him. The charming woman's eyes were full of admiration. Eldest senior brother is a quasi-supreme being. This is great, I'm saved. Wang Xiao could not help but be surprised and felt hope. Before this, he had never thought that his eldest senior brother would be a quasi-supreme being. If anything happened, the highest grotto heaven would definitely protect his eldest senior brother. Then, he would naturally not be in danger. However, at the moment when Chu Hao displayed his quasi-supreme being cultivation, a majestic aura rose behind Gu Chang'e. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the sky. It was bright and dazzling, but as heavy as mountains and rivers. Divine mountains and rivers, rivers and seas, the sun, the moon, and stars, the rotation of heaven and earth. Many mystical scenes appeared. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were reflected in an ancient time. There was a natural Taoist rhyme and a terrifying supreme being pressure. It was a huge seal that had turned into mountains and seas. It was majestic and heavy, surging and vast. The moment it appeared, the sky was covered. It was as if it could not withstand such power and was about to explode. A supreme being weapon. Everyone's expression changed abruptly once again. They were extremely shocked. Chu Hao displayed his quasi-supreme being cultivation, which was already shocking enough. However, at the next moment, Gu Chang'e directly used a supreme being weapon, which immediately made everyone's scalp numb and their souls about to be frozen. How rich and imposing was this? A young existence controlling a supreme being weapon. It was simply unimaginable. However, it had happened, and Gu Chang'e was able to activate it. It was not just a decoration. Are you sure you want to fight me? Gu Chang'e's expression was still calm and indifferent. Chu Hao's expression changed tremendously. The anger in his heart was suppressed by him in the end. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to be prepared and use a supreme being weapon right away. If he really fought against Gu Chang'e, the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial capital would be destroyed and turned into dust and ruins. Not to mention a tiny imperial capital, even all the territories of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would not be able to withstand a battle between supreme beings. The shockwaves would easily exceed 10 million li. He thought after displaying his quasi-supreme being cultivation, he could intimidate Gu Chang'e and make him stop. However, he did not expect Gu Chang'e to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Eldest senior brother, save me. If anything happens to me, the clan will definitely not let the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom go. You know my uncle, seeing Chu Hao's silent and depressed expression, Wang Xiaowang also realized. His heart skipped a beat and he felt extremely uneasy. The fear just now swept through his body again. He couldn't help but shout. He was very scared of death and didn't want to die here. What happened? It was at this moment. High in the sky, the pale-faced Vermilion Bird King was brought over by Gu Changa's followers. He was shocked, puzzled. When the Vermilion Bird King saw this, he panicked and felt very uneasy and frightened. He still did not know what was going on. However, even a supreme being weapon was used. Was he trying to destroy the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Father, Chu Hao gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. But when he saw Gu Changa's high and mighty attitude, as if she was looking down on him, he felt extremely aggrieved and unwilling. When had he, who was proud and unyielding, ever been so sullen and humiliated? However, the Vermilion Bird King was in Gu Changa's hands. What else could he do other than compromise? Young Master Changa, this is, the Vermilion Bird King looked at Gu Changa in fear and asked carefully. I just invited the Vermilion Bird King to come and watch the show. It's not a big deal, so don't worry too much. Gu Changa smiled slightly, then glanced at the followers and said coldly, I asked you to invite the Vermilion Bird King here. Who asked you to be disrespectful to him? We know our mistake. Please forgive us, Master. When the followers heard this, they all knelt down and quickly cooperated. Gu Changa nodded and his expression softened. I'm sure the Vermilion Bird King won't care about such a small matter. Get up. Yes, thank you, Master. Looking at this scene, many of the nearby cultivators could not help but feel a chill down their spines. In front of Gu Changa, even the Vermilion Bird King looked like he could be crushed to death at any time. Ordinary cultivators like them were inferior to even ants. At this time, the Vermilion Bird King roughly guessed what had happened and sighed in his heart. Father, it's fine now. Chu Hao shook his head and unclenched his fists. He had chosen to surrender. Then, the terrifying quasi-supreme aura dissipated. This action had shown Chu Hao's choice. Eldest senior brother, you can't give up on me. Seeing this scene, Wang Xiao could not help but feel despair. The third prince is a man who understands the situation. Gu Changa smiled slightly and did not say anything. Then, the great seal of the mountains and seas floating behind him trembled slightly, and a strand of paragon law descended. With a poof, the terrified Wang Xiao was unable to resist, and he exploded, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. It was as the saying went, torn into pieces. Wang Xiao is dead. Standing behind Gu Changa, Ji Qingxian, who was covered in blood, looked at this scene with mixed feelings. There was joy, relief, pleasure. In short, it was hard to describe. In the past, she had to be wary of people and did not dare to provoke easily. In front of Gu Changa, he was like an ant that was easily crushed to death. She couldn't get used to this huge difference in power for a while. After all, before this, she had reminded her sister Su Qingga to be wary of Wang Xiao. But she did not expect Wang Xiao to be destroyed in body and soul. Ji Qingshuan's initial plan was to use Gu Changa's power to teach Wang Xiao a lesson. She did not expect that he would die here. So this is my sister's life. Suddenly, she had a thought that she should not have. How good would it be if this continued and her identity was not changed? Young master, in the distance, Su Qingga was also watching all this with mixed feelings in her heart. You vented your anger. You should feel better now, right? After that, Gu Changa did not pay attention to Chu Hao, the Vermilion Bird King, and the others. He walked toward Ji Qingxian and asked casually. At this time, many notifications from the system rang in his heart. As for the fate points he obtained from attacking the Child of Destiny, it was not a small harvest. As for Chu Hao's matter, he was not in a hurry. Only by slowly harvesting leeks and plotting could he obtain the most benefits. Yes, thank you, young master. You're so nice. Ji Qingxian smiled happily and sweetly. These words came from the bottom of her heart. She thought that Gu Chang'e would carry her like before, and she was a little expectant. But she did not expect Gu Chang'e to walk past her after saying this. He did not say anything else. Ji Qingxian thought that Gu Chang'e had noticed something unusual and panicked. But when she remembered what her sister had told her, she knew that Gu Chang'e's character was like this. He would not do anything meaningless. Did that mean that his previous actions were not entirely because of her? This made Ji Qingxian more or less relieved. She realized that Gu Chang'e was really hard to fathom. She was not sure if he had noticed anything. Then, Ji Qingxian did not care about her injuries and quickly chased after Gu Chang'e. From the beginning to the end, she did not look at her sister, Su Qing'e, who was on the other side. She was afraid that Gu Chang'e would notice something unusual. I'm afraid that Qingxian will fall into his trap. I don't know what to do when the time comes, Su Qing'e sighed in her heart, but she still remembered her current identity. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? We offended Gu Chang'e, and now even junior brother Wang Xiao, then, she could not help but ask, looking a little worried. Chu Hao squeezed out a smile and waved his hand. It's fine. I'll report this to the sect first. Then, he looked at the worried Elder Xian and said, as for junior brother Wang Xiao, I hope that Elder Xian will inform the Wang clan. I've tried my best, but Gu Chang'e is so overbearing. I can't do anything. I've seen everything, and I know that I can't blame Elder Xian. When the Wang clan blames me, I'll tell them the whole story. Elder Xian, don't worry. Hearing this, Elder Xian nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he said, Young Master Chu, don't worry. Leave this to me. The Wang clan knows how to deal with this, and they won't make things difficult for you. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, but they had their own worries. They did not know how the Wang clan would react to Wang Zhao's death in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After all, the person who killed him was Gu Chang'e. By the way, junior sister Qingxian, what's your relationship with that lady? Do you know? At this moment, Chu Hao suddenly realized why Ji Qingxian was so similar to the lady in white. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Hearing this, Su Qing'e also looked a little puzzled and asked in confusion. I don't know what's going on either. I felt that something was strange before, so I left the palace and came to the outside world to take a look. Chu Hao pondered for a moment. Could it be that you have an elder sister or younger sister, but your mother never told you? He vaguely heard about Ji Qingshuan's background. He knew that her mother went to the lower realm to escape from her marriage, but was caught and brought back. That was why he asked. I'll go back and ask mother when I have time. Su Qing'e nodded. Only then did Chu Hao stop. Chapter 295. Following Gu Chang'e's departure, the place returned to its previous clamor. Many cultivators and sky prides began to discuss intensely. They were extremely shocked and could not recover from their shock for a long time. What they saw today shocked many people. Whether it was the supreme weapon Gu Chang'e summoned or the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix who had reached the quasi-supreme stage, Chu Hao, both were enough to cause a huge commotion. It was rare to see a great saint stage cultivator. Not to mention that there was a peak great saint stage cultivator who was forced by Gu Chang'e to the point of severing his own arms and damaging his own origin source. What had happened here was quickly spread by the various cultivators, causing a huge commotion. The hidden Wang family was not big, but not many people dared to underestimate them. As a direct descendant of the hidden Wang family, Wang Xiao offended Gu Chang'e. In fact, many people had expected such an outcome. After all, it was Wang Xiao who injured Gu Changa's maidservant in the beginning. If he did not give an explanation, it would be equivalent to slapping Gu Changa in the face. If this matter was not resolved properly, it might even cause a conflict between the two orthodoxies. Although the hidden Wang family had a long and powerful history, it was far from enough when compared to the longevity Gu family. Gu Changa's methods were seen by many as making a mountain out of a molehill and being a little overbearing. However, many people felt that it was reasonable. After all, no matter who offended Gu Changa before this, they did not have a good ending. Gu Changa's overbearing attitude was not strange from the beginning. Along the way, he had bullied and humiliated many sky prides. Even disciples of the echelon like the Golden Cicada Buddhist child and the Heavenly Lord of Purple Sun were humiliated by him. An insignificant Wang Xiao being casually killed was no more than a pebble thrown into the sea. It could not even cause a ripple. However, the other thing that attracted the most attention was the terrifying strength displayed by the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, Chu Hao. Quasi-supreme stage. Before this, almost no one had heard of the existence of such a sky pride. If anyone knew anything about the third prince, it would be only a few cultivators from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird who knew a few things about him. He was too low-key. Before this, there were not many rumors about him. Logically speaking, there was no way such a dazzling heaven's favorite would remain unknown. After that, many things about Chu Hao were dug up by many cultivators. From the moment he was born to the moment he displayed his terrifying talent, he had done all sorts of shocking feats. For example, on the day of birth, there would be a shocking phenomenon, and the red-crowned cranes would present a gift. When he was 1 year old, he danced with the flood dragon in the cold pond behind the imperial palace and obtained the inner core of a million-year-old frost flood dragon. When he was 3 years old, he mistakenly entered the ancient immortal cave, obtaining the cloud-breaking immortal boat and the green and red Dao sword. When he was 7 years old, he learned the mysterious scripture in his dream. If they didn't investigate, they wouldn't have known. Once they did, many cultivators were shocked. They were envious and jealous. Compared to them, Chu Hao seemed to be favored by the great Dao. He was extremely blessed, just like the sun of the heavens. This kind of luck made people speechless. It was no wonder that the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could nurture such a sky pride. For a moment, Chu Hao was like an extremely dazzling dark horse that entered everyone's sight. A quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was only a few hundred years old. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, Chu Hao's cultivation was already close to the peak of the 9th heaven of the quasi-supreme stage. He was only one step away from the supreme stage. Once this news spread, it caused a sensation everywhere. Many imperishable sects, supreme Taoist orthodoxies, and other ancient forces were paying attention. They knew about the existence of such a person with great providence. Behind Chu Hao, the mysterious and low-key grand heavenly grotto heaven appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They knew that this force was just keeping a low profile. However, its actual foundation was not much weaker than some of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies. Many orthodoxies were tempted to recruit it. A quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was a few hundred years old. Even the current true Immortal Academy's array disciples might not be able to achieve such a level of talent. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was. Every heaven of the quasi-supreme stage was extremely difficult. One could easily go into seclusion for millions of years. Therefore, how shocking was it to have a quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was close to a few hundred years old. However, although Chu Hao was dazzling, there was another matter that made the forces and orthodoxies who wanted to recruit Chu Hao hesitate. According to the words that were spread at that time, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had offended Gu Changa. Moreover, Chu Hao had personally caused all of this. This made many orthodoxies start to consider if recruiting Chu Hao would offend Gu Changa. They wondered if it was worth it. Speaking of which, after dealing a blow to Chu Hao, his providence points should have decreased quite a bit. Why did they increase instead? After returning to the palace, Gu Chang'e noticed the change in Chu Hao's providence points. He was a little surprised for a moment. He had oppressed Chu Hao in public and caused the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to change. Chu Hao's providence points had decreased quite a bit as well. However, not long after, he noticed that Chu Hao's providence points were beginning to increase steadily. This son of Providence who is not a good-for-nothing seems to be giving me many surprises. Not only was Gu Chang'e not annoyed, but he was also pleasantly surprised. In his opinion, this was a leek that was growing healthily, and it was growing very well. Logically speaking, there should be another force involved at this time. However, other than the force behind Chu Hao, who else could it be? It should be Chu Hao's female lead. Soon, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed slightly as he guessed this possibility. Although it was rare to see a reincarnated providence point template like Chu Hao, it was not like he had never seen it before. In summary, it could be said that his luck was out of this world. Although Chu Hao's background was not bad, he was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. However, in a place like the upper realm, it was like walking out of a remote village. There was not much difference. That was why so many skyprides looked down on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, thinking that it was too remote. If that's the case, Chu Hao's female lead should have an extraordinary background. That's why she brought him such a huge amount of providence. At this thought, Gu Chang'e's smile was a little playful. After that, he ordered his followers to keep a close eye on the situation in the imperial capital of Vermilion Bird. At the same time, he ordered them to investigate the woman who was once close to Chu Hao. Although it seemed like the emperor of Vermilion Bird was still in charge of the country, in reality, he had long been taken over by Gu Chang'e. Including the palace, everything was under Gu Chang'e's surveillance. Of course, in order to prevent Chu Hao from discovering him, Gu Chang'e did not send anyone to spy on him. Spying on a quasi-supreme being was not realistic. Young master, at this time, Ji Qingxian, who had almost recovered from her injuries, walked in. The injuries he suffered at that time naturally healed very quickly after consuming some pills and saint elixirs. At this moment, she felt a little nervous and uneasy. Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, this was not the situation outside. She still felt uncertain. Facing Gu Chang'e alone, especially when he had a guilty conscience, she could feel his terrifying aura even more clearly. Even when she met the elder ancestor in the Ji family, she did not feel such intense nervousness, uneasiness, and fear. "How are your injuries?" Gu Chang'e raised his head, glanced at her, and asked casually. "They're almost healed. Thank you for your concern, young master." Hearing this, Ji Qingxian hurriedly said, but she felt that her words seemed to be a little nervous. However, Gu Chang'e did not seem to notice her nervousness, or perhaps he did notice it but did not care. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, and asked casually, "That girl who looks like you, don't you have any thoughts about her?" Ji Qingxian felt that she especially liked this feeling of peace of mind when she snuggled in Gu Chang'e's embrace. There was nothing to be afraid of, and nothing to worry about. Was there anything in this world that was more blissful than snuggling in the young master's embrace? At this moment, she had completely put herself in the role of her elder sister, Su Qingge. Hearing this, she purposely raised her pretty face and explained, "Young master, I think she might be my veiled sister." When mother was brought back to the upper realm, she might have been pregnant. Gu Chang'e responded with an "oh," but did not seem to care. "Then, don't you plan to reunite with her?" "If there's a chance, I'll probably go and meet her. However, her senior brother offended you. If you don't mind." Ji Qingxian replied. Ji Qingxian replied. She had already thought of these words before, so her answer was flawless. "Why would I mind?" Gu Chang'e smiled. "Young master, you're so nice." Ji Qingxian smiled sweetly. "Oh. What's so nice about me? Gu Chang'e asked casually. Young master, Ji Qingxian was about to answer, but Gu Chang'e stopped her, and she let out a whimper. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened. She was caught off guard. Didn't her elder sister say that the young master did not want her body for so long? Why did he suddenly? However, at this moment, Ji Qingxian did not have time to think about it. Her mind was blank. Could it be that she came before her elder sister? While the outside world was in an uproar because of this incident, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was not peaceful either. How, you're being silly, deep in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. The king of Vermilion Bird, who had heard everything, was sighing helplessly. His face was full of worry. Previously, he did not know what was going on. He thought that Gu Chang'e and Chu Hao had a conflict. But now, he knew that Chu Hao wanted to save someone who had offended Gu Chang'e. Although that person was Chu Hao's junior brother and a direct descendant of the reclusive Wang family, he still felt that it was not worth it. He had offended Gu Chang'e. Even if Gu Chang'e did not say anything later, the grudge had already been settled. However, the enmity had already been formed, and it was almost impossible to resolve it. It was not worth it at all. It seems that Gu Chang'e called me over just to force you to submit. How, if you didn't do as he said, I might have been killed by Gu Chang'e by now. I thought that he was really gentle and refined. I didn't expect that it was just a facade. The king of Vermilion Bird sighed. There was a hint of fear in his voice. As the king of Vermilion Bird, he ruled over countless people. But in the hands of Gu Chang'e, he was still a small figure who could be crushed with a wave of his hand. This made him feel bitter and helpless, but he did not dare to harbor any resentment. Chu Hao's expression was not very good either. He clenched his fists. Although he was a proud person, he still remembered the humiliation. Father, when I saved Wang Shao, it was for the sake of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. You don't know how difficult it is to deal with the reclusive Wang family. If I didn't step in, the reclusive Wang family would only push the blame to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After all, the reclusive Wang family did not dare to provoke the longevity Gu family. Even if they knew that it was Gu Chang'e who killed Wang Shao, they would not dare to say a word. Even if I offended Gu Chang'e, with the longevity Gu family's background, they would not make things difficult for the insignificant ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Chu Hao explained. Even so, how, do you know those forces who want to curry favor with Gu Chang'e and the longevity Gu family? Sigh. Your actions today were really foolish. The king of Vermilion Bird sighed, his face full of sorrow. He knew what Chu Hao was talking about. But Chu Hao's thinking was too simple. The longevity Gu family would not bother to deal with the insignificant ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. But what would those forces who want to curry favor with the longevity Gu family and Gu Chang'e do? Hearing this, Chu Hao quickly figured it out. His face could not help but turn slightly pale. He had underestimated the power of the longevity Gu clan, even if they did nothing. Even if they did not do anything, there would still be countless orthodoxies who would attack the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in order to curry favor with the longevity Gu family. Father, I did not think so much at that time. Chu Hao said guiltily, I was the one who brought this disaster to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Gu Chang'e's attitude was too arrogant and overbearing. I was so angry that I acted rashly. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's not talk about this. How, you are now a quasi-supreme. Even if the other orthodoxies want to attack the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, they will have to give you face. I believe that the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven behind you will not stand by and do nothing. Then, the king of Vermilion Bird smiled and said, seemingly relieved. He knew that Chu Hao had broken through to the quasi-supreme level. One should know that even the old ancestor of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was only a great saint. Chu Hao's achievement in just a few hundred years made him proud as his father. As expected of his son, Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, father. With me around, no one can bully the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. At this time, a guard suddenly came to report, "My lord, Miss Wan requests an audience outside the palace." Miss Wan. The king of Vermilion Bird was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Chu Hao and said with a smile, "You came back just in time. Miss Wan is also in the imperial capital during this time. You two can have a good chat." Wan, Chu Hao was slightly dazed. A young girl's face appeared in his mind. She was his childhood sweetheart. In the blink of an eye, how long had it been since he last saw her? He wondered how she was doing now. Soon, he smiled from the bottom of his heart and said with surprise, "She is in the Vermilion Bird imperial capital." Then, he quickly walked out of the palace. Outside the palace, a graceful woman was standing there. She was wearing a plain gauze dress. She did not wear any makeup, but her skin was fair and delicate. She was very charming, gentle, and elegant. Her name was Tang Wan. Tang Wan had a polite smile on her face. She was waiting there quietly. She did not bring any other followers, but she showed the demeanor of a good family. Even a stranger here would have a good impression of her. Today's incident should be a big blow to Brother Hao, but I believe he will be fine. Tang Wan whispered to herself in her heart. She had seen everything that happened today with her own eyes. This included the incident where Chu Hao was forced by Gu Chang'e, who was a supreme venerable, to submit in the end. In her opinion, if Gu Chang'e had not used the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to force him, Chu Hao would not have submitted so easily. It was not that Chu Hao was not strong enough, but he was bound by the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. If it was another place, it would not be so easy for Gu Chang'e to force Chu Hao. In just a few hundred years, Brother Chu Hao has become a quasi-supreme. I was the only one who saw his dazzling brilliance. Tang Wan thought. Then, she saw a handsome and tall man walking out from the palace. It was Chu Hao. "Wan, Chu Hao said in surprise. He could not hide the joy in his voice. "Brother Hao, it's been a long time." Tang Wan smiled. Her eyes were full of longing. Then, the two of them caught up and asked each other about what happened during this time. Chu Hao hid some of his secrets, but he told Tang Wan a lot of things frankly, including his adventures. Tang Wan was fascinated, full of admiration when she listened to him. "Brother Hao, you are always so dazzling no matter where you are," Tang Wan said with a smile. "What's the use of being dazzling? No matter how strong my cultivation is, I will be forced by others. It seems that after this matter is settled, I will have to continue my closed-door cultivation. Once I become a supreme, no one can bully the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and my father." Chu Hao sighed. He did not hide his difficulties in front of Tang Wan. "I believe you. What about me? Brother Hao?" Tang Wan blinked, looking a little mischievous. "Of course, no one can bully you." Chu Hao smiled domineeringly. He had different feelings for his childhood sweetheart. Although he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the Tao, he was not completely devoid of love. Moreover, he could tell that Tang Wan seemed to have been waiting for him. "However, with your background, I don't think many people can bully you. You have been hiding it from me all these years." Chu Hao smiled helplessly as he said this. He recalled some things that happened in the past. Back then, he was young and thought that Tang Wan was just a simple merchant's daughter. That was why he treated her as a close friend and talked to her about everything. However, later on, he found out that she was backed by the huge business alliance of 10,000 daos. She had been hiding her true identity in front of him. The business alliance of 10,000 daos was one of the most famous alliances in the upper realm. Although her grandfather was only the leader of a sub-alliance of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, the power he had was not something the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could compare to. Although he was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he did not even have the chance to get close to her. If it wasn't for that, how would I know that Brother Hao is different from the other sky prides? Tang Wan was still smiling. Then, she said mischievously, now, Brother Hao is a quasi-supreme. Even in the business alliance, you're a super powerhouse who can attract the attention of the higher-ups. My grandfather can't say anything else, your grandfather said that for your own good. Don't be angry at him. Chu Hao quickly waved his hand. I know, Brother Hao. Why do you care so much about other people's feelings? If you change your personality, you won't be oppressed by Gu Chang'e to this extent. Tang Wan sighed slightly and smiled helplessly. She had no feelings for Gu Chang'e since the beginning. She knew that a person like him, no matter how gentle, elegant, and approachable he was born with a sense of superiority that would never be erased. Therefore, this time, Gu Chang'e could easily threaten Chu Hao with the lives of the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and the king of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. This was because in Gu Chang'e's eyes, these people were ants that he could easily crush. Gu Chang'e is not a simple person, it's too difficult to deal with him. Chu Hao also had a headache and couldn't help but clench his fists. I have an idea. Brother Hao, why don't you look for those heaven's prides who offended Gu Chang'e? I heard that True Immortal Academy's Heaven Lord Zi Yang seemed to have a conflict with Gu Chang'e. At this time, Tang Wan took out a jade scroll from her sleeve and handed it to Chu Hao. It contained some of the things that she had investigated for Chu Hao. Thank you, Wan. Chu Hao took it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. He was instantly moved. He didn't expect Tang Wan to have prepared this for him before she came. She even thought of a countermeasure for him. It's fine as long as it's useful to you, Brother Hao. Tang Wan smiled. Then, the two chatted for a while before Tang Wan left. Although Chu Hao was reluctant to leave, he knew that now was not the time to think about this. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was facing internal and external troubles. It was already at a critical moment. Tang Wan was afraid that Gu Chang'e's spies would notice her, so she directly used her spatial Dharma artifact. After a wave of fluctuation, she disappeared. When she came, she was very cautious and vigilant. Chapter 296. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the start of the Immortal Academy's trial. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e had been living in seclusion. Even his many followers had rarely seen him. Some said that Gu Chang'e had gone to the place where the catastrophe of Absolute Ein broke out to kill the living beings of Absolute Ein. However, some said that Gu Chang'e was actually in seclusion to cultivate a powerful supernatural power. There were many different theories. However, no one dared to pay a visit to verify its authenticity. Even the Vermilion Bird King was now as silent as a cicada in winter. At this moment, in the Vermilion Bird Imperial capital, in a magnificent and tall pavilion, Su Qingge and Ji Qingxian sat opposite each other. Elder sister, are you leaving this place now? Ji Qingshuan's eyes were filled with shock. She did not expect that the first thing Su Qingge said after coming here was to tell her that she was leaving. Did that mean that the exchange of identities would last for a long time? Yes. Since the Wang family won't find trouble with you now, I'll pretend to be you and visit mother in the Ji family. I haven't seen her for many years. This is a good opportunity. Su Qingge nodded and said with a complicated expression, did the young master not suspect you during this time? No. Ji Qingxian shook her head. Then, she showed a happy smile, the young master is very good to me. However, I haven't seen him for many days. He seemed to have left the Vermilion Bird Imperial capital and went to the place where the catastrophe of Absolute Ein broke out. Is that so? Su Qingge nodded. She did not know what she was feeling at this moment. Why would she be jealous of her sister? She was pretending to be herself. Oh right. Sister, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Ji Qingshuan's calm face started to stutter. She looked a little shy and embarrassed. What is it? Su Qingge was confused. She did not know why, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It's that day. Ji Qingxian looked at her sister uneasily. She did not mean to say this. She wanted to show off. However, she felt that if she changed back, Gu Chang'e might notice something. That was why he told Su Qingge. What? Su Qingge was stunned. Her head buzzed as if she was struck by lightning. Her face paled, and the ominous feeling in her heart grew even more pronounced. Before this, Gu Chang'e had never wanted her body. But why was Gu Chang'e like this after exchanging identities with Ji Qingxian? Something was amiss. Could it be that young master already knows? Su Qingge was very smart and connected the dots almost instantly. But she still had the last trace of fantasy, thinking that it might be a coincidence. Sister, I'm sorry. Ji Qingxian apologized. It's not your fault. After a long silence, Su Qingge waved her hand and forced herself to calm down, but she felt bitter in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. What if her younger sister replaced her and stayed by Gu Chang'e's side? After all, Gu Chang'e was the young leader of the righteous faction, while she was the inheritor of the demonic arts. She was destined to be his enemy in the end. She should take advantage of the fact that Gu Chang'e still didn't know her true identity. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to face all this in the future. Qingxian, I might not come back for a long time, Su Qingge calmed down and said, if young master finds out about this during this period of time, tell him that Qingge failed to live up to his trust. With that, her figure flashed and she left the place. Sister. Ji Qingxian was at a loss for a moment. She felt that her sister seemed to have shed tears in the end. What was she hiding? Why did she have such a deep hatred? At the same time. Saint Spirit Ancient City. As the gathering place of various ancient countries, there were all kinds of living beings and cultivators here. Not only could one meet young people who had just started cultivating, but also ascetic monks who had been sitting cross-legged for hundreds of thousands of years. One could also see the disciples of the major sects and the ancients. It was very prosperous and could accommodate nearly 10 million people. Inside the city, there was a dazzling and magnificent palace. A charming woman in white was standing there, directing a group of maids in front of her to read something. The woman in white was so beautiful that she was flawless. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was so beautiful that it was almost seductive. At this moment, she was hugging her 9 fluffy, snow-white fox tails that were shining brightly. She frowned and said, hurry up. Do you need so much time to investigate? Miss, please wait for a moment. The maids heard her and quickly said, most of the information about Chuhao seems to have been purposely hidden by someone. We can't find anything, you can't find anything. The woman in white frowned in disbelief. Is there anything in this world that the Business Alliance can't find out? She could find some clues about the Gu family's scandal. Why couldn't she find anything about the third prince of the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Forget it. You don't have to investigate anymore, Yin Mei. I've already guessed who's helping Chu Hao. At this moment, a young man's voice came from behind the palace's curtain. Master, you know. Yin Mei was slightly stunned, but she didn't ask much. She waved her hand and dismissed the maids. Yes, I know. It should be someone from the Business Alliance. Gu Chang'e sat there, quietly drinking the fragrant tea. She blew the steam to her mouth, raised the cup, and drank it all. The tea you make is still the best. He complimented and seemed to be in a good mood. When he couldn't find anything in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, He knew that the person who helped Chu Hao behind the scenes was not a simple person. He was very smart and hid all traces well. That was why he came to the Saint Spirit ancient city. There was a branch of the business alliance here and he could contact Yin Mei to come over. Master, since you like it so much, I'll make it for you every day. Yin Mei walked over and said with a smile. She didn't choose to cultivate in the Immortal Academy because she knew that it would be difficult for her to help Gu Chang'e no matter how high her cultivation level was. She decided to take charge of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's authority in the business alliance so that she could provide more help to Gu Chang'e. The biggest force behind the business alliance was the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. As an ancient royal family, they had a strong foundation. Although many orthodoxies had joined the business alliance over the years, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan still had the most authority. How much do you know about this Tang Wan? Gu Chang'e smiled and picked up the jade scroll in front of him. There were many people that he suspected in the past. After filtering and eliminating them, he had made up his mind. He had already decided on a candidate. The person who was helping him behind Chu Hao was Tang Wan. It wasn't difficult to find her. First of all, he only needed to know who was around the same age as Chu Hao and had stayed in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As long as Gu Chang'e casually checked these familiar routines, she could almost quickly determine the candidate. Tang Wan was smart and knew how to avoid suspicion. She deliberately hid her traces. However, as long as she had been to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the traces could not be erased. Moreover, Tang Wan didn't know that Yin Mei was one of his people. Tang Wan seems to be quite capable. She started working in the business alliance hundreds of years ago. The Tang family has a lot of influence in the business alliance. Her grandfather is the leader of a sub-alliance and has many powerhouses under him. Yin Mei explained. She told Gu Chang'e all the information about Tang Wan in her mind. The leader of a sub-alliance. Seems like he has a lot of power. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. As one of the biggest business alliances in the upper realm, the business alliance was almost everywhere in the upper realm. Its power was beyond imagination. Even the sect leaders of some imperishable sects had to treat the leader of a sub-alliance with caution, not daring to look down on him. Did Tang Wan offend you, young master? Yin Mei asked. Then, she said, I know that she has a younger brother named Tang Tian. He's not that old and he's a playboy. He's used to being arrogant and domineering. The Tang family dotes on him. She has a younger brother. Gu Chang'e smiled meaningfully. That's great. What's wrong with this Tang Wan? Why must she go against me? Don't you think she deserves to die? She deserves to die. Yin Mei nodded obediently. Anyone who goes against Master deserves to die. Young Master, I heard that the Drunken Immortal Inn has a new batch of goods this time. Do you want to take a look? A young man with a frivolous face and sunken eye sockets was walking on the street filled with cultivators. He glanced at the young living beings and cultivators around him. Of course, his focus was mainly on the young female cultivator. He kept sizing her up. A stout man who looked like a butler followed beside the young man and asked carefully with a smile. What kind of goods can the Drunken Immortal Inn have? The young man, Tang Tian, said disdainfully. Although he looked like he was walking alone, there were many cultivators with powerful auras following behind him secretly to protect him. I heard that the goods in the Drunken Immortal Inn this time are from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The stout man said with a smile. Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Tang Tian was stunned when he heard that. Then, his eyes lit up and he asked, is it real or fake? Doesn't the Nine-Tailed Fox clan value this the most? Why would they be in the Drunken Immortal Inn? Although he was a playboy, it did not mean that he was stupid. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an ancient royal family. How could it be easy to meet them? However, he knew that the women of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were all extremely beautiful. Young master, don't worry. I heard that the goods this time were expelled from the nine-tailed fox clan, the stout man chuckled. So young master, don't worry. Tang Tian snorted. If you dare lie to me, I won't let you off. The stout man hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. With young master's identity, who would dare lie to you? Humph, at least you know your place. Then, Tang Tian hurried to the Drunken Immortal Inn. When they arrived, under the arrangement of the stout man, they saw a frightened girl from the nine-tailed fox clan in a private room on the second floor. Needless to say, she was very beautiful. However, what puzzled him was that the girl from the nine-tailed fox clan was tied up, and even her mouth was gagged. Young master, her temperament is a bit stubborn. But you can rest assured that there will be no problem. When the time is over, I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of Miss Wan. The stout man hurriedly explained. I know. Hurry up and get lost. At this time, Tang Tian felt that he was very long-winded and said impatiently. He did not suspect anything at all. As for putting in a good word for him in front of his sister. Did he dare to say such a thing? Then I won't disturb young master. The stout man said with a smile and left the private room. The nine-tailed fox clan girl is indeed worthy of her reputation. That appearance, that figure, in the private room, Tang Tian was extremely excited and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from outside the Drunken Immortal Inn. It was as if it was going to destroy everything, with anger and coldness. Who is it? How dare you disturb my mood? Tang Tian was unhappy, but he heard several screams coming from outside. His expression changed and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Because the screams came from the cultivators who were secretly protecting him. How dare you lay your hands on my maid? Asking for fresh flowers, accompanied by a bone-chilling voice, but it was like the sound of nature. Numerous strands of sword chi bloomed in midair while terrifying killing intent enveloped down from the sky and instantly blasted apart the immortal indulgence in. The faces of all the cultivators on the street changed drastically as they retreated in shock. In the sky, a woman in white walked over with an ice-cold expression. The long sword behind her floated in the air, releasing millions of rays of light. Her killing intent was about to freeze and split the sky. A cultivator with a tyrannical aura in the dark did not have time to react before he was pierced by the sword chi. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and his soul scattered into ashes without a trace. Shopkeeper Zhu, what's going on? Tang Tian was a little uneasy in his heart, and his face was pale. He hurriedly walked out of the private room and wanted to ask the stout man from before. He was panicking in his heart. What was going on? Could it be that there was a mistake? Could it be that there was a problem with this nine-tailed fox clan girl? However, Tang Tian did not have time to react. The scene he saw after walking out of the private room was simply shocking to him. His entire body was stunned, and he could not react for a long time. You're slandering me, don't talk nonsense, Tang Tian roared in anger, incomparably sinister. However, the stout man knelt on the ground, ignoring him. His face was filled with fear, regret, panic and other emotions. He kept saying, all of this was ordered by young Master Tang Tian, it has nothing to do with this lowly one. Young Master Tang Tian said that if anything happened, he would take responsibility alone. Otherwise, this lowly one would not dare to have the guts to ask young Master Tang Tian to bring people to the Drunken Immortal restaurant. I hope Heavenly Lady can forgive me. This lowly one knows his mistake, please spare this lowly one's life. Tang Tian, you really have guts, you even dare to lay your hands on my maid. The woman in white's expression was incomparably cold, with killing intent. Her long sword floated in the air, intertwining with a terrifying brilliance, ready to fall at any time. All of this is wrongly accused, I don't know anything. It was all arranged by shopkeeper Zhu, he framed me. Tang Tian's face was pale, his voice trembling, incomparably angry and uneasy, trying to explain everything clearly. He naturally recognized the woman in white in front of him. She was the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan. She had a face that could bring calamity to countries and people, and countless geniuses regarded her as a heavenly lady. Furthermore, she held great power in the business alliance of 10,000 daos. How could a profligate son like him easily offend such a person? The woman in white's expression turned even colder, and she said with a chilling tone, "Then who should I listen to? Or are you all just fooling me? When I wasn't paying attention, you kidnapped my maid. If I didn't leave a mark on her, I'm afraid she would have been killed by you today." Her words were not loud, but it spread on the streets. Many cultivators and living beings heard it and were extremely shocked. They immediately imagined the cause and effect. After all, Tang Tian's reputation was not good, many people knew him, so it was not strange for him to do such a thing. However, they did not expect him to be so daring this time. He actually dared to lay his hands on the maid of the nine-tailed fox clan's heavenly lady. "I'm really wrongly accused, heavenly lady, your maid is still upstairs. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself, and everything will come to light." Tang Tian was still desperately trying to explain at this time, and he hurriedly said. His face was extremely pale, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He felt that the stout man was trying to frame him. "All right, I'll give you a chance. If you dare to lie to me, even the Tang family behind you won't be able to protect you." The woman in white's voice was extremely cold. Soon, she moved and walked into the private room. Immediately after, a sword ray fell and released the girl of the nine-tailed fox clan who was bound. "Young miss, save me. Tang Tian is despicable and shameless, he actually sent someone to knock me out. If you didn't come in time, I would have." When the girl saw the woman in white arrive, she immediately started to sob and explain. She cried so miserably that those who heard it would be sad and those who saw it would cry. Many cultivators and living beings were angry at Tang Tian. He was simply scum. Hearing that, Tang Tian's face immediately lost all color. A cold air swept through his body, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind. "It's over, I've been tricked. Tang Tian, what else do you have to explain now?" The woman in white looked at him coldly and shouted. "There are much fewer interminated living beings these days. It seems that the group of geniuses from the Immortal Academy is still useful." At that moment, Chu Hao's figure appeared on a mountain peak far away from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As his palm landed, the raging gray fog in front of him was instantly obliterated like snow under the scorching sun, dissipating into nothingness. He was only one step away from entering the supreme stage. There was no need to say more about his strength. It was easy to deal with the interminated living beings. However, the interminated chi was very difficult to deal with. Even he had to spend a lot of energy to destroy it. Here, he saw many geniuses from the Immortal Academy. They were fighting fiercely with the interminated living beings. Chu Hao knew that this was the request of the Immortal Academy, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. At this rate, the interminated disaster should be eliminated this time. Thinking of that, Chu Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A rare smile appeared on his face. In the distance, he saw a group of geniuses shrouded in divine light. Their auras were shocking and majestic. Gu Changa's followers that day. It seems that Gu Changa is here too. Chu Hao frowned and chose to leave in another direction. He didn't want to meet Gu Changa here. Chu Hao is indeed here. Master's guess was right. Among the group of geniuses, a young living being who looked like a yiksha wore a cold smile. The moment he noticed Chu Hao, he immediately informed Gu Changa of everything with a communication jade talisman. Qian. Chapter 297. In a dark and damp dungeon. An extremely sorry-looking young man with a face full of blood was lying there. His hands were tied behind his back as he stared with a pair of angry, frightened and uneasy eyes. It was Tang Tian who was caught by Yin Mei at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. At this moment, he already knew that he was being schemed against. Shopkeeper Zhu of the Drunken Immortal restaurant had already arranged everything from the start. In order to make him feel at ease, he did not hesitate to say so much. But at that time, he was actually so stupid to not have any suspicions. Tang Tian did not know what was called an immortal's trap. If he knew, he would definitely shout out loud. Yin Mei, I have no enmity with you. Why are you scheming against me? Tang Tian stared angrily at the lady in white who was looking at him coldly. He did not hide his hatred. Before this, he still respected and admired her, calling her the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, you still don't want to admit it and still want to quibble? Yin Mei looked at him coldly. There was no warmth in her beautiful eyes. You are slandering me. Everything was arranged by you. That maid and shopkeeper Zhu were also arranged by you. You just wanted to deal with my sister, that's why you thought of such despicable methods. I want to see my grandfather. Yin Mei, you actually dared to capture me because of a maid. At this time, Tang Tian's mind was flexible. He quickly thought through everything. He thought that Yin Mei was fighting with his sister for something, so she came up with this plan to threaten his sister. I don't understand what you are saying. You don't want to admit it, right? No problem, my nine-tailed fox clan has many methods to deal with people like you. I can help you cut off the lower half of your body. Even if you are a cultivator, you can forget about recovering. Yin Mei's expression was still cold. She walked out of the dungeon and said to the guard outside, since he doesn't want to admit it, then execute him. Hearing this, Tang Tian, who was in the dungeon, panicked. How dare you? Yin Mei, I am the only son of the Tang clan. If you treat me like this, my grandfather and the rest will not let this go. If he became something that was neither male nor female in the future, he would definitely go crazy. Tang Tian did not doubt the truth of Yin Mei's words, the nine-tailed celestial fox really had the means to turn a cultivator into such a person. Why won't we let this go? Do you really think that the Tang family dares to offend the nine-tailed fox clan? With regards to the long lifespan of a cultivator, will there be any effect to losing your generation? Yin Mei sneered and then said in a cold voice, do it. Yes, Mississippi. When the two guards outside of the prison heard this, they immediately walked in with sinister smiles on their faces. In their hands were a pair of huge crocodile-like golden pincers. They started to gesture at Tang Tian. Yin Mei, stop it. Seeing this scene, Tang Tian's face suddenly turned white, without a trace of blood, and could not stop trembling. He didn't expect Yin Mei to actually do this. He would rather die than become something that was neither male nor female in the future. This was even more unbearable than directly killing him. Do you admit it? Yin Mei smiled faintly outside the dungeon. She hugged her 9 fluffy snow-white fox tails, looking noble and beautiful. I admit. Tang Tian gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred for Yin Mei. He wished he could cut her into 1,000 pieces. In the past, he did not expect this beautiful woman to actually have a heart of snakes and scorpions. Well then, say what you have to say. Yin Mei smiled, holding a shadow recording stone in her hand. After a quarter of an hour, she walked out of the prison, to a quiet and secluded mansion. In the courtyard, a man in white sat there, quietly drinking tea. His facial features were clear and handsome, his black hair draped over his shoulders, exuding a transcendent aura. It was hard for people to imagine that the various methods in the dungeon were ordered by him. Did he admit it? Gu Chang'e lifted her eyes to look at Yin Mei, smiling faintly. Yes, according to master's instructions, Tang Tian was so scared that he almost peed himself, and admitted everything. Yin Mei smiled sweetly. She handed the photo stone to Gu Changa, which recorded everything. Well done. Gu Changa nodded, glanced at it, smiled and said, then we will prepare the banquet now, and wait for the guests to arrive. This shadow recording stone, you prepare one more, and think of a way to pass the rest to the Tang family. N. Mei nodded, then asked with some suspicion, Master, what if the Tang family suddenly panicked? From what I see, Tang Wan is not a stupid person, will she fall for it? She will not fall for it, not only that, she will also tell her grandfather about this. That is why I want you to pass the shadow recording stone to the Tang family first. As long as the Tang family is not stupid, they will understand that this matter is not so simple. Gu Changa smiled casually, he had already calculated everything, even if Tang Wan had hundreds of tricks, she would not be able to escape in the end. He was still waiting to give Chu Hao, the son of destiny, a surprise. Now, as he expected, Chu Hao was at the place where the absolute calamity broke out, settling the matter of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. How would he have the time to care about his childhood sweetheart? I understand, now we will see how the Tang family in Tang Wan treat Tang Tian. Mei nodded, she quickly understood Gu Changa's intention. With Tang Wan's intelligence, she would very likely realize that this was a scheme. Even if she attended the banquet, she would know that it was a trap. Therefore, Tang Wan would definitely inform her grandfather in advance, and when the time came to ransom Tang Tian, there would be many powerhouses from the Tang family with him. But now, she gave the shadow recording stone of Tang Tian admitting everything to the Tang family, to let them know that this matter could be easily solved. This was a matter of attitude, of course, it could also be considered a threat. After all, the nine-tailed fox clan did not need to be afraid of the Tang family. Speaking of which, Tang Tian was a direct descendant of the Tang family, and Mei's maidservant was far inferior to Tang Tian in terms of status. If the Tang family were to be tough, Mei would not be on the side of reason, and the nine-tailed fox clan behind her would not become enemies with the Tang family over a mere maidservant. This was a simple matter of interests. On the other hand, in the Golden Altar ancient city. It was not far from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. It was an important ancient city under the myriad Daos business alliances branch. It was like a throat, a hub that connected all the other ancient cities nearby. At this moment, in this ancient city, in a quiet and unique courtyard, a graceful woman in a plain gauze dress was quietly looking at the many jade slips in front of her behind the curtain. Her face was gentle and charming, and her skin was smooth and fair. At the same time, she was holding a brush in her hand, writing something. As she wrote, a terrifying phenomenon seemed to appear between heaven and earth, and layers of mysterious power appeared under her brush. As she waved her hand, words with golden patterns appeared and fell into the jade scrolls in front of her. Vaguely, one could even see the scenery of mountains and rivers that seemed to have come alive. It was as if they were about to appear from the jade scrolls. Missa's painting skills have reached a new level. I'm afraid that the characters that you've drawn can rival Saint Realm cultivators. The maidservant beside the gentle lady could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw this scene. She looked very impressed. So what if I can rival Saint Realm cultivators? Brother Hao is now a quasi-supreme. And he's about to break through to the supreme realm. Compared to him, I'm so far behind. I really don't know how he cultivated all these years. He's really a monster. But fortunately, I've noticed his brilliance before. Otherwise, I don't know how many heavenly beauties have gathered around him now. Hearing this, the gentle lady smiled helplessly. However, when she mentioned Chu Hao, she could not help but look happy and admiring. She was naturally Tang Wan, who had secretly left the ancient kingdom of Phoenix with a spatial artifact. However, considering that Chu Hao was not in a good situation now, she did not go far. Therefore, she didn't go too far and chose to stay in this ancient city for the time being. Although this courtyard looked quiet and serene, there were many hidden dangers. There were traces of formation patterns hidden everywhere. If anyone dared to trespass, they would definitely be killed by the power of the formation patterns. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Moreover, Tang Wan had arranged many experts from the Commerce Alliance outside. The weakest among them was at the Saint Realm. She was not worried that someone would come looking for her. In fact, she did not have to be so worried. After all, her grandfather was the leader of the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance's sub-alliance. He was extremely powerful. Who would dare to offend him? However, Tang Wan had considered many things this time. The person that Chu Hao had offended was Gu Chang'e. Tang Wan felt unprecedented pressure from this young man. Tang Wan did not know why, but she always felt that Gu Chang'e was not a simple person. Although he did not make things difficult for Chu Hao in public at that time. However, she had a premonition that Gu Chang'e was preparing to deal with Chu Hao. This was because since she was born, she had a unique talent to seek luck and avoid misfortune. In the end, she kept thinking about it and deduced the art of seeking luck and avoiding misfortune. With this talent, Tang Wan was doing well in the Myriad Dao Commerce Alliance. Those who knew her had to respectfully call her Miss Wan. For hundreds of years, this talent had never been wrong. However, some time ago, Tang Wan used her divine mystery brush to deduce Gu Chang'e. She was trying to pry into the secrets of heaven. However, she was unexpectedly affected by the backlash. This situation made her shocked, horrified, and puzzled, because it had never happened before. In the end, Tang Wan came to the conclusion that Gu Chang'e was hiding something horrifying. For this reason, she did not hesitate to take a huge risk to warn Chu Hao. Although Chu Hao's current cultivation was at the quasi-supreme realm, and he would soon break through to the supreme realm. However, to the higher-ups of the Commerce Alliance, it was not worth it to offend Gu Chang'e because of Chu Hao. Therefore, Tang Wan had to be careful. All these years, Tang Wan had contributed a lot to the Commerce Alliance. However, she could not influence the Commerce Alliance's decision at all in a situation where the benefits were at stake. She did not even dare to tell her grandfather about this. This was because her grandfather looked down on Chu Hao's background. So what if he was talented? If he did not have a strong background to support him, he would only end up as a chess piece for many orthodoxies. Unless Chu Hao was powerful enough to establish an imperishable orthodoxy. I hope Brother Chu Hao understands my effort. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. He shouldn't have acted rashly back then. In the end, I can only hope that the Taishan Grotto Heaven will stand by Brother Chu Hao's side. If he succeeds in becoming the Taishan Grotto Heaven's future mansion master, he'll have more authority to speak. Gu Chang'e won't dare to be so reckless anymore. Tang Wan sighed deeply. Before this, she had never thought that she would be so fearful of a young man one day. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's strength could even defeat a supreme being. When Gu Chang'e activated the supreme weapon that day, it was obvious that he was far from reaching his limit based on how casual he looked. This was not something that could be faked. After being in the Commerce Alliance for so many years, Tang Wan had a good sense of judgment. She would not underestimate anyone easily. Especially someone like Gu Chang'e who was so overbearing that no one in the younger generation dared to offend him. Young lady, Bad news, however, at this moment. Outside the courtyard, a guard ran in anxiously all of a sudden. He sounded panicked as if he had encountered something serious. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Where's your manners? Before Tang Wan could speak, the maidservant next to her frowned and said unhappily. Don't worry. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Tang Wan waved her hand, signaling the guard to calm down. However, for some reason, she had a strong feeling of uneasiness in her heart again. The last time she had this premonition was when she encountered a disaster in the ancient cave mansion and almost lost her life. However, at that time, she managed to avert the disaster. She even obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert and obtained the divine mystery brush, which allowed her to enter the path of Tao through painting. Young lady, bad news. Young master has offended the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and is now in the hands of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly maiden Yin Mei, the guard reported with a trembling voice. He knew that the young lady had always doted on young master Tang Tian. Now that such a serious matter had happened, only the young lady could think of a way to solve it. Tang Tian has offended the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. What's going on? Isn't Tang Tian staying in the city? How did he offend the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? What happened? Tang Wan was stunned when she heard the guard's report. Then, her expression turned solemn as she asked hurriedly. Since it involved her brother, she had to take it seriously. Although she knew that her brother was a good-for-nothing and was domineering, he was not stupid. However, he was not stupid. Why would he offend the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for no reason? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? It's like this, young Mississippi. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, that day at the Drunken Immortal Inn, young Master Tang Tian abducted a nine-tailed fox girl with bad intentions. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Yin Mei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan found him and caught him red-handed. This matter has been made known to the whole city. The guard reported the cause and effect in a panic. Of course, this was not what he saw with his own eyes, but the news that came from somewhere else. How could Tang Tian be so stupid and so bold? After hearing this, even Tang Wan, who had a gentle temperament, was stunned. Then, she reacted and could not help but feel angry. She was incomparably angry. Towards this good-for-nothing brother of hers who kept causing trouble for her, it was not as simple as hating him for being useless. At this time, she only wanted to lock him in the clan and forbid him to take another step out. I understand Tang Tian's character. Even if he has bad intentions, he does not have the courage. He must have been urged by someone. Who else was with Tang Tian at that time? However, Tang Wan quickly calmed down and could not help but ask. There was a dignified look in her eyes that was difficult to look at. This. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, it was the young master who acted on his own initiative. When he saw the heavenly maiden Yin Mei's maid coming out to buy things without anyone following behind her, he had a sudden idea and sent someone to knock her out and bring her to the Drunken Immortal Inn. The guard hurriedly replied, not daring to hide anything. Is that true? Is that really the case? Where are the cultivators who protected my brother? Where are they? Do I have to ask them? Tang Wan was stunned. Her intuition told her that this matter was not so simple. She could not help but ask coldly. Her iron fist over the years was not just for show. At this time, her body gave off a terrifying dignified aura that was difficult to look at. Even the maid who had followed her for a long time felt a palpitating fear. Reporting to young Miss, the cultivators who protected the young master were immediately killed by the angry heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. No one survived. The guard's voice trembled as he stammered. They were all killed. Tang Wan's voice suddenly became louder. It could be seen that she was currently angry. Although it did not sound wrong, the first thing she did was not to look for the maid, but to kill Tang Tian's protectors. No matter how one looked at it, it gave off a feeling of wanting to destroy the corpse. However, if the heavenly maiden Yin Mei was angry and could only vent her anger like this, it was still acceptable. But this was too strange. Tang Wan's intuition told her that this matter was not simple. I know. Where is Tang Tian now? Did the heavenly maiden Yin Mei say anything? Tang Wan asked in a low voice. She had already calmed down. Young Master Tang Tian is now being held captive by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. It is not convenient for the family to settle this. The guard quickly replied. I know. Tang Wan nodded. She knew that the family could not stand on the side of reason in this matter. No matter if it was true or a scheme, the whole city knew about it. The Tang family's face was completely lost. In her opinion, if this matter was being plotted against, it was very likely that Yin Mei wanted to make some kind of request. Although the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was behind the 10,000 Dao business alliance, it was not the only clan that was powerful. Yin Mei had only been in power for a short time. Furthermore, she was still young, so she did not have much trust in the 10,000 Dao business alliance. Hence, it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts between the two of them. As a senior, she was much more mature and powerful than Yin Mei in terms of ability. If she was plotted against by Yin Mei because of this, it was understandable. I overestimated Yin Mei's character. She actually planned to use such methods to force me. I wonder if she will play any tricks. Tang Wan frowned. Then, she left the courtyard and planned to make a move. However, before that, she planned to contact Chu Hao. However, the news that she received later made her feel helpless. In the end, she could only give up. This was because Chu Hao was not in the ancient country of Phoenix. He was rushing to the place where the absolute Yin calamity broke out. Even if something happened, he would not be able to help. Initially, she planned to ask Chu Hao to go with her. It would be safer and more secure. The ransom this time should not be too simple. I have to inform the family. Although grandfather hates Tang Tian for not fighting for him, he will not sit by and watch him be captured by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. I don't have enough experts here. This uneasiness is getting stronger. I need the family to send more experts over. Thinking of this, Tang Wan made a move while sending a message to inform her family. It would be best if they were fully prepared. This spell technique that allowed her to foresee fortune and misfortune had allowed her to avoid many dangers. Chapter 298. Golden Ridge Ancient City. Where the Tang family resided. As the #1 family in Golden Ridge Ancient City, the Tang family had branches all over the upper realm. However, the Tang family's real home was in a small world in Golden Ridge Ancient City. Very few cultivators knew about this. The Tang family entered the Dao through business and had a complicated network of relationships. This was well known in the upper realm. There was once a genius in the Tang family who was unparalleled in business. He was the one who developed an unremarkable family into the Tang family that many imperishable sects did not dare to underestimate. At this moment, in the small world where the Tang family resided, this place was vast and boundless. Many living beings and cultivators came and went. Palaces and divine islands floated in the air. It was magnificent and ancient. In the most magnificent palace at the center, a tall, hale and hearty old man was slamming the table in front of him. He was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. A terrifying aura filled the air, as if it was going to destroy everything. He was the current head of the Tang family, Old Master Tang. On the table was the shadow recording stone sent by Yin Mei. What a fool! This Tang Tian only knows how to cause trouble for me all day long. He doesn't even know how to save me some trouble. Is he trying to anger me to death? Below him, the important figures of the Tang family kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak. When Old Master Tang was angry, anyone who dared to interrupt him would be punished with 3 months of confinement, even if they were the most favored descendant. Of all things, he just had to cause trouble for me. Is the Tang family's business going to fall on this unfilial descendant's shoulders in the future? Then, Old Master Tang gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed and he snorted, "How dare he scheme against my Tang family? Does this little girl from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan really think that I'm blind?" When he said this, it caused an uproar among the Tang family's upper echelons. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a trap set by Yin Mei. But so what if they could see it? The witness at that time had already been disposed of by Yin Mei the moment she appeared, destroying the corpse and erasing all evidence. That shopkeeper Zhu, if he wasn't killed, then Yin Mei must have found someone to kill and hide him. Even if they wanted to trace the incident back then, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this matter. They were all smart people and had been in the business alliance for so many years. How could they not see through this? However, Yin Mei was backed by the immemorial royal family, so they couldn't say anything. After all, they had no evidence. It seems that this matter is just a small trick used by that little girl, the nine-tailed celestial fox, to fight with Tang Wan. She sent this shadow recording stone over to express her attitude. The Tang old master coldly snorted, quickly understanding Yin Mei's intentions. They naturally wouldn't interfere in such a small fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a fight between Yin Mei and Tang Wan. Even the Tang family had to back down when facing the far ancient imperial family. Father, do we have to swallow this loss by ourselves? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man named Tang Feng. He was the father of Tang Tian and Tang Wan. Although he was helpless about the matter caused by his son, there was nothing he could do. Tang Tian was stupid and fell into the trap of others. Who could he blame? If Tang Tian had been a little more clear-minded, so many things wouldn't have happened. What else can we do? What can you do? Let Tang Wan handle this matter by herself. She is the elder sister, and the other party is targeting her. Don't tell me you want to interfere. Our Tang family is unreasonable in this matter. If those old foxes from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan make things difficult for me, I'll be in trouble. Recently, I feel that they are plotting against my position. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan has always been planning to do whatever they want in the business alliance, the Tang old master coldly snorted and said. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Tang family fell silent. They knew that his words weren't without reason. The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan had already made it clear that she was targeting Tang Wan. At this time, they naturally couldn't interfere. Otherwise, the situation would turn into a conflict between the Tang family and the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. The loss outweighed the gain. Then we don't care about the message from Wan Er. She said that this matter won't be simple. Tang Feng frowned and asked, unwilling to give up. How complicated can it be? At most, she'll give some of her benefits to the other party. Tang Wan is a very good girl. She wants the family to help her, but she won't give up any of her benefits. Humph, don't I know her? The Tang old master waved his hand and asserted, she simply wants to grasp more power and have more right to speak. This old man has seen her goal in the last few years. Now, the other party has made their goal clear, but she's still thinking of taking advantage of the family. What if it's a trap, father? Tang Feng frowned. He trusted Tang Wan's intuition. But the matter of Chu Hao had caused the Tang old master and Tang Wan to become very unhappy. Now, the Tang old master felt that Tang Wan was worried about Chu Hao. He didn't give her power because he was afraid that she would use it to help Chu Hao. Tell me, what trap can there be? The Tang old master sneered and asked. Tang Feng was at a loss for words. Yes. What trap could there be? Could it be that Yin Mei planned to harm Tang Wan? Unless Yin Mei was crazy, she couldn't run away if something happened to Tang Wan. There was only harm and no benefit. The family doesn't believe me this time. Why? Yin Mei actually sent a shadow recording stone. Does she really have no other goal? On the other side, Tang Wan was also stunned by the news from the family. She couldn't believe it. If her family had sent experts over this time, she would have had more confidence. But they didn't. Yin Mei only used a shadow recording stone to convince the Tang family not to interfere. Did Yin Mei calculate all this? Or was it just a coincidence? Tang Wan sighed. That feeling of unease grew stronger. She used the brush of heavenly secrets to divine her own fortune, but it was gray and her future was uncertain. Logically speaking, there was no enmity between her and Yin Mei, so why would she suddenly scheme against her? Tang Wan also couldn't understand. After thinking it over, she felt that the greatest possibility was that Yin Mei wanted to use this as a threat to obtain benefits from her. Could it be that Yin Mei even predicted that I would ask the family for help? Tang Wan felt even more uneasy. Although there were many experts following her and many hidden experts, they didn't give her much of a sense of security. Forget it. I don't believe that Yin Mei dares to do anything to me. Since she was already here, Tang Wan could only brace herself and go. In a short while, she reached the ancient city in front of her. Following their agreement, Tang Wan went straight to the agreed-upon location. This was the famous heaven-gazing pavilion of the city. It was dazzling, richly ornamented, and ancient. As the name implied, it had the meaning of looking up at the heavens. The steps were carved with cloud patterns, dense with spiritual energy and surging with the light of treasures. At the highest point, one could see the entire city. And if anything happened there, the entire city would be alarmed. Under the cover of the afterglow, it was even more magnificent. It seems that I was worrying too much. Discussing in this kind of place. It shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Tang Wan let out a sigh of relief. Soon, under the guidance of the people below the heaven-gazing pavilion, she rushed to the top of the pavilion. She wanted to know what Yin Mei was playing at. Miss Wan. At the top of the heaven-gazing pavilion, Yin Mei was sitting there in a white robe, quietly playing the zither. Two maids behind her were dragging their tails to prevent them from falling to the ground. Her face was naturally enchanting and shockingly beautiful. As long as one was a man, they wouldn't be able to take their eyes off her. She took the initiative to speak, indicating for Tang Wan to sit. I know that Miss Wan is confused and had no choice but to come up with this plan. Please come over. Yin Mei smiled, appearing gracious. Let's not talk nonsense between us. I only want to ask you one thing. What do you mean by this? Tang Wan's expression was very ugly. She didn't have her usual gentle and charming appearance. She coldly stared at her and asked. Where's my brother? Miss Wan, don't be anxious. Tang Tian is fine. But before that, you have to agree to a request of mine. Yin Mei smiled. What request? Hearing that, Tang Wan's heart heaved a sigh of relief. But she still asked coldly. Seems like Yin Mei didn't have any other motives. Could it be that the danger she felt before was not because of Yin Mei? The benefits of the few ancient cities in your hands, you have to give it to me. Yin Mei's expression was calm. You know, I have just taken over power. Many people don't even trust me. I have no choice but to come up with this plan. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Miss Wan can forgive me. Humph, I knew it. You have calculated this well. Hearing this, Tang Wan relaxed. Her earlier vigilance had also dissipated by quite a bit. She was worried that Yin Mei would not make any requests. If he didn't, then there would be a real problem. I will agree to your request. But if you think that you can monopolize the power like this, I think you are thinking too much. Since Miss Wan has agreed, then I am relieved. Then, my second request is. Yin Mei said with a smile. Second request. Don't be too overboard. Tang Wan's face changed. She seemed to be angry. Yin Mei, don't be too overboard. You are too greedy. Seems like Miss Wan is not planning to save your brother. That's fine. I will just lock him up for a while longer. Anyway, your Tang family won't dare to do anything to me. Yin Mei smiled. Imitating Gu Chang'e, he picked up the wine cup on the table and placed it to his lips. Then, he raised his head and drank. Such an attitude, he did not even put Tang Wan in his eyes. I will agree to your second request. Tang Wan's face was gloomy. But in the end, she clenched her teeth and agreed. But in her heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was more or less more at ease than before. This was nothing compared to what she was worried about before she came. Although Yi Mei was a little greedy, in Tang Wan's eyes, this was normal. However, her face still showed unwillingness and anger, but she could not do anything to Yi Mei. Okay, now that I have agreed to your 2 requests, where is my brother? Tang Wan asked again. At this time, she was much more casual. In a place like Skyview Pavilion, as long as there was a slight change, the whole city would notice. So she was not worried that Yi Mei would play any tricks. The last request. Yi Mei was still smiling. Don't worry, this is really the last request. I have to see that my brother is safe. Tang Wan frowned. At this time, she did not agree immediately. Because she had already expected that Yi Mei would ask for more conditions. This was such a good opportunity. How could Yi Mei only ask for 2 conditions? But Tang Wan felt that she could not let Yi Mei lead her by the nose. What if after she agreed, Yi Mei did not let go of her brother? She did not believe in things like a heavenly oath. The 9-tailed fox clan was very cunning. They even had a secret method to remove the curse of a heavenly oath. Hearing this, Yi Mei hesitated. She looked like she was in a difficult position. I understand. I, Tang Wan, swear with my Tao heart that if I agree to Yi Mei's conditions today, I will definitely agree to them. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning, and my body and soul will be destroyed. I will die a horrible death. Seeing Yi Mei's expression, Tang Wan sneered. How could she not understand? She was very straightforward. Sister Wan is really straightforward. I like it. Hearing this, Yi Mei could not help but smile. She even changed the way she addressed Tang Wan. Then come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed as she brought along her maidservant and directly left the Skyview Pavilion. At this time, Tang Wan did not have any doubts. After all, she was the one who asked to see Tang Tian. Could it be that Yi Mei had even agreed to this? She asked herself if her acting skills were okay. The words and expressions of the 2 just now perfectly matched all her previous speculations. Yi Mei did not look like she had ulterior motives at all. But just in case, Tang Wan was still brought along by the many experts behind her. Several absolute saints and 1 supreme saint were hidden. If anything happened, they would be alerted immediately. Tang Wan did not believe that something would happen when she was so vigilant. After that, he followed closely behind Yi Mei and quickly left the sky-gazing tower, heading towards the palaces and residences. Here, Tang Wan noticed that Yi Mei's figure landed in a courtyard. It was very quiet and elegant. She didn't hesitate for long before following after them. The large group of experts behind her was blocked outside by Yi Mei's maids. Miss. Wait for me here. Tang Wan nodded calmly. She had a jade talisman hidden in her sleeve. If there was any danger, she could crush the jade talisman to inform the experts outside. They entered the courtyard. The decoration surprised Tang Wan. It looked very elegant. Whether it was the calligraphy, painting, or bamboo, they all gave off an elegant and otherworldly feeling. She was dazed and wondered if she had come to the wrong place. A person like Yi Mei, no matter how you looked at it, she was not elegant at all, right? Where's my brother? Seeing Yi Mei stop in front of the courtyard, Tang Wan frowned and asked. Come with me. Anyway, I won't mistreat your brother during this time. After all, I can't let him lose weight. Yi Mei said casually and walked forward. Tang Wan saw that there seemed to be a dungeon in the depths of the courtyard. She was slightly relieved, but she did not take more than a few steps. Tang Wan's eyes widened. A terrifying cold air suddenly swept through her body, causing her soul to tremble. Her scalp was numb. How is this possible? At this moment, her head was buzzing. Almost immediately, she connected everything, the cause and effect, and many other things. All of a sudden, everything became clear. In front of the stone table, a young man was writing something with his head down. His attitude was natural and casual, and he was extraordinary. He gave off a sense of peace and harmony. In such an atmosphere, Tang Wan did not feel the slightest bit natural. Instead, her whole body was cold, and even her hands and feet were cold. She recognized the white-robed man in front of her. It was Gu Chang'e, the one who caused her to suffer the backlash. 683. Why is he here? At this time, shouldn't he be in the ancient country of Vermilion Bird, in charge of the Immortal Academy? How could he be here? What is his relationship with Yin Mei? Could it be that Yin Mei's actions were all arranged and directed by him behind the scenes? Too many questions appeared in Tang Wan's mind, and she could not help but feel frightened. She subconsciously wanted to crush the jade talisman in her sleeve. However, the white-robed man in front of her suddenly raised his head, looked at her, and said casually, "Oh. Miss Wan, you're here. Wait a moment. But before that, I advise you to put down the jade talisman in your hand, because when you crush it, your brother may die." Gu Chang'e's words did not have much of a threat. It sounded like a kind reminder. However, Tang Wan felt cold all over and could not even hold the jade talisman firmly. That terrifying feeling of danger swept over her again. Also, let me remind you that in here, the jade talisman can't be transmitted. Gu Chang'e finally finished his last stroke and put away the brush with satisfaction. Yin Mei beside him brought tea and handed it to him. "Gu Chang'e, why are you here?" Tang Wan knew that she had fallen into a trap. At this time, she calmed down, thinking that Gu Chang'e could not be so bold as to kill her at this time. "Is it important that I'm here?" Gu Chang'e drank the tea and looked at Tang Wan carefully. He smiled casually. "You do look the same." "What do you mean?" Tang Wan was puzzled by his words. She did not understand at all. "What do you mean by look the same?" "You don't need to understand." Gu Chang'e did not have the intention to explain. He smiled casually. "You only need to know one thing. Today, no one can save you. Even if Chu Hao grew wings and flew over, it would be useless." At this moment, Tang Wan felt a terrifying killing intent, causing her body to feel cold. Was Gu Chang'e really planning to kill her here? She did not dare to believe it. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're still useful to me." Gu Chang'e smiled. As if he felt her fear, he waved his hand. The space in front of them seemed to be separated. A vast and supreme aura turned into a hazy fog, covering all directions. This scene caused Tang Wan's expression to change. She knew that this was the magical use of a space divine ability. It involved the extremely profound space law. Even those old monsters who studied this path painstakingly could not reach this level. Gu Chang'e actually separated an independent space with a wave of his hand. This kind of method caused a storm to rise in her heart. Unless she could break this kind of rule, otherwise, what happened here would definitely not be discovered by the outside world. "So you were the one who planned all of this behind my back?" "Why? How did you know?" Tang Wan's mouth revealed a bitter smile. She really did not expect to meet Gu Chang'e in the end. She originally thought that she was careful enough when she helped Chu Hao. However, Gu Chang'e still found out about it and took action in advance. "Know what? Is your relationship with Chu Hao? Or are you planning to deal with me together with Chu Hao?" Gu Chang'e smiled casually, showing that he did not care. As a leak, you should have the awareness of a leak. There's no need to know too much. A pitch-black light appeared in his palm. In the end, it turned into a palm-sized bottle. There was a terrifying fog surrounding it. It was as if millions of demons were dancing together, causing chaos in the heavens. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Chapter 299. Magic Bottle of Speed. The moment she saw the small black bottle, Mei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. She immediately recognized it. Even though it had been a long time, she still remembered how terrifying this bottle was and felt her heart palpitate. If she hadn't accidentally seen Gu Chang'e use a forbidden demonic technique in the ruins, she wouldn't have such a deep relationship with Gu Chang'e. Later on, as she revealed her true feelings, Gu Chang'e removed the magic bottle of speed. However, that uncontrollable fear still remained in the depths of her soul and could not be erased. The terrifying thing about the magic bottle of speed was that it was impossible to guard against. As long as one's mind relaxed, it was very likely that they would be affected. Moreover, the degree to which it controlled one's mind was unfathomable. Even the old monsters who had the deepest understanding of the divine soul would not be able to detect anything. Even if they did, they would not be able to remove it. The only result was that one's divine soul would be destroyed. It seems that master plans to directly control Tang Wan. However, Tang Wan has a strong personality and will not easily submit. Could it be that master plans to kill Tang Wan here? Or does he have other motives? A thought flashed through Mei's mind. She was curious about what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Wine. The magic bottle of speed spewed out a terrifying light. It was hazy and black, as if there was a great Tao interweaving. Gu Chang'e, what are you planning to do? My family knows that I came here today. If something happens to me, do you think Mei won't be suspected? Seeing this scene, Tang Wan couldn't help but ask. Although she felt uneasy, even her divine soul couldn't help but tremble. After all, the bone-chilling cold had swept through her entire body. With her innate ability to foresee good and bad things, it was equivalent to being magnified hundreds of times. However, she still forced herself to remain calm. She knew that she couldn't panic at this time. The more she panicked, the more it would seem that she had no strength to resist. Look at how scared you are. I'm not a scourge. Gu Chang'e casually smiled. The black light in his palm became denser and denser, as if it was the source of darkness that devoured everything in the world. This is only a small bottle. Why do you look like you're facing a great enemy? But I like the way you struggle in despair. The more you struggle, the faster you'll die when I stomp down. Although he was smiling casually, his words made Tang Wan's face turn pale and her limbs turn cold. She wasn't sure if she could break through Gu Chang'e's space and send out a message for help even if she used her strongest technique. But the only thing that was certain was that Gu Chang'e's true face, which was hidden under his usual gentle appearance, was absolutely terrifying. From scheming against her younger brother to scheming against her, everything seemed to be perfect to her. She couldn't find a single flaw in the plan. Because Gu Chang'e had even calculated all of her thoughts. Just how terrifyingly shrewd was he? Even the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan called him master. What exactly had happened? No one had ever heard of such a thing before. What else was Gu Chang'e hiding? Gu Chang'e, what are you trying to do? Logically speaking, we have no enmity between us. The two of us have never met before. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? If there's a misunderstanding, it can be solved. I can swear on my Taoist heart that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. I can promise you anything you want as long as I have it. Tang Wan tried to calm herself down. She planned to use her usual methods to calm Gu Chang'e down. After all, no matter how powerful Gu Chang'e's methods were, he was just a young man. She had been in the business alliance for hundreds of years and was confident that she had a good grasp of people's minds. At this moment, as long as Gu Chang'e's goal was satisfied, he wouldn't do anything risky, like killing her. Logically speaking, we have no enmity between us. But you're secretly helping Chu Hao to deal with me? As for what you have, do you think I need it? It seems like you're similar to Chu Hao. Both of you are so self-righteous. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly with contempt and indifference. Tang Wan was the one who wanted to secretly help Chu Hao to deal with him. Now, she was saying that they had no enmity between them. TSK, you. Tang Wan was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say that. He directly said that she was self-righteous. Her expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then what's your goal? Open your mind and let me plant the slave imprint. Of course, you can choose to reject me. However, your brother might die today. You can take a gamble and see if I'll kill him or not." Gu Chang'e was still smiling casually. The devil's bottle of passage in his hand was still emitting a terrifying black light. It seemed like it could drag all living things into eternal darkness. "Gu Chang'e, if you kill my brother, the Tang family behind me won't let this go. Also, do you really think that my brother means a lot to me? You should know that what you're doing now can't be made public. Even if you have the longevity Gu family behind you, you can't be so reckless." Tang Wan said coldly. She seemed to have expected that Gu Chang'e would use her brother's safety to threaten her. Instead, she was unusually calm. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't surprised at all. He continued to smile faintly. "No, I'm just giving an example. After all, I can use another method. I don't need to kill your brother. However, I can control him and let him return to the Tang family safely. From then on, he'll turn over a new leaf and become stronger. I can even help him and let him take over the Tang family. Then, one day, when everyone in the Tang family is celebrating, I'll let him kill your parents, your grandfather, and all your relatives. What do you think of this method? I think it's quite interesting." "Gu Chang'e. How can you be so despicable and shameless?" Hearing this, Tang Wan's expression couldn't help but change. She felt a terrifying chill spread from her spine to her skull. She couldn't help but tremble. How could this be something a young prodigy should say? He was so sinister and despicable, yet he said it so calmly, as if he was telling the truth. She couldn't help but think along with Gu Chang'e's words. That scene made her shudder uncontrollably. Her entire body was cold, and she was terrified to the extreme. Now, she could ignore Tang Tian, but she couldn't ignore her family and parents. "I'm just giving an example. As for whether it will happen in the end, it's not up to me to decide." Gu Chang'e smiled. "Now, I'll give you a choice. However, my patience has never been good. Sacrifice yourself to save your entire family? Or do you plan to commit suicide and let your entire family accompany you?" "Gu Chang'e, I'll fight it out with you." Tang Wan was furious. Her expression was filled with hatred. Gu Chang'e's words seemed to have ignited her last bit of rationality. Boom! A dazzling light appeared on her body. It was like a painting, appearing in the air. Mountains, rivers, insects, fish, and all kinds of people seemed to be coming to life. The laws of the Saint Realm condensed on these scenes. It was terrifying and dazzling, as if it wanted to break through this space. An ancient light gray brush was being activated by Tang Wan. It bloomed with dazzling light, as if it wanted to shatter everything. It seemed like an ancient existence was about to awaken. The two words, "Heaven's Secret," were arranged in the air like stars. Some kind of consciousness was about to awaken. It was even more dazzling. At this moment, the power she displayed was close to the level of a quasi-supreme. One had to know that Tang Wan's cultivation was only at the Saint Realm. Do you really think you can break free? However, Gu Chang'e still had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. Suddenly, he slammed his palm forward. The terrifying power of the void instantly caused the nearby space to collapse. Even the power of the rules was distorted. This tyrannical power was simply unstoppable. It instantly tore apart the scenes that Tang Wan had condensed. The Heaven's Secret brush wailed. Some of the patterns on it were even worn away. It fell to the ground. Peerlessly powerful. This palm didn't stop. It was still pressing down. Puff! Tang Wan was in disbelief. She couldn't avoid it. With a groan, she flew backward while spitting out blood. The terrifying palm print slammed down, almost causing her body to collapse. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Changa didn't want to kill her. The moment this palm fell, it was enough to make her explode. Then, the misty space that Gu Changa had created just now spread out in all directions with a single thought from him. Not only did it not weaken, it became more and more stable. It was indestructible. Can't you recognize reality now? Gu Changa's voice still didn't have much emotion. He pressed his palm down again. Tang Wan coughed out blood again. Many of her bones were broken. She could barely stand. Gu Changa, just kill me. I won't agree to your request. Although Tang Wan was in despair, she still didn't want to surrender. She would rather die than let Gu Changa plant a slave imprint. At that time, she would definitely be asked by Gu Changa to deal with Chu Hao. Seems like you think that I won't do anything to the Tang family. Gu Changa smiled. You have to think carefully. If you die here, the Tang family will take revenge on the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. All of your relatives will accompany you in the future. I only need to say one sentence and your so-called friends won't dare to help you. Do you think there's hope for revenge? Tang Wan gritted her teeth. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly opened. Her face was pale. Gu Changa waved his hand. Tang Tian, who had fainted, was caught by him. Seems like this brother of yours is still useful. Gu Changa said casually. His palm reached for Tang Tian's glabella and passed through it easily. The soul was caught by him and could be crushed at any time. Do you think that if I use a little more strength, he will become a fool or die directly? Gu Changa said with a smile. Looking at his smile, Tang Wan felt chills all over her body. Her heart was filled with sadness, despair, hatred, and pain. In the end, it turned into unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and said, "Let go of my brother. I promise you. But you have to swear on your Tao heart and promise me one thing. Otherwise, I won't promise you even if my family dies with me." Gu Changa smiled and interrupted her. No problem. You just don't kill Chu Hao, right? That's easy. I, Gu Changa, swear on my Tao heart today. If I break this oath, my Tao heart will collapse and I will go berserk. I will be destroyed by the heavens. What do you think? Tang Wan saw that Gu Changa swore so quickly without hesitation. She was stunned and could not believe it. Her instincts told her that this matter was not so simple. But she could not find any loopholes. Swearing on one's Tao heart is the biggest oath a cultivator can make. No one will cut off their future. Even the existence of the immortal path cannot break it. Gu Changa is no exception. Thinking of this, Tang Wan more or less heaved a sigh of relief. But her heart was filled with sadness and pain. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I had no choice. Forgive me. Tang Wan let go of her mind unwillingly. Gu Changa smiled meaningfully and waved his hand. Buzz. Almost instantly, the devil's bottle turned into a ray of black light and disappeared without a trace. Tang Wan did not even feel a trace of fluctuation. This made her heart palpitate. Such a slave seal technique was unheard of. In a trance, she saw an ancient, indescribable deity sitting upright in her sea of consciousness in the midst of the surging gray fog. If one looked at it too much, they would go crazy and lose themselves in it. What technique is this? She could not help but feel fear. Facing Gu Changa, she only had a feeling of respect for him. She did not dare to disobey his words. Greetings, Master. But soon, Tang Wan's expression gradually calmed down. She did not look much different from usual. But there were stormy waves in her heart. This kind of change was really too fast. Tang Wan could not believe it. Clearly, this was not what she thought in her heart, but her actions showed another kind of reaction. She never thought that she would call Gu Chang'e master. But she could not help but blurt it out. Son of Destiny, this surprise is finally prepared for you. Gu Chang'e's mouth was a little playful, and then he no longer cared about Tang Wan in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the misty space in front of him suddenly shattered like a mirror and appeared in the outside world. In the courtyard, the tea had not yet cooled down and was still steaming. Tang Wan's expression was very complicated. Her body was stained with blood, and her injuries were very serious. Even if Gu Chang'e did not want to kill her, just that palm just now was enough for her to suffer. Master, what should we do with Tang Tian? Yin Mei asked. Return her to the Tang family. After all, we are reasonable people. Gu Chang'e smiled. Tang Wan did not dare to say anything. Then, Gu Chang'e looked at Tang Wan and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I don't have any bad intentions. It's just that Chu Hao wants to deal with me, so he needs to prepare in advance. As long as he is obedient and does not provoke me, he will be fine as the so-called Vermilion Bird Prince. You are his childhood sweetheart, and he doesn't know about all this. I won't tell him either. Don't you think this is a good thing for everyone?" Tang Wan was stunned when she heard this. She thought carefully about what Gu Chang'e said and it seemed to make sense. As long as Chu Hao did not provoke Gu Chang'e, and the conflict between Gu Chang'e and Chu Hao was not to the point of life and death. At that time, Chu Hao was humiliated by Gu Chang'e in front of everyone's eyes. This kind of thing. If she advised, maybe Chu Hao would bear with it and it would be over. If he still wanted to deal with Gu Chang'e, he would inevitably be killed by Gu Chang'e in the end. Chu Hao would not be able to win against Gu Chang'e. Tang Wan had deeply experienced the horror of Gu Chang'e's methods. However, she was not sure if Gu Chang'e really did not have any other plans for Chu Hao. Or was it just because of the conflict in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Alright, it's about time for me to leave. The calamity of Absolute Yin is still waiting for me to solve it. After that, Gu Chang'e told Yin Mei a few more things and did not continue to stay here. He left the rest of the cleaning up to Yin Mei. He was very assured. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e was not in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As time passed, it was inevitable that people would suspect. All in all, today's matter went smoothly and Gu Chang'e was pleasantly surprised. This was because he realized that Tang Wan's appearance was more than 80% similar to the Taoist companion of Qin Wuya, the Taoist companion of his eldest senior brother who came from the return of the Nine Heavens. At that time, in the image given by the system, the only 4 people who showed up in the Boundless Tao sect were Heavenly Lord Zi Yang's previous life, Gu Xian's previous life, Qin Wuya's master and Taoist companion. Gu Chang'e remembered very clearly. He was not very sure if Tang Wan was the reincarnation of that eldest senior brother's Taoist companion. Speaking of which, Tang Wan had quite a lot of fate points. However, compared to the real daughter of fate, she was still very far away. However, with this layer of similarity, it was convenient for him to plan many things. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much time talking. With Tang Wan's personality, if she did not let go of her mind, the devil bottle of speed would most likely fail. Although it was troublesome, the benefits were huge. Gu Chang'e had already predicted the following situation. 2 children of fate fighting. No, it's 2 chives fighting each other, and I'm waiting to watch the show from the sidelines. This is more than wonderful. He did not choose to return through the teleportation formation. Instead, he hurried through the void. With his current speed, in this area, he could travel 1,000,000 miles in a flash. It would not take long at all. Next door. Chapter 300. Yin Mei, what is the relationship between you and Gu Chang'e? On the other side, not long after Gu Chang'e left, Tang Wan also breathed a sigh of relief. The incomparable pressure from before had finally disappeared. She felt as if she had just been fished out of ice water, and her hands and feet were still cold. This feeling made her heart palpitate and was unforgettable. So much so that in front of Gu Changa, she didn't dare to speak casually, for fear that she would accidentally call him master. But at this moment, she couldn't help but ask Yin Mei. She knew that now she and Yin Mei were grasshoppers on the same rope. Tang Wan subconsciously felt that Yin Mei should be like her. For some reason, she was forced by Gu Changa. In the end, she had no choice but to submit and let him plant the slave mark. Just now, she was worried that Gu Changa would make her do something that she was unwilling to but unable to refuse because of the slave mark. But Gu Changa didn't and directly chose to leave. This more or less made Tang Wan breathe a sigh of relief. I am master's servant. What does this have to do with anything? Hearing this, Yin Mei smiled casually. There was a faint smile on her flawless face. It was very moving. She witnessed the whole process of Gu Changa forcing Tang Wan. Gu Changa didn't ask her to retreat, which showed that he was very assured of her. This made Yin Mei very happy. She was in a good mood, and the fox tail behind her couldn't help but sway gently. You are the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan. Don't you think it's shameful for you to say such words? Tang Wan was shocked. She either felt that Yin Mei was teasing her, or felt that the slave mark on Yin Mei was more terrifying than the one on her. What is there to be ashamed of? In private, I am master's servant. I am very happy that master has time to visit me. Yin Mei knew what Tang Wan was thinking in her heart. She said so with a smile and looked very happy. You're crazy. Tang Wan's expression was a little ugly. She had planned to privately think of a way to work with Yin Mei to remove the slave seal on them. But Yin Mei's behavior left her speechless. Also, let me tell Miss Wan one more thing. I don't have a slave imprint on me. Yin Mei said with a smile. Impossible. Did you do it willingly? Tang Wan was shocked again. She couldn't believe it. Without a slave seal? Why did Yin Mei call Gu Changa that way? However, Yin Mei did not choose to answer her. She had already left the courtyard. However, this action already gave Tang Wan an answer. She couldn't help but shudder. How many more tricks does Gu Changa have up his sleeve? However, she soon calmed down and regained her usual calmness. In order to prevent himself from noticing anything unusual, Tang Wan purposely waited until her injuries were healed before leaving the courtyard with the unconscious Tang Tian. A group of Tang family experts were waiting outside. They were anxious and uneasy. Seeing Tang Wan bring Tang Tian out of the courtyard without any problems, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Miss, is young Master Tang Tian okay? An absolute saint cultivator couldn't help but ask. He was a servant of the Tang family. He was tall and had a glow around him. He was loyal and devoted. He's fine. He might be unconscious for a while, Tang Wan said. Tang Wan said. At that time, Gu Changa took out Tang Tian's divine soul. Although she didn't do anything, it was more or less affected. That's good. The servant heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but ask, Miss, did you agree to several conditions this time before she let him go? This is too much. She's going too far. That's right. Since young Master Tang Tian is fine now, why don't we kill them and let them know that we're not easy to bully? The rest of the Tang family experts echoed. They were filled with righteous indignation and felt humiliated. Tang Wan waved her hand and said, there's no need. Today's matter is settled. There's no need to mention it in the future. Bring Tang Tian back to the family and tell my grandfather that I'll be in the ancient kingdom of Suzaku for a while. Since the family didn't believe her this time, there was no need for her to hide. She might as well tell them everything. Yes, Mississippi. Everyone received the order and left quickly with Tang Tian without hesitation. Tang Wan looked in the direction of the ancient kingdom of Suzaku and sighed in her heart. Because of the slave seal, she couldn't betray Gu Changa or harm Gu Changa's interests. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't do it. The conflict between Tang Tian and Yin Mei was finally resolved because of Tang Wan's intervention. Many cultivators who wanted to watch the show were disappointed in the end. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang Wan must have agreed to some conditions of the heavenly maiden Yin Mei in the end. The small conflict within the business alliance of 10,000 Daos soon calmed down like a ripple in the ocean. Not many people would mention it. A few days later, in the Tang family's mansion, Tang Tian, who was unconscious, finally opened his eyes. However, if someone took a closer look, they would see a faint golden pattern in the depths of his eyes. Ouch, my head hurts. Damn it, that Yin Mei ordered someone to knock me out. Tang Tian held his head in pain. However, this pain came and went very quickly. What's this? Tang Tian was suddenly shocked. He realized that there seemed to be more memories in his mind. It was as if he had encountered something while he was unconscious. However, the images were very messy and blurry, as if they contained some kind of ultimate mystery. He could vaguely see a boundless world. There were palaces and pavilions in the world. Even the heavenly gate seemed to have been opened for eternity. Misfortune and fortune come hand in hand. Could it be that after this dangerous encounter, my opportunity has come? Tang Tian was very excited. He had heard a lot of such stories about heroes. He had also heard of stories like this where one suddenly learned a supreme divine power after falling into a coma. However, he never thought that it would happen to him one day. No, this secret can't be known by others. Tang Tian tried his best to control his emotions and remained calm. He did not dare to make such a thing public. Although he was a playboy, it did not mean that he was stupid. Along with the ancient and mysterious images, he realized that there seemed to be an additional chant in his mind. What was the wedding dress? He knew nothing about the obscure ancient words, but it did not stop him from knowing how powerful the chant was. Young master, you're back. Deep in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, a woman in white stood outside the palace. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her face was fair and shiny. She looked obedient and quiet. She was Ji Qingxian, who had been waiting for Gu Changa for a few days. In terms of appearance, there was no difference between her and Su Qingga. The only difference was their personalities. Ji Qingxian was slightly gloomier and colder, while Su Qingga was more quiet and elegant. Gu Changa nodded and answered casually. You're back. Did anything happen in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix? Ji Qingxian shook her head and said, nothing. Young master went to deal with the absolute Yin calamity. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix is peaceful. However, something happened in the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom, which is not far from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Oh. Black Tortoise ancient kingdom? Isn't that where Lord of Purple Sun and Six Crown King went? Gu Changa looked surprised. In fact, when Ji Qingxian said it, he had already guessed that Su Qingga, as the inheritor of demonic arts, would be looking for a target. To her, the best place was actually the Purple Sun Lord's place. Lord of Purple Sun and Gu Changa had a grudge against each other. The first person that Su Qingga wanted to deal with would be Lord of Purple Sunday. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would give him some trouble. Yes, something happened to a few of them. Their origins were all devoured. It seems that the inheritor of demonic arts is hiding in their team. Ji Qingxian nodded and stared at Gu Changa with her bright eyes. It seems to be an eventful time. I hope Lord of Purple Sun and the others are fine. Gu Changa smiled and soon forgot about this matter. Speaking of which, it was time for him to deal with Ying Shuang, who was in Lord of Purple Sun's team. Ying Shuang, the child of luck, had been left alone for so long. It was time for him to harvest her. Of course, before that, he still needed Ing Shuang to do something for him. After that, Gu Chang'e returned to the palace and used the communication talisman to ask Jiang Chu about the source of the absolute Yin disaster. The absolute Yin origin that he longed for was still waiting for Jiang Chu to find it for him. However, even though Jiang Chu answered him through the communication talisman, he was not polite. "I didn't find it." His answer was concise and to the point. Gu Chang'e smiled and quickly threw the message talisman aside, not caring much about it. In a region far away from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, gray fog filled the sky. Many creatures of the absolute Yin calamity were wreaking havoc here. The cities and tribes along the way had been turned into ashes. Jiang Chu stood in the sky. Celestial light floated in the dust and bone words flashed. They turned into terrifying Taoist swords and fell from all directions. Many creatures of the absolute Yin calamity died tragically. No one survived. Unlike Gu Chang'e, who said that he was going to solve the absolute Yin calamity, he didn't move at all. Jiang Chu went straight to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird from the first day he arrived. He planned to clean up the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity and find the source of the outbreak. At this moment, she stared at the communication talisman with a faint expectation. But after a long time, she still didn't hear from Gu Chang'e. That made the expression in her eyes darken a lot. But soon, she returned to normal. But the movement of her hands became more and more fierce and terrifying. The Taoist swords turned into thousands of Taoist swords and fell from the sky. It seemed that she had mistaken the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity in front of her as Gu Chang'e. But in the next moment, she felt that the communication talisman in her hand seemed to light up. Jiang Chu stopped killing the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity for a moment. She looked at the communication talisman with a puzzled look. Then, she heard Gu Chang'e's voice. "Be careful." It was also concise and to the point. Jiang Chu was stunned. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. He actually cared about her. She listened again. Yes, it was the voice of Gu Chang'e, that annoying, despicable, and shameless bastard. Jiang Chu felt her heart suddenly beat very fast. That sudden surprise caught her off guard. "Yes." In the end, she replied softly. But her eyes seemed to be sparkling as if starlight had fallen into them. "It's all thanks to you, Hao. If it weren't for you, the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix would have been destroyed." In the royal palace, the king of Phoenix said with an emotional expression. His words were full of regret. Now, all the ancient kingdoms were in chaos. Who would have thought that the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, which was slightly weaker, would be the first to solve the crisis? Of course, it didn't mean that the absolute Yin calamity was solved. But it was no longer as urgent and uneasy as it was in the first few days. They were afraid that the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity would come and destroy the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix. "Father, you're too kind. It's what I should do." Chu Hao waved his hand and said with a calm expression. "You still have to thank us. How, you've exhausted a lot in the past few days." "Rest well," the king of Phoenix said with a smile. He was in a good mood. Chu Hao nodded. He was in a good mood too. Although he had been stopping the absolute Yin calamity outside the ancient kingdom of Phoenix for the past few days, he had also been paying attention to the reclusive Wang family and the most supreme cave. Wang Zhao's death had infuriated the Wang family. But in this matter, Chu Hao didn't hesitate to offend Gu Chang'e to protect Wang Zhao. That made the Wang family speechless. They couldn't find anything to blame. But they didn't dare to express any gratitude to Chu Hao. Moreover, there were even people in the Wang family who spread the word that Wang Zhao deserved it and that his death was not to be regretted. Such an act of burning the bridge after crossing the river made Chu Hao angry, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Changa's background was too terrifying. Even the reclusive Wang family was very wary and didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Chu Hao even learned that there were cultivators from the Wang family who planned to capture him and bring him to Gu Changa as an apology. If it weren't for the intervention of the most supreme cave, there might have been cultivators from the Wang family who came. As for whether or not they could capture him, it didn't matter. What mattered was their attitude. Those things made Chu Hao even more angry and sullen. He almost pointed at the Wang family and scolded them for being shameless. In the end, it was his own wishful thinking. However, in this matter, the most supreme cave in his body showed an incomparably tough attitude. His sect even sent a message to Chu Hao, telling him not to worry. The most supreme cave's eldest senior brother was not weaker than anyone. After receiving this news, Chu Hao also became more excited. My king, the group of geniuses from the Immortal Academy played a big role in resolving this disaster. I saw that they were very brave and fearless. They blocked many Yin creatures in the east. At this time, an old eunuch beside the Vermilion Bird King couldn't help but laugh. However, as soon as he said that, the Vermilion Bird King's expression changed. He was a little angry. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mention them in front of me." He still couldn't forget what Gu Changa did that day. Now that the people in front of him were his confidants, there was no need to show respect. Do you really think they are so kind? It's just that the more Yin creatures they kill, the more points they get, and the better it is for them. The Vermilion Bird King said with a cold smile. But, they did solve a lot of problems for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. They killed many Yin creatures and prevented the kingdom from falling again. The old eunuch was a little stunned. Then, he explained. Humph. The Vermilion Bird King snorted. So what? Even without them, Hao can still solve this disaster. Because of Gu Changa, he already had no good feelings for this group of geniuses. If it weren't for the Immortal Academy's trial, would these geniuses come here? This is their mission. Even if the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was another ancient kingdom, it would be the same to them. So, eunuchly, you don't have to worry too much. This time, even if Gu Changa led so many geniuses, the number of Yin creatures he killed was less than me. Chu Hao also smiled warmly and explained, so, actually, father is right. Even without them, I can solve this problem by myself. As he was talking, the voice of a guard came from outside the palace. Third Prince, Miss Wan requests an audience. Wan her. Chu Hao was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He ignored the Vermilion Bird King beside him and went to welcome her. At the entrance of the palace, Tang Wan stood there with a smile on her face. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. How come you have time to come here today? Chu Hao asked with a smile. I just solved a problem recently, so I have some time, Tang Wan said with a smile. I know. It's about your brother, Tang Tian, right? Chu Hao had heard about this before. In his opinion, Tang Wan must have been schemed against by the so-called Heavenly Lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The problem has been solved. Tang Wan smiled and did not mention it. That's good. If you have been wronged, you must tell me, Chu Hao said. Tang Wan was stunned. Gu Changa's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She could not help but feel fear in her heart and did not dare to say anything. She waved her hand and said, Brother Chu Hao, don't worry. I haven't been wronged. That's good. Actually, I have something to discuss with Brother Chu Hao. Tang Wan chose her words carefully. Oh. What is it? Is it about dealing with Gu Changa? Chu Hao asked. He still had the jade slip that Tang Wan gave him previously. It clearly listed the various sky prides who had a grudge against Gu Changa and had conflicts with him. He subconsciously thought that Tang Wan was here to help him. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Hearing that, Tang Wan suddenly sighed and said, it's indeed about Gu Chang'e. Brother Chu Hao, I think you should bear with it for a while and wait for this matter to pass. Gu Chang'e is too powerful. I'm worried that you, what? However, she was interrupted by Chu Hao before she could finish her sentence. He was in disbelief. What happened? Why did you suddenly say that? Could it be that the Tang clan behind you is pressuring you? Tang Wan did not have such an attitude a while ago. Or did she hear something? Tang Wan stared at him and said helplessly in the end, Brother Chu Hao, you can't win against Gu Chang'e now. A wise man doesn't eat what's in front of him. Can you listen to me? Why don't you bear with the humiliation this time? She did not know how to say it. Gu Chang'e meant that as long as Chu Hao did not provoke or obstruct him, he could not be bothered. In other words, Chu Hao only had to bear with it for a while and it would pass. Chu Hao did not have any advantage in front of Gu Chang'e. Chapter 301. Outside the palace, Tang Wan stood there with a worried look on her face. She was persuading Chu Hao. Her dress was fluttering, and her snow-white skin was glowing. Chu Hao was stunned when he heard that. He could not react for a while. Tang Wan actually advised him to bear with it and let this matter pass. He really didn't believe that this sentence would come from Tang Wan's mouth. She even said confidently that as long as they worked together with Gu Chang'e's enemies, they could find a way to wash away the humiliation. Although Chu Hao was proud, it did not mean that he was stupid. He knew how to bear with it. He would not be reckless when facing an enemy that he could not defeat. Although Gu Chang'e had a strong background, it was not to the extent that he would choose to retreat. In terms of cultivation, he would soon reach the supreme realm. Even if Gu Chang'e could use a supreme weapon, he was still a young junior. He was not a match for Chu Hao at all. If it was an ordinary man, he would be angry when he heard what his childhood friend said. However, Chu Hao was not. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He calmed down quickly and did not suspect Tang Wan's motive. He knew Tang Wan's character very well. He knew that she would not harm him. He must have received some kind of news. You must have a reason for saying that. You know my character. It's okay if you ask me to bear with it. But you must tell me the reason. He took a deep breath and looked at Tang Wan with a clear gaze. During this period of time, he was not in the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was not sure what happened to Tang Wan. Could it be that Gu Chang'e sensed something and forced her? However, during this period of time, Gu Chang'e was also in the land of absolute calamity. He was leading the geniuses of the Immortal Academy to kill the absolute living beings. Where did he get the time? So, what was the reason? Tang Wan sighed. She stood there with all kinds of thoughts in her mind. She could not tell Chu Hao about Gu Chang'e. She told Chu Hao so straightforwardly because she knew him very well. She was not worried that he would misunderstand or get angry. Brother Chu Hao, you have to believe me. I won't harm you. After you deal with the absolute calamity, you should return to the sect and hide for a while. As long as you don't provoke Gu Chang'e, he shouldn't take the initiative to attack you, said Tang Wan. What the hell is going on? You can't even tell me. Chu Hao was puzzled. Tang Wan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Brother Chu Hao, you have to believe me. As for the reason, I can't tell you now. Chu Hao fell silent when he heard that. He thought of the business alliance of 10,000 Dao behind Tang Wan. Could it be that the business alliance of 10,000 Dao had noticed what she had done? After that, he warned Tang Wan. After all, offending Gu Chang'e would not benefit the business alliance at all. At the thought of this, Chu Hao nodded. I know. I understand. But don't worry, I will soon become the next mansion master of the Most High Grotto Heaven. At that time, the forces behind you won't be able to force you to do anything. He clenched his fists tightly. He had a great ambition in his heart. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was on the decline. It was only because it was weak that it was pressured by the various orthodoxies. After that, he would establish the supreme celestial dynasty. The 9 heavens would worship him and he would rule the heavens. Somehow, as if it had sensed Chu Hao's great ambition, his 9th heaven quasi-supreme spirit suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Chu Hao was able to see a vague sign from it. What's this? Chu Hao was a little shocked. He saw that there seemed to be a ring of mysterious light appearing above his godly soul. Then, the mysterious light turned into a small and weak sparrow. He witnessed the rise of the weak sparrow with his own eyes. It grew stronger step by step until it turned into a python. It was planning to turn into a dragon and soar into the 9 heavens. Chu Hao felt like he had become the little sparrow. He was witnessing its growth with his own eyes. One day, even the sparrow could turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. What's going on? This emotion. Could it be that it's asking me for help? Suddenly, Chu Hao was stunned. His eyes widened as he thought he had sensed wrongly. He saw the sparrow's eyes. The pleading and crying for help in its eyes made Chu Hao's heart palpitate. How can I save you? He could not help but ask. However, in the next moment, Chu Hao was stunned. A terrifying bloody light bloomed in front of him. He saw a boundless black saber fall. The head of the little sparrow that was about to turn into a dragon was directly cut off from the middle. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the moment when it dissipated, there were still traces of fear and despair in the sparrow's eyes. Vaguely, he saw the vague figure of a young man through the sparrow's eyes. Although the young man had a smile on his face and was as warm as the wind, there was no warmth in his eyes. Gu Chang'e. What does this mean? Chu Hao's scalp went numb. He had a feeling that the sparrow was closely related to him. Somehow, something very important was slipping away from him quickly. Could it be that his greatest enemy was destined to be Gu Chang'e? Brother Hao, what happened to you just now? Soon, Tang Wan's voice made Chu Hao recover from his shock. He looked at Tang Wan and did not know what to say for a moment. Brother Hao, you should think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Tang Wan sighed. She knew that it was up to Chu Hao to decide. It was difficult for her to influence his choice. After that, Tang Wan left directly. However, unlike before, she did not need to use the spatial instrument to leave. Instead, she left directly from the palace's main gate. This scene made Chu Hao frown. He was a little confused. He knew Tang Wan's character very well. She was very cautious when dealing with people. Previously, she was very careful. No matter when she came or left, she would use the spatial instrument. She did not use the palace's main gate because she was worried that Gu Chang'e's people would notice her. It was impossible that she did not notice this because of her carelessness. This could only mean that Tang Wan felt that there was no need to be secretive and she could meet him openly. What's going on? Wan He was so secretive today. She looked as if she had some difficulties and she was unwilling to tell me. Chu Hao had a bad feeling in his heart as he thought to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly made up his mind. With his cultivation at the quasi-supreme realm, Tang Wan would not notice that he was following her secretly. If it was in the past, with Chu Hao's character, he would not do such a thing. However, Tang Wan's behavior today made him feel very uneasy. It was obvious that she was hiding something from him and she was unwilling to tell him. I'm sorry, Wan He. I'm doing this for your own good. Virum. As he thought of this, Chu Hao regained his composure. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. He followed closely behind Tang Wan. However, what made Chu Hao feel slightly relieved was that Tang Wan did not go anywhere else after leaving the palace. Instead, she returned to the commercial building, which was the business of the business alliance of the 10,000 Daos. Could it be that I'm wrong? Chu Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his expression froze. The figure that was hiding in the void could not be hidden anymore. This was because when he scanned the area with his divine thought, he realized that Tang Wan had left through the back door of the commercial building and was heading in another direction. There were many pavilions and palaces there and they looked extremely majestic. It was the temporary residence of the supreme talents from the Immortal Academy. When they first arrived, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird Country had specially arranged for them to stay so as not to offend them. Wan seems to be in a hurry. She doesn't look good. What's wrong? Why would she come to such a place? Normally, Chu Hao would definitely not come to such a place. This was because he could not stand the arrogant attitude of the group of young supreme talents. However, he had no choice but to step into that area now. With his cultivation at the quasi-supreme realm, Chu Hao did not believe that anyone would be able to discover his tracks easily. How could this be? Why would Wan come here to meet Gu Chang'e? However, Chu Hao's divine thought followed Tang Wan closely. When he saw the figure that he hated the most in the pavilion, he was stunned. His expression changed greatly as he found it hard to believe. After Tang Wan left him, she actually came here to meet Gu Chang'e? Chu Hao was infuriated. He subconsciously wanted to show himself and go forward to question them. However, his rationality told him otherwise. It was not the right time to move yet. Judging from Tang Wan's expression, she must have come here because she had no other choice. Damn it! It must be the family behind Wan, who forced her to come here to meet Gu Chang'e. Businessmen seek profit. The power and influence behind Gu Chang'e is unimaginable. The Tang family would definitely not give up such a good opportunity. Chu Hao's expression changed rapidly. He quickly figured it out and suppressed his anger. He wanted to see what exactly Tang Wan was hiding. The Uni Pavilion was located deep in the east of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Capital. It was a pavilion built by the Business Alliance of 10,000 Daos. It was usually used to entertain important guests. It was 33 floors high and was not open to the public. It was dazzling and magnificent. At the top floor, when Tang Wan arrived with a complicated expression, Gu Chang'e was writing something with his back facing her. It was as if he did not notice her arrival. However, the lady in white beside Gu Chang'e caught Tang Wan's attention. If it was not for her, the conflict between Gu Chang'e and Chu Hao would not have happened. Her appearance could be said to be a beauty that could bring calamity to a country. Tang Wan did not know why Gu Chang'e was looking for her, so she did not say anything. She really couldn't bring herself to call Gu Chang'e master in front of this woman in white. You don't have to call me that in front of others. However, I thought you would return to the Tang family directly and choose not to show yourself. It seems like you care a lot about Chu Hao. Don't worry, I will keep my word. As long as Chu Hao does not provoke me, I will not bother with him. Otherwise, you should know that it is as easy as stepping on an ant for me to step on him. Gu Chang'e finally spoke. However, he did not turn his head. He was still writing something and his tone was very casual. He did not care about Chu Hao at all. Tang Wan remained silent. She stood there and did not know what to say. She was more or less relieved that Gu Chang'e did not ask her to call him master directly. It was awkward and humiliating to call him that. Of course, Gu Chang'e was right. If she did not care about Chu Hao, she would not have come to remind him. However, Chu Hao was still hesitating and had not made a decision. What does Gu Chang'e mean? Where did he get the confidence to step on me? Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, naturally heard these words as well. Instantly, anger rose in his heart. Since when had he, who was proud and unyielding, been looked down upon like this? However, Tang Wan did not defend him at all. However, he also knew why Tang Wan advised him to bear with it. Although Tang Wan had good intentions, Chu Hao still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Asking for fresh flowers, why did she feel that he could not win against Gu Changa? Why did he have to bear with it? It seems that is really being pressured by her family. I wonder what kind of role Gu Changa played in this matter. Soon, Chu Hao suppressed his anger. He did not want to alert the enemy. After knowing Tang Wan's difficulties, he was relieved. He was worried that Tang Wan would betray him. The uneasiness he had before was completely gone. Gu Changa, are you serious? Inside the pavilion, Tang Wan still did not know that due to her carelessness, Chu Hao had followed her and was currently hiding in the dark. When she heard Gu Changa's words, she could not help but feel hopeful. She did not know why Gu Changa asked her to come here. However, after thinking about it, what could Gu Changa want from Chu Hao? She really could not think of anything. Do you think I need to care about a little Chu Hao? Gu Changa smiled and said casually. She didn't turn around and continued to write her own words. Then I promise to persuade brother Chu Hao to let go of this grudge. If possible, it would be best to forget about it with a smile. Tang Wan nodded and said. No need. I am not looking for you for this kind of thing. So what if he has a grudge against me? Do I need to care? Gu Changa interrupted her and smiled faintly. You are a little too full of yourself. Tang Wan's expression froze as she remained silent. After seeing Gu Changa's terrifying means, she understood that he was not lying. Whether it was strength or background, Gu Changa did not need to care about Chu Hao. Gu Changa is too arrogant to have such an attitude. One day, I will definitely make him regret it. Seeing this, Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, had an ugly expression and could not help but clench his fists tightly. If it was not for his strong state of mind, he would have exposed his quasi-supreme aura by now. His heart was burning with anger. Gu Changa's belittling and careless attitude, especially when she said such words in front of Tang Wan, made Chu Hao very sullen and angry. If Gu Changa said that in front of an ordinary person, he would at most smile and think that he was blind and would not take it to heart. However, it was in front of Tang Wan. This made him feel that he was being belittled by Tang Wan. As a man, how could he bear it? However, Chu Hao endured it in the end. He did not want Tang Wan's efforts to go to waste. At this moment, if he suddenly appeared and attacked Gu Changa. Not to mention whether he would succeed, the ancient country of Suzaku behind him and the Tang family behind Tang Wan would definitely be in a sea of fire and face a terrifying catastrophe. Gu Changa, why are you looking for me? After hesitating for a while, Tang Wan was confused and asked again. Hearing this, Gu Changa put down the pen in his hand and turned around. He did not answer and just smiled casually. My neck is a little sore after writing for so long. Seeing Tang Wan's expression change slightly, Gu Changa said calmly, the Tang family is not in a good position in the Myriad Daos business alliance now. Tang Wan looked at him in confusion. She did not understand why he suddenly mentioned this. However, Gu Changa did not continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, actually, it's not a big deal. Seeing that you're quite pretty, I just want you to warm my bed tonight. Tang Wan's expression changed immediately. If it was someone else who dared to speak like this, she would have chopped that person into pieces. However, it was Gu Changa and she was even implanted with a slave seal. She suddenly felt a sense of panic and uneasiness in her heart. Maybe I can consider having a concubine or something in the future. Gu Changa was still smiling calmly. Damn it, Gu Changa, you've gone too far. Hearing this secretly, Chu Hao could not help but feel his face turn green even though he had cultivated for many years and had a stable state of mind. His murderous aura was boiling and he was filled with hatred. At this moment, he did not care about the consequences. He was about to move and take Tang Wan away. However, at this moment, Gu Changa opened his mouth again and said calmly, of course, these are all lies. I'm not interested in you at all. However, it's true that my neck is sore. His smile was somewhat thought-provoking. Hearing this, Chu Hao, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped. His expression was uncertain and changed a few times. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He had never hated someone so much before. Tang Wan's expression also changed a few times. She was not stupid. She understood the meaning behind Gu Changa's words. He wanted to humiliate her and make her do the work of a maidservant. Sore neck. How could a cultivator's neck be sore? However, the situation was more powerful than the person. Although she was unwilling, she had to give in. This was because she did not know if what Gu Changa said just now would become true if she angered him. Concubine. If the Tang family behind her heard about this, they would be eager to do so. How hateful, seeing Tang Wan gritting her teeth and walking towards Gu Changa unwillingly, Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, could not stand it anymore. His figure disappeared quickly. However, the hatred and grievance in his heart could not be described as just monstrous. He was mad with hatred. Witnessing his beloved woman being ordered around like a maidservant in front of Gu Changa with his own eyes, and he did not dare to stop it. Was there anything more humiliating and infuriating in this world? At this moment, Chu Hao wished that he could cut Gu Changa into 1,000 pieces, tear him into 1,000 pieces, grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and destroy his body and soul. Only then could he vent his hatred. 1,000. Chapter 302. Has he left? In the pavilion, Gu Changa smiled when he sensed that Chu Hao's aura had left. He waved his hand and said, "Stop, there's no need for that. You can go back now." He said to Tang Wan, who was stunned. "Miss Wan, you should leave this maid job to me." Ji Qingxian was smart enough to step forward and say with a smile. Seeing Gu Changa's expression, she knew that Gu Changa was not interested in Tang Wan. Tang Wan looked at Gu Changa anxiously. She was at a loss. Boring. However, Gu Changa only shook his head. He had no intention of explaining. At this moment, the system was giving him notifications in his mind. Harvesting destiny points and luck points was a pleasurable process. Of course, he knew that Chu Hao was not in a good mood. He even wanted to kill him. When Tang Wan came to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Gu Changa had guessed that she would try to persuade Chu Hao. With Chu Hao's character, he would definitely be suspicious. After that, he would definitely follow her. If that was the case, Gu Changa would just help him and let him understand Tang Wan's good intentions. Of course, Gu Changa was just adding fuel to the fire with the help of others. He wanted to let Chu Hao know that Tang Wan did not betray him. At the same time, he wanted Tang Wan to feel that he had no other intentions towards Chu Hao. That was not difficult at all. As for what happened just now, he just wanted to take the opportunity to disrupt Chu Hao's state of mind. After all, he was the son of fortune. He was just luckier than ordinary people. He had all the flaws that he should have. However, what surprised Gu Changa was that Chu Hao was so tolerant. This allowed him to test Chu Hao's bottom line. Tang Wan was more tolerant than the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird behind him. As long as he did not do anything worse to Tang Wan, Chu Hao would be able to tolerate it. "You're so tolerant." As expected of the Green One. Gu Changa could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, I will not tell Chu Hao about what happened today. I don't have that kind of bad taste." Gu Changa then gestured for Tang Wan to leave. As for how Chu Hao would face Tang Wan next, it was not something that he had to consider. There was no need for him to worry. After all, Chu Hao was the son of fate. He was a righteous person. Even if he witnessed everything with his own eyes, would he tell Tang Wan the truth? It was impossible. Chu Hao still had to pretend that he did not know anything. He had to wear the hat of an honest person firmly. Purple Sun Heaven Monarch has been jumping around for so long. It's time to make a move on him. After this matter was settled, Gu Chang'e began to consider the matter of Ziyang Sky Monarch. As the junior brother of the eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya, who had returned from the 9 heavens, he more or less had some use. Moreover, Gu Chang'e already had a plan to deal with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch from the very beginning. This involved him harvesting another leak. In addition, Su Qing'e's recent appearance in Black Tortoise Ancient Country had brought a lot of trouble to Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. In addition, a spy reported that Ziyang Sky Monarch had noticed the traces of the inheritor of demonic arts and had chased her out of the territory of Black Tortoise Ancient Country. This gave Gu Chang'e the perfect opportunity to make a move. Su Qing'e did not let him down at all. Gu Chang'e was considering if he should treat her better the next time he saw her. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise are very close to each other. Coincidentally, Ziyang Sky Monarch is not in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. After that, Gu Chang'e left again. However, this time, he was even more secretive than before. First, he brought many followers to the place where the absolute calamity occurred. Then, he went deep into the Black Tortoise Ancient Country alone. Of course, on the way, he would definitely enter the void and choose to return. In this way, almost all the Sky Prides knew that he was leading many followers to kill the living beings of Absolute Een. It was necessary to have such an obvious alibi. Even if no one dared to doubt him, Gu Chang'e liked to arrange everything flawlessly without leaving any loopholes. At the same time, Black Tortoise Ancient Country, which was not far from Vermilion Bird Ancient Country, was not peaceful. Many young Sky Prides were in danger. They were worried and did not dare to act alone. The appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts had already killed several Sky Prides. The way they died was almost the same. Their source energy was completely devoured, and no trace was left behind. All these proved that the inheritor of demonic arts had indeed infiltrated their group. Many young Sky Prides who followed Six Crown King and Ziyang Sky Monarch were regretting. It was needless to say how powerful the inheritor of demonic arts was. That was a ruthless person who could escape unscathed from Gu Chang'e. Even Ziyang Sky Monarch might not be a match for the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, in a quiet mansion, immortal qi was faintly discernible and spiritual qi was dense. The artificial mountains and spiritual ponds were almost liquefied. Not far away, in the herbal field, there were all kinds of immortal herbs and sacred herbs. Multicolored light intertwined and filled the air. It was exceptionally dazzling. Many auspicious beasts were foraging in the herbal field. Occasionally, they would look up at the gray-robed youth sitting cross-legged on a blue stone not far away. Six Crown King's original name was Junyao. After revealing his true appearance, he looked extremely ordinary. Compared to that dazzling exceptional Sky Pride who suppressed his peers for 6 generations, there was a great difference. Only, there were extremely few cultivators who knew his true name, let alone those who saw his true appearance. It was because the Sky Prides of the same generation as him had long disappeared. They either passed away in meditation or were long buried in their past struggles. Even those who survived from that era were all old ancestors of their clans, their seniority incredibly ancient. He was an ancient who did not fit in with this great era. For the sake of becoming number one, he didn't hesitate to seal himself several times, all for the sake of finding the most powerful opponent. In this world, he once again felt battle intent from Gu Chang'e. Dao brother said that you were framed? I don't believe these words. Six Crown King said with a faint smile. In front of him, there was an extremely valiant-looking young man standing there. The valiant young man was tall and large, his hair seemingly burning. However, golden symbols flickered within his eyes, making him look like a divine child of the sun. This was Ying Shuang, who had disguised himself and infiltrated Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's group. He originally planned to find an opportunity to find Purple Sun Heaven Monarch and cooperate with him to deal with Gu Chang'e. But now, many young sky prides of the Black Tortoise ancient country had been secretly harmed by the inheritor of the demonic arts, their source energy being devoured. His plan could not help but be disrupted and come to an end. Ing Shuang also did not know what method Gu Chang'e had used to make a move in the Black Tortoise ancient country and throw the blame on him. Logically speaking, Gu Chang'e was currently in the Vermilion Bird ancient country. How could he have come to the Black Tortoise ancient country to commit murder when many young sky prides had met with mishaps? During this period of time, many people had begun to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Ing Shuang was not worried, after all, he was not the true inheritor of the demonic arts. With this disguise, he was not afraid of others seeing through it. However, he did not expect that Six-Crowned King would see through his disguise today and recognize his identity. This caused Ing Shuang to feel uneasy. He had no choice but to brace himself and follow Six-Crowned King to his residence. Then what do I have to do to make you believe me? Ing Shuang asked in a low voice, golden runes flickering in his eyes. Even if he was an impostor, he still displayed the dignity of a Prince Ing. You said that the true inheritor of the demonic arts is actually Gu Chang'e. What is the evidence? According to my understanding, Gu Chang'e is currently in the Vermilion Bird ancient country. Although it is not very far from the Black Tortoise ancient country, to come here and commit murder. Do you think he can do it? Six-Crowned King said indifferently. His appearance was very ordinary, but his tone was very calm and confident. There was an unquestionable bearing. I don't know how he did it, but the person who framed me is definitely Gu Chang'e, Ing Shuang said in a low voice. Ing Shuang said in a deep voice. Regarding this point, she had never doubted it. Other than Gu Chang'e, he could not find anyone who would do this to him. Of course, in the absolute battlefield, Gu Chang'e had sent out several great saints to put on a show in front of everyone. From then on, he could not shake off this black pot. Words have no proof. In my opinion, you are the biggest suspect. Six-Crowned King smiled faintly, appearing incomparably confident. However, don't worry, I won't expose you. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, you better not disappoint me. Right now, you are still too weak and are not my opponent. I hope you can grow to the day when I have the will to fight. After saying this, he waved his hand. Layers of resplendent runes spread out like a rain of light. In the next instant, Ing Shuang's figure disappeared, appearing outside the residence. So strong. This kind of method caused Ing Shuang's expression to change greatly. He was very shocked. This was another monster. His strength was definitely above Purple Sun Sky Monarch's. His mood was somewhat gloomy. After his identity was exposed, he insisted that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. He did not even give him half a chance to explain. After leaving the residence, Ing Shuang strolled around the streets of the Black Tortoise imperial capital. His expression was not good. He found that Elder Mo no longer cared about him recently. He almost did not appear again. I heard that Purple Sun Sky Monarch has left to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. If it is really Gu Chang'e, then Purple Sun Sky Monarch might not be able to survive. His expression became more and more serious. In this way, he would have one less partner. Wouldn't the matter of dealing with Gu Chang'e be far away? Suddenly, Ing Shuang's expression changed. At the entrance of the pavilion in front of him, he saw a familiar figure walking in. This caused his mind to tremble. His eyes widened. He did not dare to imagine that he would meet her here. Could this be the so-called fate? Ing Shuang's heart was beating very fast. He remembered the days when he was still a horse boy. If it was not for the pity of the young miss, he would have starved to death on the streets. Compared to the days of fear now, he found that those days were more comfortable. Ing Shuang thought that he would never have a chance to see her again in this life. However, he really did not expect to see her again in the Black Tortoise imperial capital. This must be fate. What a pity. I am now a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to kill. To her, I am a stranger that she has never seen before. Miss Yin Mei was once saved by Gu Chang'e. It seems that she still does not know the true face of Gu Chang'e. I have to find a suitable opportunity to remind her. Ying Xuan thought to himself. He could not help but clench his fists. In the immortal ancient continent, Yin Mei had encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts. In his opinion, this was definitely related to Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e had even used this to gain a good reputation. He had even won Yin Mei's admiration. If I go there rashly, with Miss Yin Mei's character, she will definitely be suspicious of me. I have to find a suitable method. Ying Xuan sank into contemplation. In the end, he decided to use the simplest method. After all, when he was still feeding servant Ma, he remembered a lot of Yin Mei's likes and dispositions. He knew what she liked. As long as he used this method, he believed that he could become familiar with Yin Mei. Thinking of this, Ying Xuan walked toward the pavilion in front of him. He wanted to see the reason why Yin Mei came to the Black Tortoise ancient country. Miss, there is a young heaven's pride following you. Hearing the maid's reminder, Yin Mei smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry. Let him follow me. I want to see what his purpose is. Although she said so, she could not help but remember Gu Chang'e's order. This should be the pitiful scapegoat of Prince Ying. Yin Mei's smile was somewhat pitiful. Of course, in the eyes of others, it was not strange. She seemed to be choosing something with the servant girl beside her. In the ancient Azure Dragon City, the sky was dark. In a stone room, Gu Xian frowned deeply. He was currently studying a bone book in his hands. There were many strange symbols hanging down from it, and they were like small golden suns. They were incomparably brilliant. She muttered to herself in distress, will this invincible Vajradharma body turn a person into that kind of golden bronze statue that looks like it's made of gold? When he thought of what he had become in the end, she couldn't bring herself to practice it. After all, her ethereal image had turned into a golden bronze statue in the blink of an eye. Gu Chang'e might not even recognize her. Gu Xian couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he could only accept the bone book and give up on practicing. Of course, she definitely wouldn't throw it away. When the time came, she would just casually put it on the ground and it would attract a large number of cultivators. After all, this was a supreme-level body refining technique. She couldn't figure it out. How did she get such an opportunity in this trial? Instead, it was Qing Xiaoyi's Green Moon Dao incantation that moved Gu Xian a little. She was thinking about how to use this body refining technique in her hands to get her Green Moon Dao incantation. No, it was a trade. Although there were only 3 of them in this trial, it was surprisingly easy. They even found an ancient cultivator's cave abode in the area where the absolute Yin calamity broke out. There were exactly 3 opportunities, and each of them could split one equally, no more and no less. At that time, Gu Xian didn't know that the jade scroll in her hands was a body refining technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted it even if she was beaten to death. Gu Chang'e, that guy, said he would come to help, but he's nowhere to be seen. As expected, we can't count on him. Gu Xian muttered softly, thinking of Gu Chang'e. Although she said that, she also knew that they didn't need Gu Chang'e's help in this trial. It was ridiculously easy. Because of the geography of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, there were a few other ancient kingdoms in front of them. They had gotten a great deal. But, was Gu Chang'e really going to ignore them? Well, actually, she wanted to see Gu Chang'e, so it was a little boring to stay here. Boom! However, at this time, a terrifying wave suddenly came from outside the stone room. It was like a heavy wave that came crashing in. Even though there was a layer of restrictions in between, Gu Xian could feel it clearly. What's going on? This direction? Could it be where Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng are? Did something happen to them? With no time to think, Gu Xian left the stone room in a flash and rushed towards the direction of the wave. In the sky, Gu Xian only had time to see a blurry figure. It seemed to have opened a space tunnel and was preparing to leave. He was holding an unconscious girl in his hand. It was Qin Xiaoyi. Stop! Put her down. Seeing this, Gu Xian immediately understood everything and shouted coldly. At the same time, she took out a jade sword and slashed it towards the sky. Strange phenomena appeared and sacred runes shone brightly, illuminating the night sky. However, the blurry figure only slapped casually, and a terrifying force pressed down. The runes broke, and the jade sword was sent flying and fell to the ground. The sage state. Gu Xian frowned and took out another instrument. This was a quasi-saint instrument, a battle spear. It shone brightly and brightly, illuminating the sky. Under one attack, the void cracked open, and a terrifying crack spread out. It was a testament to its terrifying power. However, the figure seemed to be very impatient. He put two fingers together and turned them into the shape of a sword, and pointed directly at her quasi-saint instrument. With a crack, the battle spear cracked and turned into hundreds of pieces, falling from the sky. For a moment it was like a meteor shower, and it was unusually bright and dazzling. However, it seemed to be deliberately avoiding Gu Xian and did not hit her. This made her a little puzzled, but this puzzlement quickly dissipated. At this time, she did not have time to think too much. Put her down. Gu Xian's figure flew up into the sky. Her delicate fist seemed to be carved out of jade, but it contained incomparable power. She suddenly smashed it towards the blurry figure, trying to save Qin Xiaoyi. However, the other party's method was very simple. With a wave of his sleeve, the void in front of him blurred and a passage opened. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. Gu Xian's powerful punch could only hit empty air, which made her very unwilling. Damn it! Qin Xiaoyi has been taken away. I have to contact the elders of the Immortal Academy about this. Qin Xiaoyi is a thorn in their hearts. Thinking of this, Gu Xian took out a jade talisman and planned to contact the Immortal Academy. She was not worried that the elders would blame her for not protecting Qin Xiaoyi well. However, she still felt a little guilty. If she was a little stronger, or a little more decisive, she might have been able to save Qin Xiaoyi by using other instruments. Could it be that the person who took Qin Xiaoyi cares about her immortal demon body? Gu Xian frowned and suddenly thought of Qin Xiaoyi's brother, Qin Feng. However, in her opinion, for something like this to happen, Qin Feng should be doomed. Soon, Gu Xian's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard of Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng. Here, she saw Qin Feng, who was about to explode, and there were bloodstains everywhere. He seemed to be dead. I'm too slow. Gu Xian felt a little guilty. However, her expression changed quickly, and she was a little surprised. No, there is still a trace of life. What saved him? Chapter 303. In the courtyard, dark clouds blew in and covered the surroundings. It was dark and gloomy, making the environment seem even more desolate. The thick smell of blood filled the air, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators to change rapidly. In the sky, streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all directions at high speed. The leader of the group was the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. As soon as they heard the commotion, they rushed over in a panic. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. Someone, come quickly. Bad news, there's an enemy attack. The ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon's face turned pale. Seeing this scene, he felt dizzy and hurriedly called for a doctor. The siblings, Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyi, did not have any powerful backing. However, the talent they displayed was valued by many elders of the Immortal Academy. If something happened to them here, it would be useless even if he went to meet them. Now, He could only hope to save Qing Feng's life first. When this kind of thing happened, it would definitely alarm the elders of True Immortal Academy and hurry over. That aura just now was at least the work of a saint. With the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon's ability, how could they take down a saint assassin? However, what made the Emperor of Azure Dragon relieved was that Gu Xian was safe and sound. She was calm and tranquil as she stood there. What he was most worried about was that something had happened to Gu Xian and that he knew who was behind her. If she was hurt in the slightest, even the destruction of the entire ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon would not be enough to appease that person's anger. Miss Xian, it's good that you're fine. The Emperor of Azure Dragon revealed a relieved smile. Gu Xian nodded but did not reply. Runes flickered in her eyes. Strands of divine light shone as she carefully observed Qing Feng's current situation. At this moment, Qing Feng was lying on the ground, covered in blood and looked like he was about to explode. His vitality was also extremely weak, like a candle in the autumn wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, there was a hazy light that was protecting his heart, meridians, and divine soul. If not for Gu Xian's strong perception, she would have thought that he was already dead. What is that? Gu Xian was puzzled and shocked. She looked over and saw a bottle-like object glowing faintly in Qing Feng's arms. The patterns were extremely simple and unadorned, and there were even traces of rust. Although it was stained with blood, it still looked extraordinary. Could it be that this God 21 secret bottle saved Qing Feng's life? Gu Xian's shock was not unreasonable. The mysterious man who had kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi was very powerful. He was at least in the saint realm. Her quasi-sage level battle spear could fight at least a sage level existence after being activated by her. However, with a casual flick of the mysterious person's finger, it was shattered into pieces. With such terrifying strength, he was definitely not a simple saint. In the end, Qing Feng had only been on the path of cultivation for a short while. His strength was not even at the almighty realm. Not to mention a palm strike from a sage, even a wisp of pressure would not be able to withstand it and would directly explode. Although the mysterious man's aura is at the saint stage, his strength is definitely not at the saint stage, it's most likely an ancient freak. Gu Xian guessed. How could an ordinary sage realm cultivator have such strength? Moreover, what puzzled her was that after the mysterious man attacked, he seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. Could it be someone she knew? But which acquaintance would come and kidnap Qing Xiaoyi? Immortal demon body origin? Could it be someone related to the inheritor of demonic arts? Recently, I heard that an inheritor of demonic arts has appeared in the Black Tortoise ancient country. It seems that Qing Xiaoyi is most likely dead this time. Gu Xian sighed. Her heart was filled with doubts. She could only wait and see if Qing Feng would know anything after being saved. Otherwise, if Qing Xiaoyi was lost, it would be difficult to find her. However, this is a good opportunity to tell Gu Chang'e about this matter. Back then, in front of all the elders, he solemnly guaranteed the safety of Qing Xiaoyi and her brother. But now, one of the siblings is seriously injured and the other's life is uncertain. Could it be Gu Chang'e's enemy who did this? She guessed in her heart. However, without evidence, it was hard to say. After that, a group of doctors from the Azure Dragon ancient country rushed over, intending to treat Qing Feng first. Speaking of which, Qing Feng's injuries were extremely fatal. It was obvious that the mysterious man was determined to kill him. However, to be able to withstand a saint's palm strike and survive, and still have a glimmer of life left, shocked all the doctors. His heart and veins were protected by a mysterious force. His soul was almost destroyed, but in the end, it was still protected by that force. This is really strange. They were very surprised. They had seen many injuries, but this was the first time they had seen such a situation. He had just returned from the gates of hell. If it wasn't for his incredible luck, then he was not destined to die. Even the heavens could not bear to take him away. This little bottle is a little strange. There were some sharp-eyed people who saw the quaint little bottle in Qing Feng's arms. However, they did not think too much about it. They did not have Gu Xian's eyesight and naturally could not see through the mysteries of this little bottle. Gu Xian did not think too much about it. Although she was stingy, and loved to take advantage of others, it did not mean that she would take advantage of the situation. At this moment, she was mainly worried about the safety of Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng. She was the leader of this trial in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. As the senior sister, she could not even protect the two of them. This made the proud and arrogant her feel a little uncomfortable. If it was Gu Chang'e, nothing would have happened to Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng. That mysterious man might not even have been able to escape. I am still too weak, she was a little disheartened. Previously, she had been defeated repeatedly by Gu Chang'e. She did not expect that she would not even be able to take down a mysterious man. Gu Xian suspected that the teachers in the Peach Village were lying to her. They actually said that with her strength, she could easily defeat those of the same generation and become invincible. Even she herself did not believe this. After hesitating for a while, she still took the initiative to send a message to Gu Chang'e. She hoped that Gu Chang'e could come up with a solution. But soon, the communication amulet lit up. The moment she told Gu Chang'e about what happened here, Gu Chang'e sent a message back. Gu Xian was a little surprised. Normally, Gu Chang'e would not be so concerned about something. Why are you so useless? You can't even take care of two people. However, she did not expect Gu Chang'e's first sentence to be a scolding. Gu Xian was a little angry. She almost threw the communication amulet in her hand away. Shouldn't he be concerned about her at this time? However, Gu Chang'e actually scolded her. I'll be there soon. However, when she heard Gu Chang'e's next sentence, she gave up and snorted, I'm just telling you about this. Who asked you to come? If you could save me some trouble, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. After saying this, Gu Chang'e crushed the communication amulet in his hand. Naturally, he could not hear Gu Xian's endless chatter. He glanced at the unconscious Qin Xiaoyi in his hand. Then, the space in front of him blurred again. He stepped into it and soon disappeared from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. From Gu Xian he found out that Qin Feng was not dead. Of course, this was all part of his plan. If he killed Qin Feng now, who would testify against him later? When he killed Qin Feng, he deliberately held back. On one hand, he was worried that he would accidentally kill Qin Feng. Of course, Gu Chang'e knew that he had the heaven-wielding bottle. That item was Qin Feng's life-changing divine weapon. It should be able to protect him at a critical moment and save his life at the same time. For this game of chess, he had rushed over from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird without stopping. However, with his current speed, it would not take him much time. When he was rushing, he merged with the Tao of space and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Even a small teleportation formation was not as fast as his speed. What he had to think about now was how to find a suitable place to leave Qin Xiaoyi there. If there's enough time, I can use the guidance Tao fruit to get her immortal demon body origin source. A dense radiance appeared in Gu Chang'e's palm. Then, it turned into a dazzling sapling. All kinds of rules and runes flashed and spewed out multicolored light. There were fruits on the sapling. One of the fruits was surrounded by a primordial purple aura. It was extremely mysterious and mystical. All kinds of Tao and skills fell and intertwined on it. Gu Chang'e looked at the unconscious Qin Xiaoyi. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, a sparkling and translucent fruit fell from the sapling. It turned into a ball of light and fell toward Qin Xiaoyi's forehead, merging with it instantly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. What happened in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon did not spread at first. Only a small group of people knew about it. In the end, it was because there were too few geniuses in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. However, Gu Xian told Gu Chang'e about it through the Jade Talisman. The news of Qin Xiaoyi's abduction spread among the geniuses of the Immortal Academy, causing a huge uproar. Gu Chang'e, who was far away in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, returned immediately after dealing with the absolute calamity. Then, he led his people and rushed to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Many young geniuses and ancient freaks were paying attention to Gu Chang'e's every move. Someone saw him leaving the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After asking around, they knew what happened in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Word spread. Almost all the geniuses of the ancient kingdoms knew about it. They were extremely shocked. Qin Xiaoyi and Qin Feng were very special in the Immortal Academy. They did not have any background. However, their talents were very strong. Many elders fought to take them in as disciples. Now that Qin Xiaoyi was in trouble, many of the young geniuses were gloating. It was said that her body was very special. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts made many people connect the dots. They wondered if it was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Many geniuses in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise were harmed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts had run to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon? The inheritor of the demonic arts. In a residence filled with divine aura, Six-Crown Prince Jun Yao was sitting cross-legged on a green rock. He seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of someone. Of course, it was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, he had just seen Ying Shuang in the Black Tortoise royal capital on the day Qin Xiaoyi was abducted. Even if Ying Shuang had wings on her back and could travel through the void, it was impossible for her to abduct Qin Xiaoyi in such a short time. Therefore, he did not think the rumors about the inheritor of the demonic arts were true. The real culprit was someone else. It was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. But it should be related to him. It is said that the Purple Sun Sovereign went to chase after the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, Ying Shuang did not leave the Black Tortoise royal capital. Then who is the person he was chasing? Interesting. So the two of them are in cahoots. No wonder Ying Shuang is so daring. The Purple Sun Sovereign's golden cicada shell shedding technique has reached perfection. Jun Yao smiled. Then, he closed his eyes and did not continue to care. He had seen through everything, but he was too lazy to point it out. The inheritor of the demonic arts, Ying Shuang, was so capable. She had actually joined hands with the Purple Sun Sovereign in secret. He had underestimated Ying Shuang. With such ability, no wonder she was able to escape unscathed from Gu Chang'e. At this time, everyone is in the dark. I just don't know if Gu Chang'e can see through all of this. Jun Yao murmured. He had a little bit of expectation in his heart. If Gu Chang'e couldn't even see through this, then he would be a little disappointed. In his opinion, this great enemy was only a so-so. Inheritor of the demonic arts. Could it be that he wants to push the blame to me again? No, Six-Crown King saw me personally that day. He can definitely prove that I did not do it. On the other side, as the scapegoat, Ying Shuang naturally received this news as well. At the beginning, he was also very shocked. But after he reacted, his expression became incomparably ugly. After all, according to the rumors, everyone suspected that this was done by the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, he had become the scapegoat again. Gu Chang'e, I have no enmity with him. Why is he trying to frame me time and time again? Even if the Six-Crown King knows that I did not do it, so what? Thinking of this, Ying Shuang was incomparably sullen, angry, and unwilling. He clenched his fists tightly. But there was nothing he could do about this. He could not even defend himself. You have been following my young miss these past few days. Is there something you want to do? However, at this moment, a woman's cold voice rang in Ying Shuang's ears. He suddenly regained his senses and looked at the beautiful girl who was walking over. Ying Shuang was momentarily stunned. Only now did he react. Right now, he was standing next to a street stall. This young girl dressed as a maid was staring at him with unkind eyes. Ying Shuang did not expect that even though he was so careful, he would still be noticed by Yin Mei. Not far away, Yin Mei was frowning and staring at him. She had a suspicious, puzzled, and cautious expression on her face. I am actually not a bad person. Ying Shuang smiled in a simple and honest manner, rubbing his nose. You followed my young miss for so many days, yet you still say that you are not a bad person. The maid's eyes were unkind. Magical force surged from her body, divine symbols flickering, looking like she was about to attack. Don't attack, I am really a good person. Ying Shuang hurriedly said. He did not want to offend Yin Mei over such a small matter and incur her displeasure. Little Zhu, let him come over. At this time, Yin Mei not far away spoke, sighing. I also feel that he is not a bad person. I seem to see a familiar shadow on him. Her words were not loud, carrying a sigh and a bit of helplessness, but Ying Shuang heard it. Ying Shuang was stunned. After he reacted, his eyes could not help but widen in shock. He faintly guessed the meaning of Yin Mei's words. Did she see the shadow of the horse boy he used to be? Thinking of this, Ying Shuang suddenly became excited, but more importantly, he was moved. It had been so long. Young Miss Yin Mei still did not forget him, even if he was only a lowly horse boy. At this moment, Ying Shuang did not know what kind of mood he was in as he walked over. What is your name? Are you the genius of Immortal Academy? Yin Mei's voice sounded again, making Ying Shuang could not help but come back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment, and for some unknown reason, he unexpectedly shook his head. No. He was trying to calm his excited mood. He remembered that last time when young Miss Yin Mei asked for his name, he was being bullied by a group of people and almost died on the street. I am no longer the servant boy of the past. I can stand in front of young Miss Yin Mei with dignity. I will let her know who in this world is truly good for her. Ying Shuang's mood was surging. After several twists and turns, he could finally speak to Yin Mei with dignity. Are you not? Yin Mei looked a bit disappointed and shook her head. If you are not the genius of Immortal Academy, why would you appear here? Ying Shuang was speechless for a moment. If he was not the genius of Immortal Academy, why would he be here? He had no choice but to brace himself and say, actually, I am the genius of Immortal Academy who came here to train. A long time ago, I knew about the existence of Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei and admired her, so you secretly followed me, right? Yin Mei calmly interrupted him. Seeing that you have an honest attitude, I will not pursue this matter today. Don't let me see you again in the future. After saying that, she was about to leave. Hearing this, Ying Shuang was suddenly stunned. He stood in place and quietly watched Yin Mei leave. However, his mood was not calm at all. When he was still a servant boy, he understood Yin Mei's character very well. If she was really angry, it was impossible for her to let him leave safely. In other words, she is actually not angry at my actions. It should be because she feels that I am somewhat familiar. In that case, in Yin Mei's heart, the previous me actually had some weight. Thinking of this, Ying Shuang suddenly felt that being framed as an inheritor of demonic arts was not something unacceptable. His current life was no longer as gloomy as it had been in the past. Chapter 304. The ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon was no longer peaceful. There was a fluctuation in the air, and after a moment of fuzziness, a space passage appeared. The elders of the Immortal Academy who had received the news finally broke through space and rushed over. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, and all of them were extremely old. Gu Xian, the king of Azure Dragon, and the others had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the palace. 3 people came. Gu Xian was slightly surprised. She glanced at the sky in the distance, but still didn't see Gu Changa. Greetings to the elders. The king of Azure Dragon and the others hurried forward to greet them. No need to be so polite. The old woman waved her hand and said lightly. She was called Granny Yinhua. She wore flowery clothes and held a dragon-headed walking stick. Her silver hair was neatly combed, and not a strand of hair was out of place. At this moment, her face was very ugly. She had originally thought highly of Qin Xiaoyi, and had even fought with the other elders over her. When she suddenly heard this news, she didn't know how to react for a long time. She couldn't imagine who would be so bold as to kidnap Qin Xiaoyi during the trial. The other 2 elders felt the same as Granny Yinhua. Although they were extremely shocked, worried, and angry, they didn't dare to blame Gu Xian. Although Gu Xian didn't protect her as the senior sister, Gu Changa was behind her. Who would dare to blame her? However, they didn't treat her well either. Gu Xian naturally knew the reason, but she didn't bother to say anything. She looked cold. She had done everything she could. In order to save Qin Feng, she had even sacrificed a few precious sacred medicines. After that, everyone came to the palace where Qin Feng was recuperating. With the help of many old doctors in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, Qin Feng was still breathing, but he was still unconscious. When the 3 elders rushed over, he was still subconsciously grabbing forward, as if trying to save his sister. Gu Xian's expression was cold and calm. She noticed this detail and raised her eyebrows slightly. At that time, Qin Feng must have noticed that Qin Xiaoyi was suddenly taken away by someone and chased after her. As a result, that mysterious person sent a palm strike over. Not only did it shatter the protective item that the elder had given Qin Feng, it also almost killed him. The fluctuation she felt at that time was actually from that palm. Because she had arrived in time, the mysterious man did not attack again. Instead, he took Qin Xiaoyi away and did not bother her too much. What a pity, I don't know how he survived with such injuries. The 3 elders sighed and quickly examined Qin Feng's injuries. They were shocked at how he had survived. But they couldn't find the reason. This old man has a 9 transformations soul return elixir on hand. Consider it a bargain for this brat. An elder then painfully took out a pill the size of a thumb. It was enshrouded in 9 colored pill clouds. But the moment it appeared, it emitted an aura that made one's hair stand on end. Not only that, but various strange phenomena also appeared in the vicinity of the medicinal pill. Immortal birds soared, divine mountains towered, and it was indescribably marvelous. Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. The expressions of the 2 elders at the side changed and they couldn't help but take in a cold breath. The 9 transformations soul return elixir was a pill that could be used even when they were heavily injured. But soon, they realized this guy's intention. If he saved Qin Feng and then found Qin Xiaoyi, she would definitely be greatly indebted to him. She was bound to be deeply grateful to him and would very likely take him as her master. This made them somewhat regretful that they had missed such a good opportunity. Then, this 9 transformations soul return elixir was swallowed. Along with a burst of colorful light, many strange phenomena intertwined. Even the unconscious Qin Feng was dazzling. This 9 transformations soul return elixir is indeed miraculous. This elder couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. Although it was painful, it was good that it was effective. At this moment, Qin Feng's weakened state was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his pale and bloodless face gradually became rosy and lustrous. As expected of the 9 transformations soul return elixir. With such effects, it really is called a life-saving elixir. Granny Yinhua couldn't help but praise. On the other hand, Gu Xian noticed that there seemed to be a strange pattern flashing across Qin Feng's simple and unadorned little bottle. Very soon, this elixir was swallowed. Qing Feng coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. His ruptured organs and bones began to heal. Divine light intertwined and turned into a purple immortal aura that drowned him, causing his complexion to become better. Sister, let go of my sister. Qing Feng suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously shouted. He wanted to get up, but because he tore his wounds, he felt a piercing pain. His face turned pale, and cold sweat flowed down his face. At this moment, he finally realized that he was no longer in the courtyard that night. He actually came back to life. Seeing this scene, Gu Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The other elders at the side also let out a sigh of relief. The elder who took out the 9 transformations soul return elixir couldn't help but smile. Good, good. It's not a loss. Little sister has been kidnapped. However, Qing Feng was in a daze, as if he didn't notice them. He couldn't help but mutter, feeling incomparably uneasy, panicked, and worried. Seeing this, Granny Yinhua frowned. Her soul has been frightened. She needs to calm down and recuperate for a while. However, as she spoke, she waved her sleeve, and a ball of hazy light landed on Qing Feng. Qing Feng, who was still in a daze, gradually recovered and became calm. This was the heart-calming mantra. Thank you elders and senior sister Xian for saving my life. Qing Feng calmed down. He knew that this was not the time to talk nonsense, so he began to narrate what happened that night. He finished cultivating and was preparing to sleep. However, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from his sister's courtyard next door. Of course, this fluctuation wasn't felt by him, but by the heaven-wielding bottle. Therefore, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he rushed over, he happened to see a mysterious person. His entire body was covered in pitch-black runes, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was grabbing the unconscious Qing Xiaoyi and was about to leave. This scene made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Without thinking, he wanted to go and save Qing Xiaoyi. However, that mysterious person just casually slammed his palm down, and the protective item that the elders gave him instantly exploded into pieces. His consciousness also dissipated in an instant. At that time, if it wasn't for this mysterious bottle that blocked the attack from me, I would have been destroyed in both body and soul. Qing Feng said bitterly. At this time, he couldn't hide the existence of the mysterious bottle anymore. After all, the 3 elders had already noticed this when they were saving him. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to block that attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. This bottle? Granny Yinhua took the bottle in surprise and carefully examined it. The ordinary patterns were extremely simple and unadorned. It was covered in rust, and there was nothing special about it. This bottle, could it be the heaven-wielding bottle? On the other hand, the other elder at the side had eyes like torches. After a few careful glances, he said in a deep voice, recognizing him. The heaven-wielding bottle of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. Gu Xian was also a little surprised. Naturally, she had also heard of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. It was rumored that if one gathered all 7 artifacts, they would be able to find the secret treasure of the Immortal Palace. It contained countless precious opportunities. To be honest, the ordinary-looking bottle in Qing Feng's hand was the heaven-wielding bottle. To be honest, it was out of her expectations. However, at this time, Qing Feng took the initiative to speak frankly. Even if the elders were tempted, they couldn't take it for themselves. After studying it for half a day, they returned the bottle to Qing Feng. At that time, that mysterious person was very decisive. He predicted that Qing Feng wouldn't be able to block a single attack and would die instantly. This also made it difficult for us to trace the situation back then. However, we should still try. Qing Xiaoyi's soul tablet hasn't dissipated yet. This means that her life isn't in danger yet. Then, the 3 Supreme Being Elders appeared in the courtyard where Qing Xiaoyi was abducted. Each of them used their own methods to trace the scene back then. Soon, along with various colored lights and laws, a hazy fog of chaos spread out. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Vague signs appeared in the sky, making one's heart palpitate. Just as the elders were about to see that mysterious person, a terrifying gray fog suddenly swept over. The three of them groaned and their faces paled as if they were struck by lightning. They hurriedly retreated from this state. After going through so much trouble, they didn't see anything in the end. What kind of method does that mysterious person have? He either has a secret treasure or some kind of divine ability that can interfere with heaven's secrets. The elders' expressions were extremely solemn. They felt that this matter was very troublesome. No matter which possibility it was, it meant that the mysterious person had a powerful background. Kidnapping Qin Xiaoyi was definitely premeditated. Something's not right. Perhaps there's a way to find that mysterious person, then, just as everyone was at a loss of what to do. Granny Yinhua suddenly spoke. She was very confident as she stared at the heaven-wielding bottle. It's rumored that the heaven-wielding bottle is called the heaven-wielding bottle because it's made of a special material. It's both offensive and defensive and can even absorb the opponent's attack and rebound it. Her words made everyone's eyes light up. At that time, the heaven-wielding bottle blocked the attack for Qin Feng. Perhaps we can try activating it and trace the attack. That mysterious person probably didn't expect Qin Feng to have something like the heaven-wielding bottle. Based on the aura and laws contained in the attack, we can naturally trace the person who did it. The two elders nodded and looked at Granny Yinhua with admiration. Gu Xian also felt that this method was feasible. There was always a light at the end of the tunnel. No one would have expected Qin Feng to have the heaven-wielding bottle. Then, the three elders acted together. They planned to activate the heaven-wielding bottle and restore the attack that it had absorbed. Buzz! The terrifying laws of the Supreme Realm descended. Even if it was only a wisp, it was extremely terrifying. It changed the color of the sky, and all the cultivators and living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow. A monstrous aura suddenly rose in this place. Then, the rust on the surface of the heaven-wielding bottle fell off as if it had been washed clean. It became full of Taoist rhymes, and streaks of dazzling light appeared on it. Then, a pitch-black palm print appeared from the reflection of the sky-wielding bottle and condensed in the void. The divine power fluctuation from it made Qin Feng's expression change drastically. He revealed a bone-deep hatred. That's right, it's this aura. Back then, it was this palm that almost destroyed my body and soul. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. How could he forget such a feeling? The other party had just casually slapped him to death like an ant. Although it's wrapped in dark runes, the origin aura is another kind. This kind of origin aura is very rare. No, it's not rare. It should be other than that person. Granny Yinhua carefully sized up the large black palm print. With her eyesight, she quickly noticed the abnormality. However, she thought of something and her expression changed. She was a little afraid and didn't continue speaking. The other elder's expression also changed abruptly. Then, he chose to shut up. He was a little flustered and was forcing himself to calm down. How is this possible? The last elder's expression was uncertain. He glanced at Qin Feng and sighed deeply. He seemed to be very conflicted and helpless. What's going on? Elders, why are you suddenly like this? Qin Feng, who was originally full of anticipation, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the three elders' expressions, uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Qin Xiaoyi was not simple? Why were they so afraid that they couldn't say anything? Or did they not dare to believe it? How is this possible? Staring at the large black palm print, Gu Xian's eyes flickered with runes. After many deductions, he was also shocked in the end. This aura is almost the same as the Purple Sun Lord who fought with Gu Chang'e. This kind of primordial energy, other than him, no one else should be able to use it, right? After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to speak. Her voice was cold and calm. Gu Xian glanced at the elders who kept silent and continued, it seems that the three elders should have seen through it as well. The Purple Sun Lord's identity was a disciple of the Immortal Academy. He once suppressed the younger generation of the upper realm and was the number one of his generation. Behind him was the purple mansion of the imperishable sect. It was normal that the three elders were afraid of this and did not want to talk about it. Even Gu Xian was very surprised just now. She wondered if the Purple Sun Lord was wrongly accused. However, thinking about it carefully, she also wondered if it was an ancient freak who did it. Moreover, the other party deliberately avoided her. Thinking back to how Zi Yang Lord of Heaven had pursued her, Gu Xian finally figured it out. Why would the Purple Sun Lord kidnap Qin Xiaoyi? Gu Xian could not understand, but she had already said it. The three elders looked at each other. There was fear in their eyes, but they did not say much. The Purple Mansion was powerful and mysterious. There was no need to say more. This time, the Purple Mansion specially sent an extremely old freak who was in the Immortal Academy. He thought highly of the Purple Sun Lord and planned to protect him. That old freak was not someone they could compare to. It was rumored that after that person failed to achieve Tao, he cut off his own blade. However, he could return to his peak at any time. His strength was unfathomable. Although they suspected the Purple Sun Lord, they did not dare to say much. They did not dare to think deeper. Why would he kidnap Qin Xiaoyi if he did not have any enmity with her? After all, no sequence disciple had a simple background. Their background was not to be underestimated. Senior Xian, what should we do? Qin Feng's face turned pale. He was not stupid at all. After hearing Gu Xian's words and seeing the change in attitude of the elders, did it not mean anything? The Purple Sun Lord was an ancient freak who had the Purple Mansion behind him. Not only did he have a powerful background, but his strength was also unfathomable. He and Qin Xiaoyi had no power or influence. They were only chosen by the elders because of their talents. However, would they offend the Purple Sun Lord because of this? Offend the Purple Mansion behind him? Was it worth it? Gu Xian was also stunned. She quickly thought about the Purple Sun Lord's intentions in her mind. What was the reason for him to kidnap Qin Xiaoyi? Could it be that it was the same as last time? First, he kidnapped Qin Xiaoyi, set up a trap, and then let her go and claimed that he was the one who found her. Or was it to gain her favor? This possibility was not high. Then it should be because of Qin Xiaoyi's immortal demon body. When did the Purple Sun Lord ally himself with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Gu Xian's expression was heavy. It was not that she did not want to help Qin Feng. However, if she was alone, she would not be able to face the power behind the Purple Sun Lord. The Gu family would not listen to her. Moreover, the three elders in front of her were all smart people. They did not want to interfere and seemed to want to stay out of this. Most importantly, she could not be sure if the Purple Sun Lord was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. If he was, she could use this opportunity to inform everyone. After all, there were too many reasons to kidnap Qin Xiaoyi. As long as the Purple Sun Lord refused to admit it, what could she do? Senior Xian, I beg you to save Xiaoyi. Qin Feng's face turned pale. He quickly begged and took out the heaven-wielding bottle. As long as you can save Xiaoyi, I am willing to give this bottle to you. Although the heaven-wielding bottle was precious, the elders were not stupid. The elder who used the 9 revolutions soul return elixir to save Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "We will think of a way. We will definitely save Qin Xiaoyi, but we need to think about it carefully." Hearing the perfunctory tone in their words, Qin Feng felt even more desperate. He could only look at Gu Xianper for help. I will do my best to help you. She nodded gently, but could not promise anything. Senior Xianper, thank you. I know you will have a way. Young Master Chang'e dotes on you so much. If you ask young Master Chang'e, at this time, Qing Feng was like grasping at a life-saving straw. He couldn't help but say anxiously. He saw hope in Gu Xianper. If there was anyone in the younger generation who could help him, it would definitely be Gu Chang'e. There was no doubt about it. Since when did Gu Chang'e dote on me? Hearing this, Gu Xianper's cold expression suddenly froze. Then, he subconsciously asked. Young Master Chang'e treats you so well. Back then, when Lord Purple's son wanted to get close to you, he was beaten up so badly by young Master Chang'e. Qing Feng thought that Gu Xianper was unhappy and quickly explained. Stop talking. Gu Xianper reacted and quickly interrupted him. He said a little angrily, you are not allowed to say such things in the future. Oh. Not allowed to say what? However, at this moment, a surprised young man's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Gu Xianper was stunned. He saw Gu Chang'e leading a group of followers here. Behind him was the Azure Dragon King, who was leading the way with a fawning expression. Young Master Chang'e. When did you arrive? The three elders were also shocked. Even as supreme beings, they had not sensed when Gu Chang'e had arrived or when he had walked here. Just a little trick. Gu Chang'e seemed to know why they were shocked. He waved an ancient artifact in his hand and smiled. Next door. Chapter 305. Outside the courtyard, Gu Chang'e slowly walked in. He was tall and had a handsome face. With a warm smile, he gave people a sense of transcendence, like a spring breeze. The followers behind him were not simple either. There were people from all races. There were people from the immemorial royal family who were surrounded by lightning. There were also people from the ancient family with golden horns on their heads. Their auras were powerful and surging. The king of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, who was leading the way, turned pale. They were very nervous and fearful. This was the first time they felt such a terrifying aura from the strongest person in the younger generation. Even as he walked beside Gu Chang'e, he felt his entire body tense up. It was difficult for him to relax. After all, he was the ruler of an ancient country. Humph, Gu Xianper glanced at Gu Chang'e and snorted. He did not answer Gu Chang'e's question and directly ignored him. Young Master Chang'e suddenly came. Could it be because of Qing Xiaoyi's matter? Very soon, the three elders also reacted, and their expressions were different. That's great. It's young Master Chang'e. At this moment, Qing Feng was also very excited. It was as if he had seen his savior. After glancing at the ancient weapon in Gu Chang'e's hand, Grandma Silver Flower nodded in realization. Then, she could not help but ask curiously. Young Master Chang'e actually came by concealing his aura. Could it be that he was worried about being noticed? This ancient weapon had the effect of concealing one's aura. They did not sense it carefully just now, so they did not notice Gu Chang'e's arrival. That was also why. However, they could not figure out why Gu Chang'e came with an ancient weapon that could conceal his aura. Could it be that he was afraid that others would find out his whereabouts? No, I came for this girl. Gu Chang'e looked at Gu Xianper, who had a cold expression and did not want to bother with him. He smiled and said, I wanted to give her a surprise, but I didn't expect to hear her talking behind my back. Nonsense. Hearing this, Gu Xianper glared at him angrily. When had he ever spoken ill of Gu Chang'e behind his back? Framing her as soon as they met. Then who was the one who said not to mention me? Gu Chang'e didn't take it seriously and smiled. However, Gu Xianper was ashamed and angry, and could only maintain a cold and frosty expression, not saying a word. She really did not expect that Gu Chang'e would hear her words. What did he mean by wanting to give her a surprise? He was obviously planning to sneak over to scare her and find an excuse to bully her. Gu Chang'e was truly a vicious and hateful person. Elders, what do you think I'm trying to do? Why don't we first listen to your results in secret before we discuss? Gu Chang'e didn't care about Gu Xian's cold stare, as if he wanted to poke holes in his back. He walked towards the three elders and asked with a smile. The expressions of the elders froze. At this moment, they couldn't help but take a step back. 687 They didn't dare to be as casual with Gu Chang'e as they were with Gu Xian'er. It seems that young Master Chang'e has already heard what happened. Grandma Silver Flower took a deep breath and said helplessly. Before this matter was settled, it was indeed not good for them to offend Lord of Purple Sunday. Although they were supreme beings, they didn't have much confidence in front of Lord of Purple Sun, who was destined to surpass them in the future. Most importantly, they couldn't afford to offend the Purple Mansion sect. To put it bluntly, no matter how talented Qing Xiaoyi was, she wouldn't be able to go against the Purple Mansion sect even if she matured. Not to mention that she hadn't matured yet. She didn't have any backing. Who would protect her at all costs because of such an uncertain factor? It was too presumptuous to say that Lord of Purple Sun was related to the inheritor of demonic arts just because of the kidnapping of Qing Xiaoyi. There was no evidence. Once such a thing was said, it would only invite trouble for no reason. Yes, I came just in time. I just happened to hear a little. Gu Chang'e said with a smile. It seems that I didn't miss anything. When the three elders heard this, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly and helplessly. They were all smart people. If Gu Chang'e said it just in time, it meant that he must have heard the whole story in secret. What else could they say at this moment? Young Master Chang'e, since you are so smart, we'll be frank with you. We don't have the ability to deal with this kind of thing, and we don't dare to intervene. It's not that we don't want to interfere. An elder smiled bitterly. He couldn't wait to save Qing Xiaoyi. After all, he had just used a 9 revolutions soul return elixir to save Qing Feng. He still hoped that Qing Xiaoyi would be grateful to him and accept him as her master. Otherwise, he would die of heartache if he wasted it for nothing. Gu Chang'e smiled and nodded. I heard about Qing Xiaoyi's kidnapping from Xian'er. As her senior sister, she didn't take good care of Qing Xiaoyi. She can't escape the blame. As her brother, I am naturally involved. Of course, since you have already determined who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi, leave the rest to me. I think you all know what to say when the time comes. You don't need Chang'e to remind you, do you? Young Master Chang'e, don't worry. We know what to say. Hearing this, the three elders' expressions changed. They seemed to have seen a turbulent sea and an earth-shattering scene. They hurriedly nodded and knew that Gu Chang'e really wanted to interfere. With his status, he didn't need to be so wary of Lord of Purple Sunday. Before this, they had heard that there was a deep conflict between Gu Chang'e and Lord of Purple Sunday. Now that such a good opportunity was in front of him, how could Gu Chang'e let it go so easily? This made them sigh. Previously, it was because of Gu Xian'er that Gu Chang'e had a conflict with Lord of Purple Sunday. Now, it was also because of Gu Xian'er. Her brother was so good to her that it made them envious. At this moment, Gu Xian'er stared at Gu Chang'e with a stunned expression on her delicate face. Gu Chang'e agreed so quickly. This was not his style. Shouldn't he be the first to decline? Gu Xian'er couldn't help but wonder if Gu Chang'e was up to something. Previously, because of her, Gu Chang'e had a conflict with Lord of Purple Sun twice. In the end, he even led a group of followers to surround Ziyang Heaven Monarch and teach him a lesson. He was utterly humiliated and could no longer raise his head in front of his disciples. Speaking of which, if not for her, there wouldn't be so many conflicts between Gu Chang'e and Lord of Purple Sunday. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel warm in her heart. Although Gu Chang'e liked to bully her, he had never allowed anyone to bully her and wouldn't let her suffer. These few conflicts between Gu Chang'e and Lord of Purple Sun are all related to me. No wonder Qing Feng said that Gu Chang'e dotes on me so much. To outsiders, he is indeed so. But when he bullied me, who saw it, Gu Xian snorted softly in her heart. That's great. Thank you, young Master Chang'e. Seeing that Gu Chang'e agreed so readily, Qing Feng was overjoyed and extremely grateful. Before this, he always thought that Gu Chang'e was not in the same world as them. Even if he helped them before, it was just a moment of pity. At this time, he wouldn't help to protect this pair of weak siblings. But he didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would really agree without any hesitation. Young Master Chang'e is really a warm-hearted person. I was biased against him before. Qing Feng was a little ashamed. Then, he thanked Gu Xian again. Thank you, Senior Xian Qing Feng also knew that Gu Xian had a lot to do with this. Gu Xian nodded slightly. Don't worry. Gu Chang'e never breaks his promise. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. When did you know me so well? Gu Xian rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything. Young Master Chang'e, this is the heaven-wielding bottle. I can't repay you for your kindness, I can only, thinking of this, although Qing Feng was reluctant, he still took the initiative to pass the heaven-wielding bottle to Gu Chang'e. Now, his body had been secretly improved by the heaven-wielding bottle. He didn't need to hide like before. He could also cultivate like a real heaven's pride. The heaven-wielding bottle wasn't as useful as before. Although it was precious, it couldn't be compared to his sister. The few elders saw this scene. Although they were envious, they didn't dare to say anything. Qing Feng was willing to do this. No one forced him. Is this your heaven-wielding bottle? But do you think I need this kind of thing? Gu Chang'e took a look at it and smiled casually. Then, he passed it to Qing Feng and said, this kind of thing is dispensable to me. But to you, it should be more useful. Qing Feng was also stunned. He didn't expect that Gu Chang'e wouldn't care about such a precious heaven-wielding bottle. Seeing this, not only were the three elders stunned, even Gu Xian was very surprised. Since when was Gu Chang'e so kind? He didn't want to be rewarded for doing good deeds. He actually didn't want a treasure. Qing Feng took a deep breath. He didn't take it back. He took a deep breath and said, young Master Chang'e, you must accept it. Otherwise, I don't know how to thank you. The last time we were in front of the mountain gate, you helped us out. We haven't had time to repay you for this kindness. Now that Xiao Yi has been kidnapped, if not for you, I'm afraid no one would save her. Moreover, many people now know that the heaven-wielding bottle is in my hands. Young Master Chang'e, do you think I can keep such a precious thing? When that time comes, there will definitely be many cultivators who want to snatch it. I might even lose my life because of it. Qing Feng explained. He was very clear-headed. The heaven-wielding bottle was a hot potato in his hands. It could bring about a fatal disaster at any time. But in Gu Chang'e's hands, it was different. Would anyone dare to snatch it? Even if those supreme martial artists knew that Gu Chang'e had the heaven-wielding bottle, no one dared to do anything. Oh, in that case, does this count as me saving your life again? Gu Chang'e smiled casually. At this time, he didn't say anything else and kept the heaven-wielding bottle. A long time ago, he said that Qing Feng would take the initiative to hand over the heaven-wielding bottle to him. He didn't need to think of a way to snatch it. All of this was within his expectations. He had long anticipated that such a day would come. This. Qing Feng rubbed his nose awkwardly. Although he said so, why did it feel weird? Not only did Gu Chang'e accept his treasure, but he also owed Gu Chang'e a favor. Gu Chang'e waved his hand and said, you don't have to worry about Qing Xiaoyi. I'm sure the three elders brought her life jade when you came, right? Granny Yinhua nodded and waved her sleeves. A glowing life jade appeared in the void in front of her. The fluctuation on it was very stable. This meant that Qing Xiaoyi was very safe and wasn't in any danger. Seeing this, Qing Feng heaved a sigh of relief. With this life jade, things will be much easier. As long as we get close to where Qing Xiaoyi is, I will use my secret skill to sense and I will know her location. Gu Changde smiled and said. That's great. Qing Feng was very excited. As for Ziyang Lord of Heaven's matter, I will have to trouble the elders. As Gu Changde said so, Granny Yinhua and the other two elders looked a little helpless. At this time, what they wanted to do the most was to not help either side and not offend either side. But since Gu Changde had said so much, she was sure that she could find Qing Xiaoyi. How could they refuse? Don't worry, young Master Changde. We will act impartially and not take sides. We will report what we have seen today to the academy. The three elders immediately promised. Then I am relieved. Gu Changde smiled slightly. Then, the three elders didn't say anything else, directly leaving with their supreme being methods. With their supreme power, they would be able to report everything that had happened here to the academy. At that time, they wouldn't have to worry about the decision. Spread the news that Ziyang Lord of Heaven has kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. When Gu Changde saw this, he squinted his eyes and ordered the followers behind him. At this time, Ziyang Lord of Heaven wasn't in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. Therefore, Su Mo wasn't worried about that. This was because Yin Mei was in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. She was paying close attention to the actions of the sovereigns there. At the same time, she was helping Su Mo to monitoring Shuang's whereabouts and movements. Ziyang Lord of Heaven was probably still tracking Su Qingge. Gu Changde planned to give him a big surprise when he returned. Yes, master. Soon, his followers left. Each of them had a shadow recording stone in their hands. They had followed Gu Changde's instructions and recorded everything that had happened here. After all, it was a clue that the elders had found personally. If Gu Changde went out without any evidence, it was very likely that people would think that he was framing Heaven Monarch Ziyang. Of course, he was indeed framing Heaven Monarch Ziyang. Now, even if the elders didn't want to make this matter public, it was impossible. Since the three elders had said so personally, even if Ziyang Lord of Heaven wanted to clear his name, he couldn't do anything. Soon, Qing Feng tactfully left. Only Gu Changde and Gu Xian were left in the courtyard. Gu Xian glanced at the composed Gu Changde. Suddenly, he felt a little flustered. However, he still maintained his cool and calm expression. Don't pretend in front of me. You have nothing to do with floating immortal qi. Gu Changde laughed casually and broke the silence between the two. I'm not pretending, what are you laughing at? Gu Xian glared at him angrily. Only in front of Gu Changde, she couldn't be as calm as usual. Her state of mind was disturbed by him every time. I'm laughing at you. You're quite a troublemaker. I'm hoping that you'll behave yourself and cause less trouble for me. Gu Changde found a stone stool and sat down. He picked up the teacup on it and started drinking. I don't want you to care, Gu Xian had a look of disdain. Then, seeing his action, her delicate and flawless face became angry. Put down the teacup. That's for me to drink tea with. No wonder it tastes so bad. Gu Changde calmly put down the teacup that she had just taken a sip from. Have you been heaty recently? You're the one who's hot. I think you just want to drink the tea that I've drunk. Gu Xian snorted. Her eyes were cold, and even her words were like ice shards. It was cold and threatening, but more than that, there was shame and anger. After all, Gu Changde actually drank from the same place that she drank from. He actually complained that it tasted bad. Bad. Gu Changde shook his head and repeated it. His expression was calm. You're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me. Gu Xian looked as cold as ice. With a whoosh, she unsheathed her sword. Go away. Don't sit on my stool. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. You won't even let me sit on your stool. You called me all the way here because you really want to gain something without risking anything? Gu Xian'er, do you really think that it's so easy to take advantage of me? Last time, you took advantage of me. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er finally couldn't keep a straight face. She waved her delicate fists angrily. Gu Chang'e, how can you be so shameless? You still have the nerve to say that. You're the one who took advantage of me. Oh. What advantage did I take? I solve your problems every day. Do you think that I don't have enough problems? Gu Chang'e said casually. He suddenly got up and closed in on her step by step. Boom! Gu Xian'er felt a terrifying pressure sweep over her. It was like a vast and surging river of stars. For a moment, she didn't dare to move. She could only stare blankly at Gu Chang'e walking over. I don't care. In any case, my problems are your problems. Wah wah wah, what are you doing? Gu Chang'e laughed and pinched her delicate nose. What do you think I'm going to do? Oh. I'm going to fight it out with you. Gu Xian'er was furious. She felt wronged. She felt wronged. But if they really fought, she wouldn't be able to beat Gu Chang'e. In the end, she would still be knocked over by him. Gu Chang'e, I'm telling you, don't bully a poor girl, then I'll bully you for the rest of your life. Gu Chang'e laughed and interrupted her. Seeing that she was about to go berserk, she held the sword in her hand and was about to slash him. His figure immediately floated backwards and appeared on the distant eaves in an instant. Then, he flashed past like a graceful leaf and disappeared without a trace. Gu Xian'er watched angrily as Gu Chang'e disappeared. In the end, she could only rage at her own courtyard. I knew that Gu Chang'e was up to no good. Who wants you to bully me for the rest of my life? She couldn't help but mutter. In the end, she snorted. Humph, you wish. Chapter 306. The news of Lord of Purple Sun kidnapping Qing Xiaoyi quickly spread throughout the ancient kingdom of Dragon. It even spread to the other trial grounds. Like an earthquake, it caused a huge uproar. The heaven's favorites and cultivators who heard the news were all shocked. They could not believe it. Because who would dare to say such things? If there was no evidence, it would be a frame-up. After all, Lord of Purple Sun was not an ordinary person. He was a disciple of the Immortal Academy and was once the number one in the upper world. He was an ancient freak of the Purple Mansion. Spreading such rumors was no different from offending him. After offending Lord of Purple Sun, how could an ordinary person survive? However, very quickly, the shadow recording stones recorded by the elders during their investigation began to circulate. Many heaven's favorites began to fight over them. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell whether the shadow recording stones were fake or not. That was why when the records were circulated, everyone fell silent, a deathly stillness. Whether it was the young heaven's favorites or the cultivators who came to join in the fun, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. Anyone who knew a little about this would realize that this was an undeniable fact. The mysterious person who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi obviously had a premeditated plan. If Qing Feng did not have a divine weapon like the heaven-controlling bottle, he would have been smashed into pieces by that palm. Who would have expected such a thing to happen? It could only be said that it was a heaven-defying fate. And it was because of the heaven-controlling bottle that people found clues in the end. Based on the power of the heaven-controlling bottle, they reconstructed the situation. After all, other than Lord of Purple Sun, who else knew the primordial energy? It was impossible for someone with such talent to be a nobody. Not to mention, the primordial energy was extremely rare. It was hard to find even one throughout history. After so many years, only Purple Sun Heaven Monarch had such talent. The commotion caused by this news was too great. Lord of Purple Sun kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. Yu Mingkong's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She instantly concluded that it was impossible for Lord Ziyang to have done this. He was merely thrown out as a scapegoat. As for who wanted to frame him, other than her fiancé, who else could do this? Does Lord of Purple Sun have anything to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Qing Xiaoyi. I remember that she has some kind of god-devil body. Wang Zijin glanced at Yu Mingkong and couldn't help but mutter. The two of them were assigned to the same team, and neither of them found the other an eyesore. As a transmigrator, Prince Jin couldn't see through Yu Mingkong. Yu Mingkong, who had been reborn, did not have any memories of Wang Zijin. The only topic of conversation between the two of them was when they talked about Gu Chang'e. Wang Zijin always liked to mention that Gu Chang'e still owed her a favor. Then, Yu Mingkong would casually reply that Gu Chang'e would never return the favor he owed because of his ability. As a result, the enmity between the two of them grew deeper and deeper. Yu Mingkong said that Wang Zijin was just a chess piece used by Gu Chang'e and could be discarded at will. Wang Zijin would scold her and say that she was willing to do it. As such, the many proud daughters of heaven who chose to follow them suffered unspeakable hardships. Does Lord of Purple Sun have something to do with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Did Ying Shuang secretly find him? No wonder I heard that the inheritor of the demonic arts had appeared in Black Tortoise ancient country. So this is the reason. The divine prince drove the four spirits war chariot. His eyes were like heavenly blades and he was in high spirits. Runes flickered, and his figure was tall and straight. Amitba. This time, I will go with the divine prince to subdue the demons. The golden cicada Buddhist child rode a golden-winged roc and said solemnly. His golden nine-headed lion didn't leave with him this time. It stayed in the Immortal Academy. There were many talented people behind the two of them. Both the divine prince and the golden cicada Buddhist child wanted to find the inheritor of the demonic arts. One of them wanted to wash away the humiliation of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, while the other wanted to eliminate the demonic arts. In the various ancient countries, many talented people were discussing this matter. They were extremely shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Who would have thought that Qing Feng would have the heaven-wielding bottle? He's so lucky. He's not destined to die. Yeah. When Lord of Purple Sun made his move, he probably didn't expect this to happen. In the end, he let that guy live. I heard that this matter alarmed young Master Chang'e. He rushed to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon at night. He didn't even care about the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. After all, Gu Xian is there. It's normal for young Master Chang'e to rush there. I heard that if he didn't rush there, the elders wouldn't have announced this matter to the public. After all, it's related to Lord of Purple Sunday. It's normal for the elders to be afraid. It's all thanks to young Master Chang'e that we know about this matter. Otherwise, we might have been kept in the dark. Some of the talented people sighed. No matter what, this matter was confirmed by the elders. Even if Lord of Purple Sun wanted to deny it, it would be useless. Many of the talented people noticed that Lord of Purple Sun hadn't been in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise for a while. He claimed that he had gone to find the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that this was just a trick? In the end, he went to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon and kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi, who had the immortal demonic body. Why did Lord of Purple Sun kidnap Qing Xiaoyi? There were many guesses. The most shocking one was that Lord of Purple Sun was actually related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, they were secretly working together. He kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi to help the inheritor of the demonic arts collect the source of the talented people. Of course, there were other theories. They said that Lord of Purple Sun was actually taking revenge on Gu Changa for humiliating him. Because that day in front of the elders of True Immortal Academy, Gu Changa had solemnly promised that she would take care of Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng when the time came. Now that something had happened to Qing Xiaoyi, how was Gu Changa going to explain himself to the elders? What he had said that day was a slap to his own face in the end. Many of the talented people guessed that Lord of Purple Sun had such a motive. In short, there were all kinds of rumors and theories. However, no one suspected that Lord of Purple Sun was wrongly accused. Even the disciples of the Purple Mansion sect were shocked. They found it hard to believe, but they couldn't defend themselves. If the rumors were false, why didn't Lord of Purple Sun come out to defend himself? The current saintess of the Purple Mansion sect was called Ziyan. Her face was covered with a veil, and her purple hair was like silk. She frowned and planned to inform Lord of Purple Sun through the messaging charm. However, she wasn't sure if Lord of Purple Sun was wrongly accused. However, after she sent the message, there was no response. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. This made her feel uneasy. Could it be that Lord of Purple Sun was really like this? Was he hiding in some secret corner? Ancient Kingdom of Black Tortoise. Inside the mansion. Six-Crown King who was meditating on a rock opened his eyes. When he heard the report from his subordinate, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. As expected of Gu Changa, he discovered the truth so quickly. At the start, he was still a bit worried that he might have overestimated Gu Changa. He was worried that Gu Changa would be kept in the dark. However, he never expected that Gu Changa would discover the truth so quickly. Although this process relied on the heaven-wielding bottle and had a bit of luck, it was still enough to prove Gu Changa's ability. Six-Crown King wasn't disappointed. "Sir, did you already know that it was Lord of Purple Sun?" Hearing Six-Crown King's words, his subordinate at the side asked with a shocked expression. He felt incomparable admiration and reverence for Six-Crown King. Normally, he wouldn't doubt his words. He didn't expect that when the outside world was in an uproar over this news, Six-Crown King would actually act like he already knew. "Of course I know." Six-Crown King smiled. He was very confident and calm, but he didn't explain too much. As expected of the Great One. When the subordinate heard this, his eyes were full of reverence, not doubting the truth of Six-Crown King's words at all. In his heart, Six-Crown King's words were no different from laws and rules. After that, the subordinate took his leave. Soon, the news spread out from his mouth. From the very start, Six-Crown King actually already knew that it was Lord of Purple Sun who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi, even before Gu Changa. This news quickly shook the entire Black Tortoise ancient country. Now that Lord of Purple Sun wasn't here, Six-Crown King was the backbone of the many True Immortal Academy's heaven prides. Moreover, Six-Crown King's might was far more terrifying than Lord of Purple Sun's. When these words were spoken, it immediately stirred up great waves. He knew before young Master Changa. How is that possible? Then why didn't he say anything before? Was he pretending to be mysterious, or did he have some other goal? Many heaven prides began to speculate, but no one doubted the truth of Six-Crown King's words. Instead, they began to imagine all sorts of possibilities. Could it be that Six-Crown King had long been on guard against Lord of Purple Sun? Or rather, what did Six-Crown King know? Could it be that he had always known about Lord of Purple Sun's actions? In short, all sorts of rumors and news spread. The matter of Lord of Purple Sun kidnapping Qing Xiaoyi had become common knowledge. Because of this, Gu Changa led many followers all the way from the Azure Dragon ancient country to Black Tortoise ancient country. Many heaven prides also gathered their gazes. Even Yu Mingkong, Wang Zijin, the heavenly phoenix maiden, and the others, who seemed aloof from worldly affairs, also paid attention. Rumble. In the sky, divine rainbows appeared one after another, resplendent and dazzling, illuminating the surroundings. Cultivators rushed over from all directions, riding on clouds and mist. Many heaven prides rode on various Dharma artifacts and mounts, rushing to Black Tortoise ancient country. They had all heard that Gu Changa had rushed here, so they wanted to join in the fun. At the same time, they also wanted to know why Lord of Purple's son kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi. Could it be that it was really related to the inheritor of demonic arts? In an instant, the situation in Black Tortoise ancient country changed, and everyone's attention was focused on it. Cultivators came and went on the streets. The heaven prides of various races gathered, and it was extremely lively. Many primordial beings were powerful and had become mounts to pull carriages. A tall young man whose hair seemed to be on fire was walking in this place. It was Ying Xuan. Lord of Purple's son went to kidnap Qing Xiaoyi. He didn't go after Gu Changa. But why did he do that? Ying Xuan was confused when he heard the news. As the scapegoat of the inheritor of demonic arts, he was especially concerned about such things. In the end, he couldn't figure out why Lord of Purple's son would do that. However, if it was related to the inheritor of demonic arts, it was related to the true inheritor of demonic arts, Gu Changa. It had nothing to do with him, who was the scapegoat. Sooner or later, I will reveal everything that Gu Changa has done to the world. Everything that he has done to frame me will be returned in full. Ying Xuan clenched his fists. Hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it well. The person he hated the most was undoubtedly Gu Changa. I have something to do today. I wonder why Yin Mei invited me to the tea house. Is it because of what happened these days? Soon, Ying Xuan put this matter to the back of his mind. He couldn't help but smile. He strode to the tea house. Because there were more important things waiting for him. Under his persistent pestering, Yin Mei finally didn't chase him away like before. Asking for fresh flowers, although she was impatient and disgusted with him, Ying Xuan felt that this was an improvement. One day, he would move Yin Mei. For example, what happened today was a sign that his relationship with Yin Mei had improved. Soon, Ying Xuan also arrived at the tea house. On the second floor, by the window. A woman in white was looking out of the window with her chin in her hands. She seemed to have something on her mind. She was very beautiful. This kind of beauty was charming, but more importantly, it was flawless. Her figure was graceful, and her skin was shining. It was very attractive. Yin Mei. Ying Xuan couldn't help but say. He was a little excited. He tried to calm himself down, but he couldn't. Because Yin Mei was too beautiful. When he was still a servant, he could only look at her secretly. He couldn't look at her openly like now. You're here. Yin Mei frowned and said lightly, do you know why I'm looking for you? Well, Ying Xuan was stunned. He didn't expect Yin Mei to be so straightforward. At this time, he definitely shook his head. No. Really? Yin Mei looked at his expression. It was a little thought-provoking. Then she continued to drink. But I know what you're interested in. Ying Xuan didn't know why Yin Mei wanted to see him, but he guessed that it was to threaten and warn him to stay away from her in the future. So at this time, seeing that she was silent, Ying Xuan took the initiative to mention something. Oh. What is it? Yin Mei looked at him with a strange expression. The inheritor of the demonic arts. Ying Xuan replied. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to tell Yin Mei about this. Otherwise, he didn't know if there would be such an opportunity in the future. The inheritor of the demonic arts. Yin Mei's expression changed slightly, but she didn't seem very shocked. She asked, how much do you know about this? I know more than you. Ying Xuan enjoyed Yin Mei's gaze. He smiled and said, I even know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts is. But I'm afraid you won't believe me. But, for your safety, I decided to say it. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I won't harm you. When Yin Mei heard this, she snorted and said indifferently, then tell me. Ing Shuang smiled lightly and said word by word, the inheritor of the demonic arts, is actually Gu Chang'e. After saying this, he wanted to see shock, anger, or disbelief on Yin Mei's face. Yin Mei might even chase him out because of this. But to his surprise, Yin Mei was very calm. It could even be said that he was not surprised at all. Aren't you shocked? Or you don't believe it? At this time, Ing Shuang was a bit shocked and surprised. He felt that Yin Mei's performance was too extraordinary. Logically, shouldn't she be shocked and disbelieving? Why was she even calmer than him? I'm not shocked, because I know. Yin Mei nodded. She was very calm. What, you know? Hearing this, Ing Shuang was stunned. Suddenly, a terrifying chill rose from his spine to the top of his head. Although he was obsessed with Yin Mei, he wasn't stupid at all. Then why are you looking for me? Ing Shuang forced his voice to calm down, but he couldn't help but tremble. Because I'm looking for you. At this time, another voice with a faint smile sounded behind Ing Shuang. At this moment, his skull was almost opened. His limbs were cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He didn't even dare to turn his head. Master, you're here. Yin Mei smiled and hurriedly got up to greet him. Hearing this, how could Ing Shuang not understand? His face changed dramatically, and all blood drained from his face. His whole body was like a clay statue, and he couldn't even move. His previous confidence and calmness collapsed in an instant. An indescribable fear shrouded him. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, Yin Mei was Gu Chang'e's woman. Only he was so stupid that he was kept in the dark and didn't know it. Should I call you Prince Ing? Or feed the horse? Or call you the scapegoat? Gu Chang'e walked over and sat down beside the stiff Ing Shuang. He picked up the steaming teacup on the table, took a sip, and asked with interest. You know everything. Ing Shuang's voice was trembling. Although he tried to calm himself down, the fear swept over him, making his legs and stomach spin. Yes, I know everything. It's been like this from the beginning. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly. I let you take the blame for so long, I feel very sorry. Today, I'll help you free. He said it very simply. He even picked up the teacup, put it to his mouth, and blew the steam on it. But Ing Shuang was dumbfounded. His whole body was cold, and he was trembling with incomparable fear. After all, no matter how he disguised himself, he was just a lucky horse boy. When faced with such a situation, what else could he do other than fear? Gu Chang'e, I'll fight it out with you. Hearing that Gu Chang'e wanted to kill him, Ing Shuang didn't want to sit still and wait for death. He gritted his teeth and shouted. All the hatred, murderous intent, and anger during this period of time all burst out. There was a terrifying shadow in his eyes, followed by a five-colored light. The power in Emperor Ying's bloodline was stimulated and seemed to be awakened. 1000. Chapter 307. Buzz. This was a surging power, vast and shocking. It was even more powerful than what Ing Shuang usually displayed. An ancient and heavy power was awakened in his bloodline. As five-colored light gushed out from his eyes, a terrifying shadow condensed behind him. It seemed like a peerless heavenly emperor was standing there, with a majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The entire tea house trembled as if it was about to collapse. At this moment, his whole body seemed to be burning. Even his hair was dazzling. His eyes were like heavenly swords, making clanging sounds. I was waiting for you to make a move. Gu Chang'e was not surprised at all. He smiled and put down the teacup in his hand calmly. Yin Mei, who was behind him, immediately understood what Gu Chang'e meant. Chi. She took a step forward and waved her hand. Streaks of dazzling divine light fell in front of Ing Shuang like a waterfall. It looked extremely dazzling. There was a ray of light that soared into the sky and shone out from here. However, these waterfalls were not very powerful. Before they could get close to Ing Shuang, they broke. Ing Shuang's control of his own power was not as simple as before. With just a wave of his hand, he blocked Yin Mei's attack and sent Yin Mei flying. Then, her white dress was stained with blood. She fell out of the tea house. This. Ing Shuang was a little stunned. He did not expect Yin Mei to be so weak. She could not withstand a casual attack from him. Many geniuses and cultivators outside were still in shock. They were wondering why there was such a shocking aura. Suddenly, they saw a figure flying out of the tea house. She spat out blood and fell. Before they could react, they saw the terrifying aura erupting from the tea house. Layers of buildings exploded into ashes. That is the heavenly maiden Yin Mei of the nine-tailed fox clan. A sharp-eyed Heaven's Pride recognized Yin Mei's figure immediately and exclaimed in shock. What happened? Why did the heavenly maiden Yin Mei suddenly get injured and fall? Was she fighting with someone just now? Many geniuses were shocked. Who would suddenly fight with Yin Mei at this time? What happened to the heavenly maiden Yin Mei? Why does she look so pale and flustered? Some Heaven's favorites noticed Yin Mei's pale and bloodless face. They couldn't help but feel pity for her. However, he quickly realized that it was probably the nine-tailed fox clan's unique bewitchment technique. When their lives were in danger, they would take the initiative to reveal it. It could be considered as their unique life-saving method. This could only mean that the heavenly maiden Yin Mei was on the brink of death. Damn it, he even dared to lay his hands on someone as beautiful as the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Could the person opposite her be an inheritor of the demonic arts? Some of the young geniuses were enraged. They clenched their fists and were about to rush forward to save the beauty. At this moment, they might be able to win the beauty's heart. There were actually quite a few skyprides who had the same idea as him. After all, there weren't many proud daughters of heaven like Yin Mei who possessed such good looks. Cough cough. It's Prince Ing. The one who attacked was the inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing. He's inside. However, at this moment, Yin Mei staggered and coughed out blood. Her face was pale and bloodless, which made her look even more pitiful. Her voice trembled slightly and contained a trace of fear. She revealed the identity of the person who attacked her. What? The inheritor of the demonic arts, Prince Ing. It's him. Why is he in the Black Tortoise ancient country? Didn't the Lord of Purple Sun go after him? How could he be here? Could it be that the Lord of Purple Sun didn't go after the inheritor of the demonic arts? It was indeed a scheme to escape. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned at first. Then, an uproar broke out. Many of the skyprides and cultivators' expressions changed at the same time. Some were even frightened and shocked. After all, the inheritor of the demonic arts was someone who had escaped from Gu Changa many times. Even Yin Mei had been severely injured by him. She looked like she was on the verge of death. If they rushed forward recklessly, wouldn't they be courting death? At the thought of this, the skyprides who were eager to make a move just now hesitated and retreated. Yin Mei also took a deep breath. She stared at the broken tea house and said, if I didn't react quickly enough, I'm afraid I would have been killed by him. As she said this, deep hatred appeared in her eyes. Bai Lai, the young master of the White Tiger clan, died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. I didn't expect that he wouldn't even let me go. Hearing this, the skypride's expressions changed again. Oh no. Yin Mei did this on purpose. My attack won't hurt her at all. In the tea house, which had collapsed into ruins, Ing Shuang was still covered in dust. When he heard this, his expression changed drastically. Soon, he realized Yin Mei's purpose. He cursed in his heart, she is indeed from the nine-tailed fox clan. Her acting skills have fooled so many people. Even he was fooled by Yin Mei without realizing it. Where's Gu Chang'e? Soon, his expression changed again. He looked around and felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Just now, he had been guarding against Gu Chang'e, but in the blink of an eye, Gu Chang'e was gone. Didn't he say he would kill him? Gu Chang'e, get out here. You have the ability to frame me, but you don't have the ability to come out. Ying Shuang was extremely angry. His angry voice spread everywhere. He rushed into the sky. At this time, even if he hid his true appearance, many people recognized him. After all, the aura of the Emperor Ying bloodline was familiar to the entire upper realm. At this time, he still dares to provoke young Master Chang'e. I think he's crazy. It's really him. Prince Ying. How many sky prides have he killed and devoured during this period of time? Accept your death. Damn it, the inheritor of the demonic arts stole my senior brother's origin. I'm going to fight him. It doesn't matter. Killing demons is what we cultivators do. Why should we be afraid of a mere inheritor of the demonic arts? The moment Ying Shuang appeared, the eyes of many cultivators below turned red. As if they had gone crazy, they were filled with murderous intent and righteous indignation. They took out all kinds of artifacts. Divine light surged, dazzling, and streaked across the sky with astonishing power. They were all enemies of the inheritor of the demonic arts. At this time, they naturally did not care. Relying on their advantage in numbers, they rushed forward and captured Ying Shuang. Don't let him escape. Yin Mei did not forget to shout at this time. On her delicate face, there was deep hatred and murderous intent. Damn it! Seeing this, Ying Shuang's expression changed again. He planned to escape because the more sky prides that rushed here, the more dangerous his situation would be. At this time, he had vaguely guessed the purpose of Gu Chang'e and Yin Mei, which was to let him take the initiative to expose himself and attract the other sky prides to hunt him down. In this way, Gu Chang'e did not even need to go through his own hands to kill him. Where is the inheritor of the demonic arts? In the east, a roar sounded. Then, 5-colored divine light gushed out, accompanied by surging golden light. A handsome young man rushed over, driving the 4 spirits war chariot. He was aggressive, with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and many other strange phenomena surrounding him. It was the other prince of the heavenly Emperor Mountain, the divine prince. He had also rushed to the black tortoise ancient country. Behind the divine prince, the golden cicada Buddha, riding on the golden winged rock, also arrived. He chanted the name of Buddha, and his face was full of compassion and calmness. The inheritor of the demonic arts should be killed by everyone. As he chanted the name of Buddha, many golden Buddhist lights shrouded the heaven and earth. Many Buddhas, Vajras, Bodhisattvas, and other figures could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged behind him. The pressure of the sage realm covered the heaven and earth. There was even a purple gold bowl. A buzzing sound was magnified in the sky. Suddenly, thousands of rays of Buddhist light shone down. The divine prince also made his move. A dazzling holy sword that looked like the sword of the gods condensed in his palm. It was sharp and unstoppable. For a moment, the sky in the east was covered by the 2 figures. Their dharma bodies surged, and all kinds of sage realm rules fell. The divine prince. The golden cicada Buddha. That's great. With these 2 echelon disciples, the inheritor of the demonic arts won't be able to escape this time even if he has wings. At the sight of this, many of the geniuses below were incomparably excited. The few sky prides who had been cowering just now also roared and rushed forward, as if they had a deep hatred for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Damn it! Gu Chang'e and Yin Mei, what a vicious plan. Ying Shuang's expression was extremely ugly. Without thinking too much, she turned into a rainbow and rushed in another direction. At this moment, if she stayed here, she would be killed by all the sky prides sooner or later. Her speed was very fast, and she did not stop at all. However, the Divine Prince and the Golden Cicada Buddha did not fall behind at all. Their feet moved, and various runes flashed under their feet. They both used their own extreme speed skills and chased after her. It is indeed that Ing Shuang. Stop right there. Today, I will kill you and wash away the humiliation of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The Divine Prince stared at Ing Shuang in front of him. His eyes were extremely cold, and there was a faint sense of excitement in them. Since the day he was born, he had announced that he would find Ing Shuang and personally kill this traitor who cultivated the forbidden demonic arts and betrayed the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In order to find Ing Shuang, he had spent a lot of effort, but in the end, he did not find any clues. He did not expect that when he came to the Black Tortoise ancient country to watch the show between Gu Changa and the Purple Sun Sovereign, he would coincidentally run into Ing Shuang. He really didn't have to put in any effort at all. When the time came, he just had to kill Ing Shuang. Wouldn't that mean that he was stronger than Gu Changa? After all, Gu Changa had let the inheritor of the demonic arts escape many times. Amitba. You have killed too many people. I advise you to put down your knife and become a Buddha immediately. The Golden Cicada Buddha child looked calm as he chanted. The purple gold bowl behind him smashed down like a meteor. It kept expanding like a mountain, trying to suck Ing Shuang into it. Although the auras of the Divine Prince and the Golden Cicada Buddha child were both saints, their strength was definitely not that simple. Their power could be described as earth-shattering. This battle made the many elites and cultivators below change their expressions. For the first time, they felt how terrifying the power of the echelon disciples was. Even ordinary absolute saints wouldn't be a match for them. Miss Yin Mei, are you okay? While many elites were staring at the three in the distance. A tall, silver-haired girl appeared in front of Yin Mei. Seeing that she was heavily injured, she couldn't help but ask with concern. Yin Mei shook her head and said weakly, I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. The silver-haired girl was Ing Shuang's younger sister, Ing Yu. She looked at the escaping Ing Shuang with a complicated expression and couldn't help but say, I didn't expect that Ing Shuang would hide here in the end and change his appearance into this. Heavenly Maiden Yin Mei, how did you meet him? She asked curiously. Yin Mei swallowed a healing pill and recovered a lot. Then she said, at first, I didn't know that he would be the inheritor of the demonic arts. These days, he has been secretly following me. Sometimes, he doesn't hide at all. Today, I was going to tell him. But I didn't expect that he would suddenly attack. Speaking of this, she sighed helplessly. Miss, are you okay? I knew that stalker was up to no good. At this moment, a young maid suddenly rushed over from outside the crowd, her face full of worry and concern. I'm fine. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I might have been killed by him. Yin Mei shook her head. At this moment, Ing Yu also sighed slightly. From these words, she had basically guessed the cause and effect of this matter. Ing Shuang should have planned to attack Yin Mei at first, but as the saying goes, one's shoes will eventually get wet. This time, she finally failed. Although Yin Mei made it sound simple, and she only escaped because she reacted quickly, what was the truth? There was no need to explain the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Yin Mei herself was also not to be underestimated. Last time, she had escaped from someone related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. How could such a method be simple? Ing Shuang, don't continue to be so stubborn. Soon, a cold look appeared in Ing Yu's eyes. Strands of silver light flashed as she planned to attack Ing Shuang. I heard that the inheritor of the demonic arts has appeared. Where is he? At this moment, just as the Divine Prince and Golden Cicada Buddha were chasing after Ing Shuang. Rumble. The sky trembled, followed by a dazzling and brilliant fluctuation. In the sky, a golden path stretched out, with waves of immortal light and ethereal immortal intent. A young man stood on it, strolling leisurely. His eyes were bright, and his hair fluttered in the wind. He had a transcendent attitude. It was Gu Changa. Senior brother Changa. Yin Mei was stunned. Then, she shouted in his direction with a calm smile on her face. Taoist Changa. Yin Yu was a little surprised. Then, she hurriedly greeted, I didn't expect Taoist Changa to arrive in such a timely manner. Gu Changa smiled, I just happened to hear this subordinate's message, so I came first. It seems that the inheritor of the demonic arts has not left Black Tortoise ancient country. He chose not to chase after Ing Shuang. Instead, he landed beside Yin Mei and asked with surprise and concern, Junior sister Yin Mei, what happened? You seem to be heavily injured. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Yin Mei couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. It stained her dress, making her look even paler and more pitiful. Her legs went soft, and she seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Then, Gu Changa reacted quickly and supported her. Yin Mei also took the opportunity to lean into his arms. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Changa. I just encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts and was injured by him. But this injury is nothing. I'll be fine after some rest. She replied. When only Gu Changa could see, she blinked her eyes. Don't worry, junior sister Yin Mei. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts injured you. I will definitely seek justice for you. Gu Changa breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his eyes were cold and murderous as he promised. She really is a vixen. Ing Yu noticed Yin Mei's little action and couldn't help but purse her lips. She could see that Yin Mei was more or less interested in Gu Changa. Her complexion was quite good just now, but when Gu Changa arrived, she suddenly became so weak that she couldn't even stand properly. However, she didn't mention it. Boom! After that, Gu Changa didn't spend much time talking about the past. He let go of Yin Mei and rushed in the direction of the energy fluctuation. Many sky prides recognized him immediately. He was shocked and excited at the same time. He felt much more at ease than when the golden cicada Buddha child and the divine prince made their moves. It's young Master Changa. Young Master Changa is here too. That's great, that's great. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts won't be able to escape. I'm afraid today will be the day he dies. With young Master Changa, golden cicada, and the divine prince on the side, today will be the day the inheritor of the demonic arts dies. From now on, we won't have to worry about encountering the inheritor of the demonic arts anymore. Many sky prides were very happy and excited. They followed behind, wanting to witness this battle with their own eyes. Gu Changa. You deserve to be called the number one of the younger generation. Ing Shuang also noticed Gu Changa who was following behind. She cursed in her heart, but she was even faster. If it wasn't for Gu Changa, how could he have been exposed? Now, Gu Changa was chasing after him as if he didn't know anything. This made Ing Shuang extremely sullen and angry. She could only curse in her heart. Is the inheritor of the demonic arts finally willing to show himself? Gu Changa's clothes fluttered in the wind as he walked with his hands behind his back. He chased after Ing Shuang with a divine rainbow. The void was blurry, and his speed was so fast that it was as if he had appeared out of thin air. He spoke casually. However, he seemed extremely cold. Then, he attacked. Many runes flickered in his palm, and the laws fell. Then, like a star exploding, brilliant sword rays burst out. These sword rays instantly scattered into billions of rays and fell from all directions. Thousands of rays clanged, terrifying and threatening. Rumble. The instant the sword radiance descended, the heavens were completely covered, becoming dusky. This was an inconceivable divine might. All the mountains were collapsing and turning into ashes. This scene made all the sky prides who were chasing after change their expressions. There was a deep sense of fear in them, and their souls trembled. What kind of power was this? He could change the color of the sky with just a wave of his hand. As expected of young Master Chang'e. With the power of the Saint Realm, he has the might of a supreme being. Young Master Chang'e has never disappointed me. Just a sword art at any time, and it already contains the embryonic form of the Supreme Being's laws. Many skyprides with amazing eyesight were full of praise. Their faces were full of sincere admiration. Puff! Facing Gu Chang'e's terrifying attack, Ying Shuang's expression changed. A dazzling light appeared on the top of her head, and the golden ancient bell appeared again. This was a Supreme Being artifact. Every time it felt a life and death crisis, it would take the initiative to wake up and take the fatal blow for Ying Shuang. This time was no exception. After spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, Ying Shuang stopped. His figure did not stop. He continued to run forward, planning to flee for his life. The golden ancient bell turned into a terrifying mountain range. Golden light surged and floated in the sky. It seemed to be able to shatter the universe, and a waterfall like Supreme Being's aura descended. Amitabha. Young Master Chang'e, I'll leave this item to you. We'll go after it first, in case the inheritor of the demonic arts escapes. Seeing Gu Chang'e arrive so quickly, the Divine Prince and Golden Cicada had different expressions. Golden Cicada took the initiative to speak. He felt that Gu Chang'e could resist this Supreme Being artifact. Then he and the Divine Prince went after Ying Shuang. Since Brother Golden Cicada thinks so highly of me, how can I refuse? Hearing this, Gu Chang'e smiled slightly and did not refuse. The Divine Prince looked at him in surprise, and a strange thought rose in his mind. However, it was good to leave the matter of resisting the Supreme Being artifact to Gu Chang'e. It would save him a lot of trouble. He did not say a word and continued to chase. However, Ying Shuang's speed was very fast. Soon, she had crossed tens of thousands of miles and left Black Tortoise ancient country. Mountains and rivers passed under her feet. Even Golden Cicada and the Divine Prince could not help but frown at this speed. They could not catch up immediately. This was because they had to activate their artifacts and attack continuously. They could not be like Ying Shuang, who was running with all her heart. From the looks of it, he's planning to rush into the place of the absolute Yin calamity. The gray fog ahead is filled with a large amount of absolute Yin Qi. If we rush in recklessly, we might lose him. Why don't we split up? Split up and chase. The Divine Prince's eyes flashed as he asked. Golden Cicada nodded in agreement. He did not care about the Divine Prince's little scheme. Be careful, Divine Prince. With that, he rushed into the gray fog. The Divine Prince's eyes were cold as he went in the opposite direction. Although Ying Shuang cultivated a forbidden demonic art, the aura on him was that of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritance. With this reason, the Divine Prince did not have to worry about losing Ying Shuang. This time, I will definitely kill the inheritor of the demonic arts. No matter how popular Gu Chang'e is, he will be suppressed by me. His eyes were filled with a sharp light. Although he knew that the inheritor of the demonic arts was not easy to deal with, he was still very confident and was not very worried. Golden Cicada and the Divine Prince are both chasing into the absolute Yin fog separately. Isn't this too dangerous? Yeah, at this time, it's better to stay together. Young Master Chang'e is left behind to fight against that supreme artifact. When the many geniuses who were following behind saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They were somewhat worried. They did not dare to chase in casually. A single supreme weapon won't be able to stop me. Many geniuses looked at Gu Chang'e, only to see him chuckling. Suddenly, a vast supreme being pressure appeared behind him. It was like an endless mountain and river slowly rising there. The mountain and river were endless, and so was the power. This was a divine might that could not be described with words. Even the sky seemed to be unable to withstand this majestic power. The great seal of mountains and rivers was engraved with countless complicated and ancient patterns. It seemed to have come to life, and a shocking supreme being pressure spread out from it. This was also a supreme artifact. Rumble. The aftermath of the collision of the two supreme artifacts was too terrifying. It was as if many stars had exploded there, and the light was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Changa's figure flashed and passed under the golden ancient bell. The great seal of mountains and rivers floated up and down, casting down light to protect him as he rushed into the vanishing fog. He quickly disappeared. Chapter 308. The terrifying pressure of a supreme being interweaved between heaven and earth. In the end, it turned into a vast and boundless galaxy of order. It was densely packed and was about to completely cover the sky. This was an incomparably terrifying scene. The two supreme artifacts had almost completely awakened. Their divine might surged, causing the souls of all the prodigies and cultivators below to tremble. They couldn't help but want to kneel on the ground. This kind of power could even sink the sky. If a wisp of it leaked out, it was enough to destroy everyone below. Some prodigies' faces turned pale as they hurriedly retreated. The inheritor of the demonic arts has a supreme artifact in his hand, and it's the kind that can be awakened at any time. No wonder he's so fearless. Even if he's discovered, he can kill everyone and then escape. Yao Yao. After all, even the elders of the Immortal Academy can't recognize his disguise. This time, the inheritor of the demonic arts will definitely be killed. He won't be able to escape. Many prodigies' eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Although they couldn't directly charge over like the Divine Prince, Golden Cicada Buddha, and the others. However, they were near the absolute fog, blocking all the exits. At that time, if the inheritor of the demonic arts wanted to escape, he could only go deep into the absolute land. Buzz. In the sky, all kinds of runes trembled, turning into a whistling power that was like a mountain and sea. After Gu Changa's figure quickly disappeared, the two supreme artifacts floated in the sky, facing each other. The great seal of mountains and rivers was also almost awakened. The god inside was no longer the original god. After being influenced by Gu Changa's demonic arts, it only obeyed him now. The current great seal of mountains and rivers was originally snatched by Gu Changa from the human ancestor's reincarnation, Jiang Yang, when he was in the lower realm. It was originally the immortal Luan seal, which contained mountains, rivers, and billions of stars. It gathered the various forms of the mortal world and was extremely powerful. However, he was worried that Supreme Immortal Luan would notice, so he changed the appearance of the immortal Luan seal and concealed its original origin, creating the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers. Supreme Immortal Luan didn't die, and it might even be a backup plan left behind by the human ancestor. However, the human ancestor had already been dealt with by Gu Changa. This so-called Supreme Immortal Luan had never appeared, so Gu Changa didn't take it to heart. So, where did the Great Seal of Mountains and Rivers come from? Even the people of the Gu clan did not know. They just assumed that Gu Changa was extremely lucky and obtained a supreme venerable weapon outside. Everyone in the outside world thought that it was a gift from the Gu clan. Over time, many cultivators and geniuses found out that Gu Changa actually possessed a supreme artifact. Not only that, but he could also activate it, displaying the divine might of a supreme being. Even when he faced Chu Hao, who was at the peak of the quasi-supreme plane, in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he was not afraid at all, and was able to contend with him. Thus, when the Golden Cicada Arhat and the Divine Prince asked Gu Changa to stay and fight the bell, everyone knew the reason and did not doubt it. After all, only Gu Changa had the ability to do so. If the Divine Prince and Golden Cicada were to fight against the supreme weapon, they would have to use many different methods and might not succeed. Did Senior Brother Changa rush in? Behind the group of heaven's prides, two beautiful figures were riding on divine rainbows as they rushed over from the sky. They were Yin Yu and Yin Mei. The one who asked was Yin Mei. Her face was full of concern as she looked at the gray fog in front of her. She was very concerned about Gu Changa's safety. This scene made many young geniuses feel envious. Why didn't a heavenly girl like her care about their safety? Heavenly girl, young Master Changa just rushed in, one of the geniuses nodded and replied. What's wrong? Why do you look so flustered? One of the geniuses asked curiously. Oh no, I suspect that senior brother Changa has fallen into a trap. The demonic arts inheritor's target may not be me, but them. Yin Mei's face paled slightly when she heard this. Her delicate body trembled as she spoke worriedly. What? Beside her, Yin Yu was also very shocked. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why didn't Yin Mei tell her this before? No, it should be because Yin Mei didn't realize it before. Yin Mei, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by falling into a trap? She couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hearing this, all the geniuses' expressions changed. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Gu Changa and the other two fell into a trap. Young Master Changa's plan was flawless. How could he have fallen into a trap one day? And the golden cicada bodhisattva and the divine prince were not easy to deal with either. Hearing this, Yin Mei took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. I thought about it carefully just now. When the demonic arts inheritor attacked me, he intentionally let me react so that I could escape successfully. It wasn't because I was lucky. And no matter what, at that time, there were many cultivators in the tea house. Wasn't he afraid of being discovered by others for being so brazen? As long as there was even the slightest movement, it would have attracted the attention of many cultivators and geniuses. Yin Mei's words made all the geniuses fall silent. Thinking about the situation carefully, it seemed that something was very wrong. The demonic arts inheritor had always been very careful. Why would he choose to attack when it was the easiest time to be exposed? So, he did it on purpose. Yin Yu also felt a chill run up her spine, making her shiver uncontrollably. Then, he took advantage of this opportunity to attract the attention of all the geniuses. He even said that he wanted senior brother Changa to come out. His goal was to attract the attention of senior brother Changa and the others. He probably also heard that senior brother Changa and the divine prince were coming. At that time, there were no elders here. Now, even senior brother Changa's supreme weapon was left outside the Yin field by him. Yin Mei nodded. At this point, her face turned even paler. Her delicate body trembled, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Senior brother Changa, please don't let anything happen to you. It was all because of me that he broke in. Seeing how sincere and worried she was, the expressions of Yin Yu and the others changed drastically. They also fell silent. So, this was all part of the demonic arts inheritor's plan. His goal was to attract everyone here. After all, he has a huge demonic arts inheritor organization behind him. Some of the geniuses' mouths and voices were dry. They couldn't help but feel numb. At this time, many people also realized why Ying Shuang had been running all the way without fighting back. Was it because he was weak? Definitely not. It was because he wanted to lure the divine prince, golden cicada, and the others here. The demonic arts inheritor is too arrogant. He actually set up a trap to lure everyone here. Is he planning to kill all the geniuses? This must be a counterattack that the demonic arts inheritor had planned. Thinking of this, some people couldn't help but shiver. Their faces were drained of blood. This time, young Master Changa and the others are most likely dead. Since the demonic arts inheritor dared to do this, it means that he is confident. No, we have to report this to the academy. If no elders come, it's useless for us to go in. Many geniuses fell silent. However, no one dared to move into the gray fog. I have to find Senior Chang'e. Last time, he fought with the demonic arts inheritor to save me and injured his origin. Yin Mei was about to rush into the fog to follow Gu Chang'e's footsteps. You can't go. Yin Yu frowned and pulled Yin Mei back. She said in a cold voice, with your strength, won't you just be adding to Dao Brother Chang'e's troubles? Then what should we do? If something happens to Senior Chang'e, I will follow him. Yin Mei was so anxious that she was about to cry. Her eyes were red and her 9 foxtails were no longer as white as before. Seeing this, many geniuses fell silent. Many people sighed in their hearts. Last time in the immortal ancient continent, Yin Mei had been saved by Gu Chang'e from the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts. After that, she had probably already had a crush on him. This made them envious and emotional. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. At this time, we can only wait for the Academy's elders to come. Some geniuses fell silent and sighed. Young Master Chang'e and the Divine Prince are not simple people. There shouldn't be a problem. The gray fog filled the sky, accompanied by many interminating living beings. However, they couldn't even get close to Gu Chang'e. With a casual wave of his hand, the void collapsed and a terrifying palm print appeared. Everything within a 10-mile radius was annihilated. If this was a domain, it was actually the use of void rules. Before the extreme Yin spirits could even get close to this area, they all exploded with popping sounds, their bodies and souls destroyed. At this time, Ying Shuang should have escaped to the east. The one chasing her is the Divine Prince. The golden cicada Buddha is in the other direction. I'll let her go for now. Gu Chang'e had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. She walked in the void leisurely and unhurriedly. Great Tao-like imprints interweaved beneath his feet, quickly moving into the distance, so close yet so far away. He squinted his eyes. Many rules of heaven and earth flowed, including auras, and so on. He could see everything clearly. Of course, the traces of the Divine Prince and the Golden Cicada Buddha were also visible. Ying Shuang, stop right there. At this time, where are you going to run to? On the other side, in the depths of the gray fog, a great battle was breaking out. Many mountain peaks that had long dried up exploded. Terrifying fluctuations spread outwards. Streak after streak of divine ability symbols interweaved and filled the air, streaking in all directions. It was incomparably brilliant. The Divine Prince shouted angrily. He rushed over with the 4 spirits war chariot. He was tall and handsome. Even his hair was dazzling as if it was burning. He was attacking Ying Shuang who was in front of him. His moves were large and powerful, extremely swift and powerful. He punched out. The runes around him were like dazzling fireworks. The sky rumbled as if a sun was being pushed forward. This kind of power was no longer something a saint could use. It was an ultimate attack. At this moment, he was like a young deity. Many phantoms surrounded him. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared as if they were coming to life. They were fierce and domineering. I said I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. I was wrongly accused. Ying Shuang's expression changed. He couldn't help but shout. After being chased for so long, he was already incomparably sullen and angry. At this time, he took out a small green sword. Hundreds of millions of divine lights fell from the sky. He was going to take the Divine Prince's punch head-on. However, in the end, he was only an impostor. He wasn't the real Prince Ying. Under this attack, the small green sword broke and exploded. He immediately coughed up blood and retreated. His hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. Without the protection of the supreme artifact Golden Ancient Bell, he was only a bit stronger than an ordinary young supreme being. He was no match for an ancient freak like the Divine Prince. Is this all you've got? The Divine Prince snorted. His eyes were cold. He stood on the four spirits war chariot. His whole body was flowing with dazzling brilliance. He was like a matchless emperor. How many times have I said it? I'm not the inheritor of demonic arts. I was wrongly accused. Gu Chang'e is the real inheritor of demonic arts. Ing Shuang coughed up blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that he couldn't even take a single attack from the divine prince. The two of them were both saints. However, the gap between them was so big. If it was the real Prince Ing, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be so one-sided. Hee, you're still quibbling at this time. You don't want to show me your true strength. I don't know what you're thinking, but I'll definitely get rid of you today. As long as I kill you, I can prove that I'm stronger than Gu Chang'e. All of his momentum will belong to me. The divine prince didn't care about Ing Shuang's current state at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly charged forward. Chapter 309. Multicolored blood condensed in his palm, turning into a multicolored spear. It was incomparably sharp. It tore through the sky and pressed down, wanting to kill Ing Shuang. Damn it! You still don't believe me? Ing Shuang's expression was extremely unsightly. Multicolored blood mist began to rise from his body. This was something like the blood of a deity. After all, he was the son of the divine prince, the heavenly emperor. Needless to say, the power of this kind of bloodline made the void tremble, carrying a terrifying burning power. Puff! In the next moment, the two of them clashed together. It was as if two asteroids had collided. However, Ing Shuang's body shook violently. He coughed out blood directly. His arm spasmed and almost exploded. That spear had passed through an unparalleled power, almost tearing his internal organs apart. Therefore, Ing Shuang was very decisive. He retreated rapidly like a rock spreading its wings. He was swift and powerful. He didn't want to fight anymore. Where do you think you're going? Where is the demonic art you cultivate? Why haven't you used it yet? Are you looking down on me? The divine prince snorted coldly. He drove the four spirits war chariot to chase after him. However, his expression soon changed. He said with shock and anger, Gu Chang'e, why are you here? The inheritor of the demonic art is my prey. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ing Shuang, who was running away, also changed his expression. He even turned pale with fright. He felt cold from head to toe as if he had seen a ghost. He had never thought that ripples would appear in the void before him. Then, Gu Chang'e walked out with a smile. His eyes were calm and deep. His clothes fluttered in the wind. He was extraordinary and refined. Why aren't you running anymore? Gu Chang'e looked at the pale and frightened Ing Shuang. He couldn't help but smile. As for the divine prince who was chasing after him on the four spirits war chariot, he completely ignored him. Gu Chang'e, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to frame me again and again? Ing Shuang felt cold from head to toe. His limbs were cold and his spirit was trembling. He forced himself to calm down, but his voice was shaking. He had never felt as terrified and desperate as today. Wasn't Gu Chang'e fighting against the golden ancient bell? Why did he suddenly rush here? No enmity. No, there is enmity. Gu Chang'e was still smiling casually. Don't forget who you are. We are mortal enemies. Ing Shuang's face paled in despair. She gritted her teeth and said, why? He was just jealous of Gu Chang'e's identity and wanted to take everything away from him. However, he had never told anyone about this. How did Gu Chang'e find out? Gu Chang'e, what is the meaning of this? Ing Shuang is my prey. In the distance, the divine prince snorted coldly and drove the four spirits war chariot closer. He still hadn't figured out the current situation. Although he felt that Gu Changa's appearance was too sudden, he didn't think too deeply about it. In his opinion, it was Gu Changa who wanted to take advantage of Ing Shuang after seeing her severely injured. How could there be such a good thing in this world? What do I mean? Can't you see it now? Gu Changa glanced at him casually and smiled. However, since Ing Shuang is your prey, I will leave her to you. Don't worry, I won't interfere. After saying that, his figure floated, and his white robe fluttered as he retreated to the other side. The divine prince frowned. His instinct told him that this situation was a bit strange. Could it be that Ing Shuang was right? That he was wrongly accused? However, in the next moment, a divine rainbow appeared under Ing Shuang's feet. Just as she was about to escape, his expression changed. Without thinking too much, he immediately chased after her. Who? The fist wind swept over, and Ing Shuang was blown away like a leaf. Blood spurted out of her mouth. Who knew how many of her bones were broken? She fell to the ground and couldn't get up immediately. What a trash. I didn't expect that you couldn't even take a punch from me. If you are still pretending at this time, don't blame me for being ruthless. The divine prince snorted coldly and quickly closed in. The five-colored spear condensed in his hand again, wanting to pierce Ing Shuang into the ground. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Puff! Blood splashed out like a dazzling flower of blood, blossoming on his body. A slender white hand pierced through his back and tore him apart. The terrifying wound was like a torn piece of cloth, almost penetrating the front and back. Gu Changa's figure appeared behind him. There was a faint smile on his face. Gu Changa, you, the divine prince groaned and turned around. His face suddenly paled, and he couldn't believe it. At the critical moment, Gu Changa suddenly attacked him. Shouldn't he be dealing with Ing Shuang? However, his reaction was fast. He spat out a sparkling and translucent divine sand from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the size of a mountain. Like a shield, it bombarded Gu Changa behind him. Do you think it will work? Gu Changa didn't care and smiled. A terrifying sword ray gushed out from his fingers. It was almost as if it was made of divine gold, and it tore the divine prince apart. The multicolored blood of the gods fell from the sky with a crystalline intent. The mountain-sized divine sand was slapped down by his other hand, and it instantly exploded with a bang, turning into fine powder that filled the sky and drifted down. Gu Changa, why are you doing this? The divine prince kept vomiting blood. His face was extremely pale and frightened. His body was about to explode. His bones and organs had been torn apart by the sword chi. There was also a sword ray that was hard to resist. It was constantly eating away at his vitality, making it difficult for his injuries to heal. His scalp was numb. His back was full of cold air. His divine soul was almost frozen. Is what Ing Shuang said true? He suddenly reacted. He wasn't stupid. Before, he just didn't understand and didn't think so much. Now, he thought about Ing Shuang's frightened expression and Gu Changa's actions. He finally understood. Ing Shuang didn't lie. It turned out that everything was controlled by Gu Changa behind the scenes. Gu Changa was the real inheritor of demonic arts. This made the divine prince's skull almost explode. He felt a bone-chilling coldness. Before this, he had never thought about this. In other words, from the beginning, Gu Changa had been scheming against everyone. Even the various orthodoxies were toyed with in the palm of his hand. How terrifying was that? Just thinking about it made one shudder. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Ing Shuang vomited blood and got up from the ground. Seeing this, a hint of gloating flashed across her eyes. But soon, she became gloomy again. Now, only by working together can we have a chance to escape from him. Otherwise, both of us will die here today. Gu Chang'e, Ing Shuang wanted to say something, but her expression suddenly changed and she vomited blood. She didn't know when Gu Chang'e suddenly appeared in front of her and stepped on her. Along with a cracking sound, his bones shattered. Under such a terrifying force, his entire body almost exploded. It was too fast. It was as if he disappeared into thin air. Working together? Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strength? Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd appeared in his hand. With a trembling sound, he slashed down casually. The terrifying blade light seemed to have descended from another universe. It crossed over and arrived in the blink of an eye. The blade light was peerless, and nothing could stop it. It directly pierced through the divine prince, who was trying to defend himself. At this moment, the void exploded, and a terrifying crack instantly spread out for hundreds of miles. Many terminating beings felt this terrifying aura. Even though they had lost their minds, they didn't dare to get close. They fled in fear. Is this why you're so confident in working together? You can't even withstand a single blow. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. In the void, black runes of the great Tao circulated. Rays of light and mist rose, turning into a great Tao treasure bottle and falling down on the divine prince. Boom! But in the next moment, the divine prince's expression suddenly changed. In his sea of consciousness, a peerless aura appeared. A sword embryo appeared. It was golden and dazzling, as if it was made of divine gold. The primordial spirit held the sword and slashed down. Along the way, a terrifying shadow appeared. The universe split open, the stars collapsed, and even the world turned to dust under this sword. But Gu Chang'e only pointed forward with a calm expression. A ray of sword light gushed out, making clanging sounds. Everything was washed away and returned to the mortal world. The two swords collided, and the terrifying aftermath almost destroyed the world. The divine prince groaned, and his forehead split open. The primordial spirit almost collapsed. I don't believe it. He couldn't help but roar. A light flickered in his divine soul. A purple-gold divine lamp appeared. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a supreme aura that could burn down the sky. As the son of Heavenly Emperor Shen, he also had a life-saving item. He could only use it when his life was in danger. Buzz! But Gu Chang'e had expected this. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared behind him, and a boundless grey mist overflowed into the sky and directly enveloped him. Although it was only condensed. However, even a supreme being-level divine lamp was quickly swallowed up. You are indeed the true inheritor of the demonic arts. You hid it so deeply. The divine prince's face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. Even the 4 spirits' war chariot was shattered into pieces by the great Tao symbols. It's just that you are too stupid. Gu Chang'e smiled indifferently. The terrifying black light instantly submerged him. Then, an unwilling and angry voice sounded, making Ing Shuang's hair stand on end. His divine soul trembled, and he was terrified to the extreme. Gu Chang'e, you can't kill me. If you kill me, people will definitely know your identity. His voice was trembling, and he wanted to kneel and beg for mercy. In the end, he was just a servant. At this time, he was almost scared out of his wits. That's not necessarily true. Gu Chang'e smiled casually. Then, he reached out with his palm, and with a pu sound, he was directly slapped to death, his body and soul destroyed. At the last moment, Ing Shuang was still planning to beg for mercy. He was full of despair and fear. Of course, before this, Gu Chang'e had already plundered the providence points of the so-called Son of Providence of the possession style. Just in case, Gu Chang'e still kept the wisp of soul that was connected to the soul lamp in his divine soul. At the same time, the system notification sounded. Ding! Killed the Son of Destiny, triggering the rules of the drop of fate points. Dropped the heavenly Tao treasure chest. Calculating. Chapter 310. Grey fog billowed, and the runes of the great Tao interweaved in the void, forming a great Tao treasure bottle that devoured the origin of the divine prince's bloodline. Many inherited abhijanas flashed quickly in Gu Changa's mind, like flickering lights and passing shadows. He squinted his eyes slightly. He didn't care much about these celestial techniques that were originally inherited from the heavenly Emperor of God. The supreme divine lamp floated in the air for a while. A ray of fire could burn the sky, but it quickly dimmed. The artifact spirit deity let out a roar of unease and fear, but it disappeared in a few breaths' time. Even though it was just a great Tao treasure bottle formed by the runes of the great Tao, under Gu Changa's current strength, it contained terrifying divine power. Without a true user of the supreme artifact, even if the artifact spirit within was awakened, it would be like a rootless duckweed. It wouldn't be able to resist for long. I wonder what kind of heavenly Tao reward will be dropped this time. Gu Changa stood in the void, his white robe fluttering as he muttered to himself. He looked like he had just done something simple. Then, he cleaned up the traces in front of him, and created the feeling of a terrifying battle. Especially the aura of the various demonic techniques, which filled every inch of the void. As long as a cultivator stepped in here, they would feel chills all over their body, and their hair would stand on end. Fear, palpitations, chills, terror. This place had turned into a terrifying area like hell. Not only was the aura of Een terminating, but there was also a strong aura of forbidden demonic techniques. It was like a black hole in the universe that could swallow anything. At this time, as long as an elder came and used tracing methods to investigate, they would feel like their soul was frozen. It couldn't be investigated, it couldn't be found. Of course, the most important thing was that they could feel the intensity of the battle. They even had a feeling that even if they had participated, they wouldn't have been able to escape alive. If that's the case, who knows what happened? No, only I know what happened. Gu Changa couldn't help but laugh, and then looked at the golden treasure chest in his hand. The moment he killed Ing Xuan, the system notified him. Even the mission that Gu Changa accepted to kill the child of fate was completed. He didn't really care about fate points and fate points. He just wanted to know what the heavenly Tao reward chest would be this time. However, compared to the faint purple treasure chest he had obtained when he killed the human ancestor, this one was a little shabby. Of course, he was not surprised. After all, not every child of Providence was like the human ancestor. Apart from having good luck, what else could a child of Providence possess? He couldn't even use the most basic strength of the body's original owner. Do you want to open the heavenly Tao treasure chest? Activate. A strange look flashed across Gu Changa's eyes. As the dazzling golden brilliance blossomed before his eyes, a crown enshrouded in grayish-brown divine light jumped out and flickered within. Strands of aura that symbolized misfortune condensed and manifested inside. They coiled up and down. They were strange and ancient, and had a natural aura of the Tao. Gray crown of providence. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly and quickly understood the function of the gray crown of providence. Speaking of which, it was fundamentally different from the purple crown of providence that he obtained when he killed the human ancestor's reincarnation. That was because the purple crown of providence could reverse one's providence. It could significantly increase the user's providence in a short period of time. It was equivalent to the Son of Heaven. However, there was a limit to the number of times the purple crown of providence could be used. Once the limit was exceeded, it would shatter and explode. Until now, Gu Changa had not found a suitable time to use the purple crown of providence. The gray crown of providence in front of him had the opposite effect. It could cause the user's providence to fall to the lowest point in a short period of time. It was the same for the child of providence, who was known as the Son of Heaven. There was no mention of any counteracting function. The original Prince Ing was also an unlucky person. The son of the emperor was possessed by a horse feeder. It was indeed considered lucky. That's why this thing dropped for me. Gu Changa's smile was somewhat thought-provoking. This kind of thing sounded quite useless. However, it was not the case. The introduction of the Grey Crown of Providence said that any existence could work. That naturally included those powerful cultivators who had surpassed the supremacy realm. Those powerful existences were even more sensitive to the providence of heaven and earth and would easily deduce and calculate. With the Grey Crown of Providence, one might be able to directly take him away when he was in seclusion. For Gu Changa, this was a good thing to kill and rob. Providence itself was elusive and difficult to find. Even a supremacy would be very wary of such means. They would not know who was secretly harming them. Then, he put away the Grey Crown of Providence and glanced at the Providence points and Destiny points he had obtained this time. He had obtained about 30,000 Providence points. He could exchange them for a lot of Transcendence bones. At Gu Changa's current level, there were Transcendence bones that would take the initiative to provide him with various insights into the great Tao of heaven and earth and the laws of the world. There was also a forbidden demonic technique that could devour a lot of origin energy, so there was no need to consider cultivation at all. Other people broke through by comprehending in seclusion. Even people like Jiang Chuchu, who was known as the reincarnation of an immortal, and Wang Zijin, who was born to be a saint, had to take one step at a time and slowly break through. However, Gu Changa did not need to think about this. His cultivation had reached a certain level. When it was time to break through, he would naturally break through. He estimated that with this speed, it would not be long before he broke through to the quasi-supremacy realm. Now, the origins of various geniuses are not of much use to me. It's time to consider making a move on the older generation. Gu Changa began to consider another matter. At present, even an ancient freak like the Divine Prince would not be of much use to him. To him, it would not be of much use. He would rather benefit less from it than Ing Shuang, who was a child of destiny. Therefore, his cultivation had to be held back. He did not forget that the system had mentioned the red-clothed female demon before. Calculating the time that he had obtained from Yumingkong, she would be born soon. A place like the Demon Burial Abyss was a place that even supremacies were not willing to go near. Gu Changa combined with his previous memories. When he was a demon master, his cultivation was indescribable. However, the extent to which he could destroy the heavens with a single hand had far surpassed the concept of being an immortal. The red-clothed female demon could take a blow from the halberd and not die. She was only sent into the demon burial abyss. Was this not shocking enough? As for whether he had shown mercy at that time, this was not clear. However, the red-clothed female demon was definitely terrifying. A hatred that cannot be erased even in the deepest depths of hell. Every time Gu Changa muttered this sentence, the red-clothed figure would appear in front of him. Although he had a plan in mind, it was hard to say if it would work. However, he quickly put this matter aside. There was something else that needed to be done. Gu Changa's figure flashed and appeared on a mountain peak not far away. He looked in another direction. At that time, the Golden Cicada Buddha and the Divine Prince had separated, but it had passed in a while. The Golden Cicada Buddha had not caught up. As long as he was not stupid, he would turn back and chase in this direction. Moreover, he always felt that the Golden Cicada Buddha was not as simple as he seemed. Perhaps even the likes of the Purple Sun Lord and Six Crown King were not as simple as he was. Of course, he could not see anything from the fate points. Most importantly, this was the intuition that Gu Changa had after fighting with him. However, no matter how complicated he was, Gu Changa did not need to care. The Golden Cicada Buddha should feel the abnormality here soon and rush over. Then let's give him a surprise first. He could not help but smile. With a wave of his sleeve, a majestic aura suddenly rushed into the sky. The aura surrounded by chi and blood gushed out from every pore, shattering the sky. He did not believe that the golden cicada Buddha would not be attracted by this fluctuation. Immediately after, from between Gu Changa's eyebrows, a deep and heart-throbbing devil chi spread out. Vaguely, a small person could be seen walking out. Its face was indifferent, and it was no different from Gu Changa. However, soon after, their faces were covered by mist. Even supreme beings couldn't see through them clearly. This was naturally Gu Changa's primordial spirit. However, he had condensed it with visualization. It was indescribable and indescribable. The next moment, a blurry and terrifying figure appeared behind him. Its demonic might was awe-inspiring and overwhelming. 4 supreme saint puppets in black robes appeared. Black Tao runes intertwined in each of their hands. In the end, they condensed into a terrifying great Tao treasure bottle that bobbed in the sky. Whoosh! On the other side, gray mist surged. The sky was incomparably dark. A streak of golden light moved quickly. Divine runes shone, and Buddhist light flowed all over his body. Many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared on his robes. They looked solemn and dignified, and some were smiling while holding flowers. It was the golden cicada Buddha. He was frowning and had an uneasy feeling. Looks like the inheritor of the demonic arts should be in the divine prince's direction. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Looking at the time, it's about time to go back and take a look. Under the Xiankong temple, I kowtow before the Buddha for thousands of years, the golden cicada Buddha sighed. There was a Buddhist seal between his eyebrows. There was a sun-like seed in it, shining in all directions under the lake. Thus, even though this place was incomparably dark, it could not obstruct his vision and footsteps. There were rumors that he had 108 Buddhist bones, but in reality, he had more than that. In his sea of consciousness, he was born with the light of merit. Later, he cultivated the light of merit into a divine seed of merit, which could support the Buddhas in the world at any time. Of course, this was his trump card. He rarely showed it in front of others. Even when he fought with Gu Changa in front of the True Immortal Academy, he did not show it. I'm afraid the Divine Prince is in trouble. The inheritor of the demonic arts led us all the way here. His intention is obvious. The golden cicada Buddha shook his head slightly and sighed. He looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. Asking for fresh flowers, it was not that he did not know what the Divine Prince was thinking. He just did not say it out loud. On the other hand, the inheritor of the demonic arts was very powerful. Although he had a Buddhist heart, it did not mean that he was stupid. Killing demons and defending the Tao were all words and deeds. He had a Buddhist heart, which could illuminate mountains and rivers. Naturally, the layers of mysteries could not escape his eyes. After that, the golden cicada Buddha's figure turned into a Buddhist light that illuminated the sky. He turned back and did not stay for long. I hope it's not too late now. Not long after, a surging aura came from the gray fog. He shook his head and quickly followed the original path, rushing in the other direction that the Divine Prince had gone. Along the way, he had already sensed some terrifying aftershocks of the battle. There was another aura that he was very familiar with. When they fought in front of the True Immortal Academy, the golden cicada Buddha had already remembered Gu Changa's aura. Naturally, he would not mistake it now. Thus, he was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Gu Changa would be one step ahead of him. Gu Changa is already here. Did he leave his supreme weapon outside? I didn't expect that even he would be tricked. The inheritor of the demonic arts purposely blocked the way with his supreme weapon. He wants to kill us. Amitabha. I hope that the Divine Prince and young Master Changa are fine. The golden cicada Buddha was slightly stunned. His figure appeared in a mountain range. He traversed the area. With one step, the space changed. He was extremely fast. After a moment of silence, he put his palms together and sighed. Looks like I'm a bit late for this battle. In this mountain range, he felt the divine prince's aura. Of course, it was the remnant aura. The situation was not good. He could feel that. However, while the golden cicada Buddha's words were merciful, his eyes were calm. There were no ripples of emotion. He had already guessed the inheritor of the demonic art's goal, but he did not point it out. Back then, the divine prince had been very anxious, afraid that the inheritor of the demonic arts would escape. He would not say anything. Thus, this situation was within his expectations. He has the heart to subdue demons, but he does not have the power to subdue demons. He overestimates himself. The golden cicada Buddha moved. His monk robes fluttered as he rushed toward the mountain range ahead. If his senses were correct, there had been a battle there. However, when golden cicada Buddhist child arrived and saw the situation, he was immediately shaken. Even with his Buddhist heart, he was somewhat shaken. Gu Changa, to think that he would be in such a sorry state. A ripple of emotion appeared on his calm face, but it quickly returned to its original state. High up in the sky, a gray fog overflowed into the heavens. Terrifying laws and order descended, covering everything and surging violently. It was pitch black like the Milky Way, thick and heavy. A pitch-black bottle formed by great Tao runes floated there. It seemed to want to suck in the world. A blurry figure was shrouded in black fog. His face could not be seen clearly. He stood under the bottle, his expression cold and mocking. Four great sage stage experts stood towering by his side, and numerous talisman markings appeared in their hands as they firmly sealed off the surroundings. Every inch of the void was filled with an aura that made one's heart palpitate. The golden cicada Buddha could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. What kind of battle had happened here? Just the remnants of the battle were enough to make one's soul tremble. Gu Changa, you've been chasing me for so long. Have you ever thought that such a day would come? The figure shrouded in black fog in the sky could not help but laugh coldly. He was extremely proud, and his chill filled the sky. His face was covered by fog, but the golden cicada Buddha could tell from his aura that it was Prince Ing Shuang. The four supreme saints from before had also appeared in the Yin battlefield. They were suspected to be subordinates of the inheritor of demonic arts. Gu Changa sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain range. A golden decree unfurled before him, protecting him within. However, his current state was not right. His body was covered in blood, and his aura was chaotic. The most terrifying thing was that there was a wound on his dantian. 5-colored light flowed, trying to heal the wound. However, as layers of black fog rose, it was corrosive and difficult to expel. Gu Changa's face was pale and weak. His eyes were like candles that were about to be extinguished. His origin source is damaged. Even Gu Changa's life is in danger. The divine prince's aura has disappeared. The golden cicada Buddha's pupils constricted. He did not expect the result to be so unexpected. He could only be described as shocked. Once news of this spread, there would be a terrifying earthquake in the outside world. It would be difficult to calm down. Looks like the outside world is going to change. Chapter 311. At the same time, in the outside world wherein absolute mist surged, streaks of divine rainbow light rushed over from various mountain peaks. They were all heavenly geniuses and cultivators. After hearing the news, they quickly rushed over. In that instant, this place became incomparably lively. The heavenly geniuses of several ancient countries all gathered here. The mysterious six-crowned king wore gray clothes, medium build, face shrouded in mist. He arrived on a white immortal crane, currently looking down. Streaks of divine multicolored light flashed past his eyes, symbols appearing. Many terrifying scenes appeared, deducing what happened here. At this time, even he felt a type of uneasiness, actually feeling a type of heart-palpitating feeling. There is great danger hidden here. This time, the demonic art inheritor definitely put in a lot of effort to lure so many heavenly geniuses here. Otherwise, there is no way things would be like this. This is a premeditated scheme. Ing Xuang, I've underestimated you. Six-Crown King couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Then, he looked towards the Supreme Being artifact that was still in confrontation, frowning. Gu Changa's Supreme Being artifact was left here. I wonder if he anticipated this. It seems like both him and the Divine Prince are in danger. Taking such a great risk, the demonic art inheritor definitely had confidence. Another disciple appeared at Six-Crown King's side, her face extremely beautiful, figure tall and slender. There were divine phoenix patterns between her brows, a pair of phoenix wings that flowed with brilliant radiance spread out behind her, as if flowing with divine flames. This was precisely the heavenly phoenix maiden. She also hurried here, but just like Six-Crown King, she felt restraining fear towards the methods inside, not choosing to enter. Ing Xuang is definitely doing this to kill those who are chasing after her. Six-Crown King nodded. He admitted that he made a mistake back then. He never expected Ing Xuang to hide this well, actually fooling his eyes. This type of vicious scheming and methods, as well as this type of courage, made him have no choice but to treat it seriously. However, this was more in line with the demonic art inheritor he previously knew. I hope young Master Chang'e, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, Divine Prince and the others are fine. The heavenly phoenix maiden said, otherwise, I fear that in the future, there really won't be anyone who can contend against the demonic art inheritor. Gu Chang'e is so strong, and it has always been him scheming against others, so how could he be schemed against by others? It's impossible for anything to happen to him. On a mountain range, Gu Xian'er's figure appeared. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. Her expression was cold, but her brows were furrowed. Although she said that, she couldn't calm down at this time. She couldn't help but worry. He had promised to bring back Qing Xiaoyi, who had been abducted. But now, he was going to bring her back. However, Gu Chang'e had disappeared midway, saying that he knew the whereabouts of the inheritor of the demonic arts and had arrived at the Black Tortoise ancient country before her. However, Gu Xian'er never thought that when she came here, she would hear that Gu Chang'e and the others had been schemed against by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Now, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. This made her feel very uneasy and worried. She clearly knew that Gu Chang'e was very strong and that no one could hurt him. Moreover, after his accident, it meant that no one could bully her in the future. But Gu Xian'er was not happy at all. After all, that was the inheritor of the demonic arts. Gu Chang'e had severely injured him many times. It went without saying how much she hated Gu Chang'e. How could she let go of such a good opportunity? Thinking of this, Gu Xian'er began to urge Gu Chang'e's followers to encourage the other heaven's favorites. At this time, if she rashly went, she would only bring trouble to Gu Chang'e and become a burden. However, if there were more people, it would more or less make a difference. One had to admit that her method was very effective. Many heaven's favorites were encouraged and suddenly felt confident. Whatever, there are so many of us now. When the time comes, we will go in together. I don't believe that the inheritor of the demonic arts will be so arrogant. That's right, that's right. What's there to be afraid of at this time? Young Master Chang'e and the others are rushing in. At this time, can we only cower here? We are not worthy of being called heaven's favorites. Soon, many people were filled with righteous indignation. They were all young heaven's favorites and could not tolerate sand in their eyes. When they heard the heaven's favorites beside them secretly comparing them to Gu Chang'e and the others, they immediately felt their faces heat up. They felt somewhat ashamed and could not explain themselves. After all, eliminating the inheritor of the demonic arts was not just a matter for Gu Chang'e and the others. Every cultivator was duty-bound and would not shirk their duty. Thinking of this, many Heaven's favorites suddenly felt more confident. There were so many people. No matter how many tricks the inheritor of the demonic arts had, could he possibly trap and kill everyone? Indeed, it's useful to say that. Gu Xian nodded slightly. Soon, his figure moved and left the mountain peak. He followed the crowd and hurried towards the land of absolute negative energy. Because the two supreme weapons were facing each other, no living creatures jumped out to stop them. They went deep into the land of absolute negative energy without any danger. Senior brother Chang'e, nothing must happen to him. Yin Mei's face was full of worry. Gu Xian already did not treat this vixen well when they were in Dao Heaven Immortal Palace. Now that he saw her care for Gu Chang'e so much, for some reason, he eased up quite a bit. Now was not the time to throw a tantrum. Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others revealed strange expressions. At this time, they also followed behind. They all had their own plans, not planning to walk in front. If they encountered danger, they could immediately retreat. As well-known figures of the younger generation, none of them were easy to deal with. Hom Long Long. In the sky, gray mist overflowed into the heavens. For great sages shrouded in black robes took action, sealing off every inch of space. Great Tao symbols interweaved and fell, turning into a great Tao precious bottle that bobbed up and down, releasing overflowing divine might. It was as if a boundless stellar river was about to descend. Gu Chang'e, I want to see how much longer you can last. Gu Chang'e, when you were hunting me down, you should have thought of this day. Soon, you will accompany that idiot divine prince. Arrogant and powerful laughter resounded in the sky. The figure shrouded in thick mist looked down with a cold smile. He had noticed Golden Cicada Buddha's arrival. However, he had no interest in him. Right now, there was only Gu Chang'e in his eyes. It was as if once he killed Gu Chang'e, no one in the world would be able to stop him. Hearing these words, Golden Cicada Buddha found it difficult to maintain his previous calm expression. His heart trembled. Before, he had guessed that Gu Chang'e and the Divine Prince might have fallen for the demonic arts inheritor's trick. He also guessed that the two might suffer a great loss this time. However, he really did not expect that the battle would be so bitter. The Divine Prince might even have fallen. Once news of this matter spread, it would set off a boundless wave. The demonic arts inheritor's powerful edge would once again shock the world. He sensed again and even secretly used the seed of virtue. However, in the end, he still found that the Divine Prince's aura had disappeared. What Ying Shuang said was not false. Gu Chang'e also looked like his origin was heavily injured. He sat there cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed. His expression was calm. However, his aura was also very weak. He no longer had the extraordinary aura he had before. His white clothes were dyed red, and the terrifying wound almost tore his body apart. It was a shocking sight. Frightening and shocking. If not for the extraordinary golden decree in front of him, which spewed out 5-colored divine light like a shield, it would have resisted the many rules and orders in front of it. Perhaps Gu Chang'e would have already taken the Divine Prince's path of retreat today. The demonic arts inheritor's plan could be said to have put in a lot of effort. First, he cleverly exposed himself to lure everyone in. Then, he used the supreme weapon to block the path, forcing everyone to separate. He also used this method to restrict Gu Chang'e's supreme weapon. Meanwhile, he had already set up layers of traps and ambushes in the land of absolute Yin. He was waiting for them to enter before he launched an attack. Under this type of scheme, not to mention the Divine Prince, even if a true Supreme Being came, they might still suffer a calamity and fall here. Thinking of this, even though the Golden Cicada Buddha's heart was firm, he could not help but feel a little shaken. If he had not followed the Divine Prince's words and chased in the other direction, he might have been the one in trouble today. This demonic arts inheritor was really too ruthless. However, a strange light flashed in the golden cicada Buddha's eyes. He had another idea. From the tragic fluctuations, the battle just now was extremely tragic. No one dared to underestimate Gu Changa's strength. He was already injured to such an extent. Then, Ying Shuang would definitely not have it easy. It was very likely that she was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She had already used many methods just now. Otherwise, with her personality, she would not have spared Gu Changa. Instead, she said so much and made him rush over. In other words, Ying Shuang was actually very afraid of Gu Changa. Even in such a situation, she did not dare to act rashly because she was not confident and was not sure what other tricks Gu Changa had up his sleeve. Judging from Gu Changa's weak but still calm expression, it was also the case. Amitabha, good, good. It is the responsibility of cultivators to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Young Master Changa, hold on for a while. I'll take care of the demonic arts inheritor now. The golden cicada Buddha said with a smile and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, he stepped forward and appeared in midair. Looking at the figure shrouded in grey fog, he directly attacked to investigate the situation. Demonic arts inheritor, don't be so arrogant. Today, I will eliminate evil for the people. After saying that, a dazzling light appeared behind him. Phantoms of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Vajras appeared. With a single thought, all kinds of Buddhist techniques were launched forward to attack. At the same time, a purple gold bowl appeared and enlarged in the sky like a thunder tribulation pool. In it, dense lightning flashed and crackled. All kinds of terrifying true thunder appeared, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Golden Cicada Buddha, you came at the right time. Hearing this, Gu Changa also looked over. His words were calm, and there was no excitement or the slightest hint of being saved. Unfortunately, you're still one step too late. The Divine Prince has already been killed by the demonic arts inheritor. I didn't expect the two of you to be separated, he said indifferently. Even though his face was pale and bloodless, it still made one's heart palpitate, and they didn't dare to look at him directly. The golden cicada Buddha did not turn around. He only raised his eyebrows. This action seemed a little frivolous, but it made him look like a demonic monk. He knew what Gu Changa meant. She was saying that even though he knew it was a scheme, he didn't explain it to the Divine Prince. Young Master Changa, I don't understand. Do you think I'm trying to harm the Divine Prince? The golden cicada Bodhisattva merely smiled, but he did not stop his attack. Hum. A layer of faint golden light appeared on his palm. His entire body seemed to be made of divine gold, exuding shocking chi and blood. You bald donkey, do you want to die? Seeing this, the figure in the sky snorted and waved his hand. Monstrous demonic chi surged, turning into all kinds of ferocious beasts that drowned out the golden cicada Buddha's Buddha shadows. The four supreme saints were wrapped in dark mist and sealed the space. Suddenly, the great Tao treasure bottle emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Many black runes flowed and turned into all kinds of rune Taoist swords. At the same time, hazy black light fell from the Great Way treasure bottle. It was so fast that it broke through the golden cicada Buddha's many attacks like lightning. In the end, it hit the purple gold bowl. However, the bowl was very sturdy and made of an unknown material. It took the hit head-on and offset much of the divine might. Boom. The golden cicada Buddha had a smile on his face. He looked very weak. But at this moment, he punched forward fiercely. The fist light was like a Buddha, bright and righteous, purifying the darkness and destroying everything. Poof! The next moment, the two collided. As expected, the golden cicada Buddha was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His Buddhist light dimmed, and his arm spasmed. Many of his bones were broken, but he was not surprised. He even smiled. Amitabha. You're indeed strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Looks like your attacks have been exhausted on young Master Chang'e. This kind of attack can't hurt me, the golden cicada Buddha said with a smile. As he spoke, the smile on his face became even wider. The purple gold alms bowl that had flown out once again returned to his hand. It was completely different from the purple gold alms bowl that he had fought with Gu Chang'e before. Gu Chang'e saw this and narrowed his eyes. Mahavairocana's immovable golden body. Golden cicada Buddha, you've hidden your strength well. I don't dare to hide it, but I have to be serious now. The golden cicada Buddha smiled. His injuries healed quickly. His Buddhist light was vast, and he looked solemn. Gu Chang'e's smile was meaningful. He didn't say anything else. He looked into the distance, thinking about something. Calculating the time, some elites should be here. In order to put on this show, he had to be more solemn and shocking. It was not enough. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden Dharma decree rose into the air. Golden light surged, dazzling and covering everything. It was as if many stars were rotating. Majestic and heavy sword chi suddenly gushed out. At the same time, Gu Chang'e stood up. His eyes were bright, and his white clothes were stained with blood. But his aura was rising. Chi and blood surrounded by five-colored divine light gushed out from the top of his head. It pierced through the sky, enough to attract everyone's attention. Every single one of his 60 trillion cells had come to life. Gu Chang'e, what is he doing? This scene shocked the golden cicada Buddha, who was fighting with the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him. Although he was at a disadvantage and had to be on guard against the four great saints, he still had some strength left. The golden cicada Buddha realized that the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him had used up a lot of his strength. It was not as easy as it seemed. In fact, he was already seriously injured in the fight with Gu Chang'e. He was just holding on. As for the other four great sages, they couldn't leave the great Tao treasure bottle in the void. Therefore, the golden cicada Buddha guessed that the great Tao treasure bottle was suppressing the divine prince's protective soul artifact. It was just like the golden ancient bell that the inheritor of demonic arts, Ying Shuang, had. That was a supreme artifact. The divine prince had the same status as Prince Ying. How could he not have a supreme artifact to protect him? Therefore, it was very likely that the sovereign weapon had already been suppressed. It was being suppressed by the great path Aquarius floating in the sky. If he could buy a little more time, he would have a chance to take down the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him today and even take revenge for the fallen divine prince. The golden cicada Arhat could not understand why Gu Chang'e would suddenly go on a rampage at this time. He took out that golden decree and wanted to kill his way over. From the looks of it, he must have used a forbidden technique. Young Master Chang'e, is this worth it? He couldn't help but shake his head and recite a Buddhist mantra. You really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Gu Chang'e, you finally can't hold back anymore. While the golden cicada Buddha sighed, the inheritor of demonic arts in front of him suddenly sneered. His aura also changed, and his demonic chi surged. The golden cicada Buddha's expression changed. Feeling that something was wrong, he tried to retreat. Whoosh! However, a blade made of pitch-black runes and surrounded by black devil fire appeared in the air and pierced through golden cicada Buddha, who was caught off guard. The saber chi cut through the sky, whistling past, spreading out an incomparably terrifying large crack in the void. The golden cicada Buddha turned pale and spat out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly used his Buddhist techniques to shatter the demonic saber. Then, he retreated. He didn't expect the inheritor of demonic arts to still have some tricks up his sleeve. He and Gu Chang'e really wouldn't use all their tricks until the end. How patient. The golden cicada Buddha wanted to curse. He had to use his Buddhist light to expel the black mist. This kind of injury was very difficult to heal and required time to heal. Fortunately, it was only a minor injury and didn't hurt his core. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Rumble. Don't you have some tricks up your sleeve too? Gu Chang'e appeared in the sky with a pale face and spoke with a calm expression. As the golden page of the decree fell, it was boundless and majestic. As if it was ordered to kill, the golden words swept through the boundless killing intent and fell toward that direction. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was terrifying to the extreme. The inheritor of demonic arts techniques were all destroyed by the sword Qi. His eyes widened and he spat out blood in disbelief. Oh no! This guy is crazy. He's planning to burn his essence blood. I miscalculated today. Retreat. With this shout, he planned to escape with the 4 great saints. The void blurred, and a passage that had been opened appeared. He stepped into it without stopping. In the sky behind him, the gray mist split open, and many divine rainbows rushed over. They were all geniuses. Everyone saw the shocking scene just now, and they trembled and feared from the bottom of their souls. They almost knelt down and kowtowed. However, some people quickly reacted and couldn't help but shout anxiously, "Young Master Chang'e." Chapter 312. This, all the heavens' favorites widened their eyes as they stared at the scene in front of them in shock. Actually, just now, if it weren't for the terrifying energy that suddenly pierced through the sky, illuminating all directions and dispelling the interminating fog, they wouldn't have noticed it. They wouldn't have noticed the commotion here and would have arrived quickly. On one hand, it was because the distance was too far. Many heaven's favorites didn't have the terrifying perception of Gu Chang'e and the other sequence disciples. On the other hand, it was because of the influence of the interminating fog. The heaven's favorites who rushed here had to be careful of the inheritor of the demonic arts. On the other hand, they had to kill the interminating spirits that attacked them. They had no time to care about other things. Now, under the sky, there was a young figure standing tall. His hair was as black as ink, his eyes were deep, and his entire body was flowing with light. He was like an immortal god surrounded by 5-colored clouds. As he moved, Taoist rhymes fell and intertwined as if he was the center of heaven and earth. He was powerful and unparalleled. But in contrast, the young figure was covered in horrifying injuries, and the robes that were almost dyed red with blood. This scene shocked all the heaven's favorites. Their scalps were numb, and they couldn't believe that this was Gu Chang'e. That extraordinary, almost perfect, flawless man was now 21 years old. How could he be like this? What kind of terrifying battle had happened here? Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian was also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. In all her memories, Gu Chang'e had always been so powerful and confident. He was always calm and composed. It was as if he could easily withstand the collapse of the sky. She still remembered that the last time Gu Chang'e was injured, it was a long time ago. In the immortal ancient continent, in order to save Yin Mei, he took a hit from the inheritor of the demonic arts and was injured. However, today, he was injured again because of the inheritor of the demonic arts. Furthermore, compared to last time, the injuries he received this time around were even more frightening. Even from a great distance, she could feel Gu Chang'e's pale complexion, his life force quickly fading away. It wasn't that she couldn't tell that something was wrong with Gu Chang'e's current condition. His qi and blood were extremely weak, and he was completely relying on the forbidden art to sustain himself. This made Gu Xian very sad, as if his heart was being squeezed. She couldn't help but clench her jade-like hands. She felt an icy killing intent towards the inheritor of the demonic arts. It turned out that even Gu Chang'e could get hurt. He was not as omnipotent as she had imagined. Rumble. The heavens trembled as countless laws and orders intertwined and permeated the air. It was as if they had become a seething ocean. From the top of Gu Chang'e's head, qi and blood, entwined with 5-colored rays of light, spurted out. Then, they turned into a long dragon and gathered in the golden decree. With a hum, it suddenly came to life. A myriad of divine lights gushed out, dazzling and dazzling, so brilliant that one couldn't look directly at them. In the eyes of the many geniuses who had rushed over, it was like a sun that illuminated the heavens. It was the purest yang, and nothing could stand in its way. At this time, even the most terrifying interminating qi was quickly disappearing like melting snow. Many people didn't even dare to look directly at it. Their eyes were extremely painful. Even if they closed their eyes, it was very painful, and they couldn't help but cry. Rumble. The golden decree rose into the air. Many sword rays rumbled and rotated there like galaxies, majestic and vast. Then, they suddenly slashed toward the void. The great path runes collapsed, accompanied by a few faint groans. Then, the void continued to crack open, and a terrifying and shocking crack appeared, spreading out for thousands of miles in an instant. However, even with such a terrifying burst of divine power, even the heavens were covered by this wave. However, the inheritor of the demonic technique still managed to escape. He took his 4 great sage subordinates with him, and soon disappeared without a trace. Everyone watched all this in shock. In the distance, the golden cicada Buddha, who was recovering from his injuries, resumed his calm appearance in front of others. He chanted the name of Buddha and didn't say anything. In his opinion, Gu Changde had shown such strength at this critical time, other than to frighten away the inheritor of the demonic arts. Perhaps his other purpose was to gain prestige. Fishing for fame. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, not understanding why Gu Changde had used such a method. Burning one's origin source and qi and blood, if not done well, was likely to leave behind the roots of cultivation, and it would be difficult for one to break through. At this moment, black fog billowed, and only the waves left in the world told everyone what had happened here. It was difficult for even a supreme saint to survive such an earth-shattering battle. Every inch of the void was still filled with the aura that made one's soul tremble and almost freeze. It seeped into one's soul. It's a pity that I didn't have time to make a move in the end. If I got here earlier, maybe I could have done something. Many people were regretful. They didn't expect to see the inheritor of the demonic arts escape as soon as they got here, and they couldn't capture him. But they also knew very well that under such circumstances, even the most proficient old monsters of the rule of space couldn't intercept the inheritor of the demonic arts. Since the inheritor of the demonic arts dared to scheme against a group of geniuses, he must have arranged everything before this. Naturally, this included the matter of spatial passageways. Of course, many geniuses breathed a sigh of relief and felt somewhat lucky. They had already experienced the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts. It was already very lucky to be able to get out alive. They didn't expect to destroy the inheritor of the demonic arts so easily. But soon, some people noticed something strange. Although this battle was very terrifying, and the remaining auras were so frightening, one person was missing. The Divine Prince. Why do we only see young Master Changde and the golden cicada Buddha? Where's the Divine Prince? The 690 young primordial sovereigns were puzzled. They looked around, but they didn't see any trace of the Divine Prince. Yeah, I remember that the golden cicada Buddha and the Divine Prince came first, and then young Master Changde came later. Could it be? A heaven's favorite's expression changed as his face turned pale. His voice came to an abrupt halt, not daring to say anything more. The Divine Prince's followers, including Yingyu, also panicked at this time. They were very uneasy and began to look around to ask. The Divine Prince's aura has disappeared. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Prince is most likely dead. At this time, the heavenly Phoenix Maiden took the initiative to speak, her expression very serious. Strands of immortal phoenix-like runes flashed in her eyes, as if little immortal phoenixes were dancing with her. Her words made the Divine Prince's followers' expressions change greatly. With a whoosh, all the blood drained from their faces. They couldn't believe that this was true. It was like a bolt from the blue. Their legs went soft, and they couldn't stand steadily. The nearby geniuses who were watching all this were extremely shocked, their souls trembling. The divine prince's aura has indeed disappeared. I fear that he is dead. I truly never expected that he would end up like this. I wonder what the heavenly emperor mountain behind the divine prince will do when they find out that the divine prince died under Prince Ying's hands. Six-Crowned King nodded and said. Towards the end, his voice became thought-provoking, but his expression didn't change much. It was as if he didn't mind that this matter was too big, and still wanted to watch the show. Chapter 313. The divine prince has fallen. When Six-Crowned King's words sounded, this place immediately became deathly silent. Many people's expressions changed greatly, revealing alarm. If it was said that just now, there were still some who doubted whether this was real or not, now, it was all confirmed. After all, it wasn't just the heavenly phoenix maiden who felt this, even the always low-key and mysterious Six-Crowned King said this. Was there any other possibility? These two weren't the type of people who would casually speak nonsense. Could it be that the divine prince really fell here? That can't be, right? The divine prince is heavenly emperor mountain's inheritor, the divine emperor's son, his strength great, trump cards numerous. How could he, the demonic art inheritor, set up a trap to kill everyone this time? Truly vicious. When they heard these words, many heavenly talents were stupefied, their scalps going numb, chills sweeping through their bodies. Someone couldn't help but mutter, voice trembling. Impossible, Master is so powerful, even having the protection of the Supreme Being artifact bestowed by the Divine Emperor, how could he fall here? This is definitely fake, Master is definitely still somewhere else, not coming here. When they heard this, the Divine Prince's followers felt as if they were struck by lightning, stupefied for a long time, their faces pale with fright, even more so in disbelief. In their eyes, the Divine Prince was destined to be an unmatched existence, someone who would sweep through everything in this world, reach the very peak. How could he fall under the hands of the demonic art inheritor? They didn't dare imagine what kind of consequences would happen if Heavenly Emperor Mountain found out about this. Using heaven-shocking waves to describe this wouldn't be an exaggeration. Sigh, after all, even young Master Chang'e was seriously injured, so it isn't impossible for the Divine Prince to fall here. Many people sighed, their eyes heavy, emotions complicated. They all had a premonition of what was going to happen soon. The higher realms that had been peaceful for a long time would definitely be shaken up again because of this matter. Even Gu Chang'e's strength is like this, it seems like Ying Shuang really isn't someone to be underestimated. Six-Crowned King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others didn't pay the Divine Prince's followers any more attention. They quickly turned their attention towards Gu Chang'e, their expressions different. Then, their figures moved, walking over. Amitba, Dao brothers came at the right time. It's a pity that the Divine Prince has already been killed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. On the other side, the Golden Cicada Arhat, who had almost fully recovered from his injuries, also walked over. When he walked over, his monk robes carried a bit of blood. Buddhist light flickered about. His hands moved together, greeting Six-Crowned King and the others. There was a sense of transcendence. Hearing his words, the young prodigies who still had a lot of hope in their hearts turned gloomy. Golden Cicada Arhat, do you know the cause and effect? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden could not help but ask. She was tall and slender, and her legs were long and straight. She was much taller than the average female cultivator. When she spoke, she gave off an indescribable pressure. I know a little. By the time this little monk arrived, the Divine Prince had already been killed. Even young Master Chang'e was heavily injured. This little monk knows nothing about what happened before this. Hearing this, the Golden Cicada Bodhisattva smiled faintly and gave a flawless answer. Really? Even Golden Cicada Buddha child did not know what had happened here before. No wonder the golden cicada Buddha child is in such good condition and is not injured. A strange look appeared in Six Crown King's eyes as he sized up the golden cicada Buddha child. In his view, the golden cicada Buddha child's cultivation was at most on the same level as the divine prince. Back then, he had clearly rushed in with the divine prince, while Gu Changa was the last to enter. In the end, the divine prince died. Gu Changa was heavily injured, but he was unscathed. Even his injuries were not that serious. This was truly strange. Either he had hidden his strength well, or he had not participated in that great battle and had found a place to hide. The golden cicada Buddha child's explanation was simply an excuse to not admit that he had sensed danger and chosen to retreat. Many people thought of this and their expressions changed, but they did not point it out. They all knew what was going on. The golden cicada Buddha child was not surprised at all. Still smiling, he said, "This little monk also regrets not coming sooner." Afterward, everyone hurried toward Gu Changa's place of cultivation. However, that mountain range was almost completely occupied by his followers. Everyone's eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, in case someone suddenly attacked the seriously injured Gu Changa. After all, who knew if the inheritor of demonic arts still had any hidden allies? The divine light of many precious artifacts enveloped the world. One could even see many divine artifacts floating in the air, pouring down multicolored light and mist, exuding a dangerous aura. Gu Xian, Yin Mei, and the others hurried over as soon as they arrived. At this moment, they were all looking at Gu Changa with worried expressions. Even Gu Xian, who was used to bickering with Gu Changa, clasped her hands together. She was very worried and uneasy. This was the first time she had seen Gu Changa so heavily injured. However, she did not know how to help him at this time. She could only watch as he continuously resisted the demonic energy in his body, his face calm but incomparably pale. This made her recall what had happened in the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. In order to repay her for digging out his bone, Gu Changa had ordered her to kill him. Then, he did not resist at all, forcibly taking her blade. That blade was the same, almost tearing his entire body apart. His injuries were a ghastly sight. Senior brother Changa's cultivation is powerful and his foundations are deep. These injuries should not be a problem. At this time, it was Yin Mei who calmed down and comforted her. This made Gu Xian nod, and the expression on her face relaxed slightly. However, she was also worried about something else. Gu Changa's injuries were so severe. If he could not suppress his demonic heart and erupted with demonic nature, what would they do? At that time, besides Gu Changa himself, no one here would be able to help him. How is brother Changa's situation? The heavenly phoenix maiden, Six Crown King, and the others quickly arrived. The one who spoke was the heavenly phoenix maiden, her eyes flickering with divine light. Streak after streak of immortal phoenix-like symbols flickered, sizing up Gu Changa's current situation. Six Crown King was also like this, divine splendor flickering in his eyes, all types of symbols swirling about. He carefully examined Gu Changa's aura. In the end, he shook his head slightly, discovering that Gu Changa's source was indeed injured. Moreover, because Gu Changa used a forbidden technique just now, burning his source blood and essence, his injuries worsened. It was unknown when he would be able to recover. This was much more serious than what he had guessed before. This time, the demonic arts inheritor's plan really succeeded. Gu Changa might not be able to use magical force for half a month, the divine prince has fallen, Heavenly Emperor Mountain will definitely be furious, but there is nothing they can do. After all, Prince Ing was once Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritor, Six Crown King thought to himself. He gave Golden Cicada Buddha child a strange look. He discovered that his expression was exceptionally calm, Buddhist light faintly discernible, as if he didn't care too much about Gu Changa's injuries. Or perhaps he already knew about all of this before this. Amitba, in order to fight against the inheritor of the demonic arts, young Master Chang'e did not hesitate to burn his source even when he was seriously injured. This little monk really admires you for your magnanimity and righteousness. At this time, Golden Cicada Buddhist child faintly smiled as he spoke. Then, he took out a sparkling, translucent, light yellow pill from his Buddhist robes. Buddhist light shone on it, releasing rainbow-colored radiance, appearing extremely mystical. A pure and holy radiance pervaded the air. It was as if there were many eminent monks sitting there, chanting about the afterlife, dispelling all things. This is the Holy Buddha pill unique to Buddha Mountain, refined by eminent monks using the power of virtue. It is extremely strong and yang, extremely effective in dispelling all types of evil and demonic energy. Perhaps it will be of great help to young Master Chang'e's injuries. Gu Chang'e sat there cross-legged, his expression calm and without ripples. Wisps of black mist curled about him, giving him a strange and sinister aura. However, other than the fact that his injuries were very serious, there was nothing else on his body. Hearing this, he opened his eyes and glanced at him. Golden Cicada Buddha child, I appreciate your kindness. However, you should keep this Saint Buddha pill for yourself next time. If you encounter another demonic arts inheritor next time, you won't be as lucky as today. Although he played it down, the expressions of many prodigies changed. Many of them were not stupid. They could hear Gu Chang'e's dissatisfaction towards Golden Cicada, as well as his faint mockery. This made many people frown involuntarily, and they began to imagine the cause of this matter. Six Crown King also narrowed his eyes, somewhat interested. He vaguely guessed the reason Gu Chang'e said this. What happened? Why would young Master Chang'e treat Golden Cicada like this? Many prodigies looked over, confused. They felt that this had nothing to do with Golden Cicada. Gu Xian, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also stared at Golden Cicada, as if waiting for an explanation. That's right. What happened at that time? Why is Golden Cicada Bodhisattva, who went in first, safe and sound while young Master Chang'e was severely injured? Could it be that the demonic arts inheritor didn't attack Golden Cicada? When everyone first rushed over, they just happened to see Gu Chang'e forcefully activate his origin, burning his chi and blood to unleash a terrifying attack, forcing the demonic arts inheritor to retreat. At that time, many people didn't notice Golden Cicada, so they didn't know what he was doing. At this thought, many prodigies guessed something and felt a sense of disdain and contempt towards him. As a Buddha, he didn't appear at the crucial moment. Instead, he let the heavily injured young Master Chang'e do it. In comparison, although Gu Chang'e was usually strong, his righteous actions were more admirable. Thank you for your concern, Brother Chang'e, but I still have a lot of Saint Buddha pills. If I'm unlucky next time, I have a solution. Golden Cicada didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say this. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly recovered and smiled. Golden Cicada, you're really lucky this time. Who would have thought that you would split up? Gu Chang'e sighed slightly, but didn't deny it. Then, he tried to get up, but seemed to have touched his injuries. His face paled and he coughed out blood, looking even weaker. This scene made the hearts of quite a few heavenly beauties clench. Was this still the young Master Chang'e they admired? At this moment, he was more like an immortal who had been banished to the mortal world, suffering all kinds of hardships. Gu Chang'e, are you okay? Gu Xian hurried over to support him, worry written all over her face. I'm fine. What could happen to me? Gu Chang'e looked at her and smiled. But before he could finish, blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth again. His face grew paler. Don't say anything. Don't force yourself at a time like this. Gu Xian's heart ached. She took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the blood away. Everyone had different expressions. Many people knew Gu Xian's identity and background, so they weren't surprised. Young Master Chang'e is right. I should have been with the Divine Prince. If we hadn't split up, he wouldn't have been killed. Hearing this, Golden Cicada sighed. He didn't expect Gu Chang'e to say this. Was he explaining for him? These words caused everyone to be somewhat puzzled. Then why didn't Golden Cicada stop the Divine Prince if you knew that this was all part of the demonic arts plan? Gu Chang'e asked calmly, ignoring Gu Xian's glare. In any case, he was very proficient when it came to things like labeling people. The Divine Prince was in trouble. The demonic arts inheritor was the first to bear the brunt. But Ying Xuan's identity was a bit awkward. After all, he was once the successor of Tianhuang Mountain. At this time, he naturally had to think of a way to help Tianhuang Mountain. No matter how he looked at it, Golden Cicada was the best choice. On the other hand, the Xiankong Temple was built by Buddha Mountain to guard the demon burial abyss. Gu Chang'e had made a move on the Golden Cicada Arhat for the sake of the subsequent plan. Gu Chang'e, Gu Xian whispered, "Can you stop talking? He's already so injured, what do you mean, young Master Chang'e?" Hearing this, Golden Cicada's expression changed slightly, but he still maintained his composure. He knew that Gu Chang'e was here to denounce him. At that time, he indeed knew that this was all part of the demonic arts plan, but he still didn't stop him. He felt that the Divine Prince was overestimating himself and knew that he wouldn't listen to him. Stopping him wouldn't be of any use. Rather than wasting time, it was better to let him die on his own. But now, Gu Chang'e wasn't letting go of this matter, which was no different from pushing him to the center of the storm. Golden Cicada knew all along that this was all part of the demonic arts plan. The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, Ying Yu, and the others all changed. Only Six Crown King's expression didn't change, as if he had already guessed this. Many heaven's favorites were enraged when they heard this. They glared at the Golden Cicada Buddha and demanded an explanation. Especially the Divine Prince's followers. Since Golden Cicada knew this was all part of the plan, why didn't he stop it? Wasn't he trying to kill the Divine Prince and Gu Chang'e? No wonder Gu Chang'e treated him like that just now. As a monk and the successor of Buddha Mountain, instead of being benevolent, you have such vicious thoughts. Golden Cicada, aren't you going to explain? The prodigies of Sky Emperor Mountain couldn't help but shout. Normally, they wouldn't dare to shout at Golden Cicada like this. But today, the Divine Prince was killed, so they wouldn't have a good ending. Naturally, they weren't afraid of anything. Young Master Chang'e, why do you say this? Golden Cicada asked again, looking calmly at Gu Chang'e. He ignored everyone else. Monks don't lie. I hope Golden Cicada will tell the truth and give the Divine Prince an explanation. Gu Chang'e calmly met his gaze. Gu Xian was a bit annoyed that he was ignoring him, but knowing that he was seriously injured, he didn't argue. At that moment, she looked at the Golden Cicada Arhat with an unfriendly gaze. Young Master Chang'e, please give my master justice. Young Master Chang'e, please give my master justice. Plop. Seeing this, all the prodigies of Sky Emperor Mountain fell to their knees. They knew that Golden Cicada wouldn't care about them, so they begged Gu Chang'e to give justice for the Divine Prince. They knew that apart from Gu Chang'e, no one could get justice for the Divine Prince. Buddha Mountain behind Golden Cicada was no weaker than Sky Emperor Mountain. Six Crown King and the others also looked like they were watching a show. Although the Divine Prince's death was related to the successor of the demonic arts, it was also related to Golden Cicada. All of you, get up. I really can't help with the Divine Prince's matter. Gu Chang'e glanced at them, sighed, and said helplessly. Young Master Chang'e, you're really good at foresight. This little monk indeed guessed that all of this was actually a scheme of the successor of the demonic arts. Golden Cicada also sighed. Monks didn't lie. Although his temperament was different from other monks, he still had to abide by many rules. Lying meant breaking the rules. His many years of profound Buddhist cultivation would all be for naught. Hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. They didn't expect Golden Cicada to admit it so calmly. This shocked them. Looks like the divine prince didn't die in vain. Six-Crowned King smiled. He had long expected this. Although Golden Cicada was a monk, he was actually very shrewd. Facing the demonic art's successor's scheme, he chose to retreat, and the divine prince didn't notice this. My master has no enmity with you. Golden Cicada, why do you want to harm him? Hearing this, the prodigies of Sky Emperor Mountain glared at Golden Cicada with hatred, demanding an explanation. The divine prince insisted on sending himself to death. What does it have to do with this little monk? At that time, even if I tried to persuade him, I couldn't. Everyone, please restrain your grief, Golden Cicada replied without changing his expression. Hearing this reply, many prodigies were furious again. Compared to Golden Cicada's usual solemnity, his words now seemed extremely hypocritical. Seeing someone die was not going to help, but he said that he couldn't persuade him. The divine prince wasn't an idiot. If he knew that this was a scheme, he would definitely choose to retreat instead of sending himself to death. Instead, it was Gu Changa who had been seriously injured many times because of the demonic art's successor. He was usually strong, but in the face of such a righteous cause, he stood up without hesitation, earning the admiration of many prodigies. Now, compared to him, more prodigies were convinced by Gu Changa. Golden Cicada's words had angered everyone. Even the heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Six-Crowned King couldn't say anything at this time. Seeing that many people were filled with righteous indignation and were about to take action to seek justice for the divine prince, Gu Changa waved his hand and said helplessly, "Forget it. Since Golden Cicada has said so, we can't blame him for this. After all, whether or not to tell or persuade is not something that can be forced." Gu Changa had drawn enough hatred, so he naturally knew when to stop. At this point, the divine prince's death was inseparable from the Golden Cicada Buddha in the eyes of many prodigies. Although his words seemed to be persuading them, they were actually adding fuel to the fire. As a monk, he naturally had to be merciful. However, Golden Cicada Buddha's actions made others wonder if there was a grudge between him and the divine prince. Otherwise, why would he watch as the divine prince went to his death? From today onwards, there would definitely be conflict between Tianhuang Mountain and Buddha Mountain. This was also what Gu Changa wanted to see. Although the prodigies of Tianhuang Mountain were unwilling to accept this, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, Gu Changa had already said so. If they still didn't know what was good for them, they wouldn't be giving Gu Changa any face. Then, they reported what had happened back to Tianhuang Mountain. Tianhuang Mountain should already know about such a big matter. Tianhuang Mountain should have noticed once the divine prince's life tablet shattered. Since young Master Changa is fine, this little monk will take his leave first. The inheritor of the demonic arts has already matured. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him in the future. Gu Changa nodded, and the Golden Cicada Arhat smiled. A Buddhist light appeared under his feet, and he left on his Buddhist cloud. He didn't seem to care about what the other prodigies thought of him. Golden Cicada Buddha is a scheming person. He's not easy to get along with. The heavenly Phoenix Maiden and the others had mixed feelings. Then, they also bid farewell to Gu Changa and planned to leave first. No matter what, the inheritor of the demonic arts would definitely cause a stir in the world again. Gu Changa naturally wouldn't ask them to stay. After all, this was the place where the interminating chi erupted. It wasn't a safe place in the outside world. He could guess what everyone was thinking. Don't worry, this injury will heal in no time. It won't affect me. Let's leave this place too. Gu Changa smiled at Gu Xian, Yin Mei, and the others. Then, the group of prodigies turned into heavenly rainbows and left one after another. Soon, what happened here spread like wildfire through everyone's mouths as if it had grown wings. The moment the news spread, it caused a terrifying earthquake. Not only was the perfected Immortal Academy shocked, but all the supreme orthodoxies and imperishable sects in the upper realm were shocked. Endless waves were set off. No one would have thought that so many terrible things would be involved in a trial out of nowhere. The divine prince had fallen. Gu Changa's origin source was damaged and he was severely injured. Regardless of which news it was enough to make all cultivators and living beings tremble and feel chills run down their spines. The inheritor of the demonic arts was bold enough to shock and terrify everyone. Everyone was in danger. In the eyes of many cultivators, the inheritor of the demonic arts had schemed to kill so many prodigies. Was it not a provocation to the various orthodoxies in the upper realm? For a moment, many orthodoxies were considering whether to send their powerhouses to track down the inheritor of the demonic arts. The degree of cautiousness towards this matter had risen to an unimaginable level. When the perfected Immortal Academy received the news, they also sent their elders over. Although the trial was not over yet, it cast a shadow in the hearts of many prodigies. Through this incident, Gu Changa's reputation once again reached a peak. The golden cicada bodhisattva was cursed a lot, but he did not care at all. Back in Black Tortoise ancient country, Gu Changa naturally sent everyone away, including Gu Xian, and Yin Mei. At this time, he told the public that he was in seclusion to heal his injuries and would not see anyone. He disguised his injuries very well. Even a supreme being would not be able to detect the truth. Gu Changa had nothing to hide. At that time, all the prodigies clearly saw what happened. Even if his true identity was exposed in the future, many people would suspect that he had been wrongly framed. In any case, everyone who wanted to visit him would use the excuse that he was in seclusion to heal his injuries. At this time, no one would be stupid enough to barge in, unless they wanted to face everyone's wrath and seek death. During this period, things were not peaceful. The monarchs of the various ancient countries were even more anxious, afraid that they would be implicated. However, Yin Mei could guess Gu Changa's plan. She was very cooperative. She led Gu Xian, and Gu Changa's followers to use the power of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos to investigate Qing Xiaoyi's whereabouts. Gu Changa did not forget about the Purple Sun Sovereign. After such a big incident, the Purple Sun Sovereign was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. He could not even protect himself. Although he had not shown himself yet, he must have received the news. His face was livid with anger and hatred, but he did not dare to show himself. After that, Gu Changa took advantage of the chaos and quietly left the Black Tortoise ancient country. He rushed to the land of Yin Elimination where Jiang Chu was. This was because according to the news she sent, the Yin Elimination origin had gone crazy. It was a good opportunity to take it away and arrange some plans in the meantime. Chapter 314. Lord of Heaven Xiang has been chasing me for so long. It seems that he has given up in the end. A woman in white appeared on the peak of a mountain. She was as ethereal as a fairy, pure and beautiful. There was a smile on her flawless face. But the smile was a little cold. It was Su Chinga. After leaving the ancient country of Suzaku and telling her senior brother, Chu Hao, why she wanted to go back to her family, she came to the ancient country of Suzaku. Thus, she had arrived at the Black Tortoise ancient country. With a few simple tricks, she easily dealt with a few geniuses with unique physiques and obtained their primary essences. Moreover, Su Chinga had other plans for Lord of Heaven Xiang. She did not want to let him go so easily. But with her current cultivation, she was still no match for Lord of Heaven Xiang. So after thinking about it, Su Chinga came up with other countermeasures. But somehow, Lord of Heaven Xiang saw through her countermeasures. He seemed to have the heavenly eyes that could see through everything. That was why she was chased by him. But as the inheritor of demonic arts, she had many means and the other soul in her sea of consciousness was not easy to deal with either. Using various means, Lord of Heaven Xiang suffered great losses. Not only were many of his followers killed, but he was also in a mess. During this period, Lord of Heaven Xiang was extremely angry. He chased her all the way without stopping. Su Chinga even lured him into the land of extreme Yin. But no matter what, Lord of Heaven Xiang could not catch her. But the news that caused a lot of commotion recently spread. Even Su Chinga heard about it and was very surprised. The inheritor of demonic arts set up a trap and killed many heavenly legends. Lord of Heaven Xiang seemed to have sensed something was wrong and gave up the chase. This attracted Su Chinga's attention. In the end, she guessed that it might be the doing of the hidden organization of inheritors of demonic arts. She did not ask Elder Mo too much about Ing Shuang's identity because she was worried that he would be suspicious. She was worried that Elder Mo would know that she, the inheritor of demonic arts, was not as powerful as they thought. Young master is injured. Why do I feel that this is a trick of his? Well, as long as young master is fine, it's good. Now this is a chance for me. Su Chinga was communicating with the other soul. Now that all parties were in chaos and feared the inheritors of demonic arts, it was a good chance for her. Otherwise, with her current cultivation, she could not even deal with the disciples. At the same time, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was vast and majestic. Many mountain ranges were lofty and ancient, exuding a barbaric aura. There were many pavilions and palaces in the deepest part of the palace. They were beautiful, grand, and ancient. Shrouded in the fog of chaos, it was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. At this moment, there were many terrifying auras in this place. The heavens and earth changed color as all sorts of nomological great daos filled the mountain peaks and palaces. Even the Saint Realm cultivators were suffocated by the pressure. Their faces were pale, and they could only kneel on the ground in fear. 690 The Heavenly Emperor Mountains Jizun was furious. There were even some ancient existences who woke up, almost achieving the Tao in the past. Their current cultivation was deep and immeasurable, already not belonging to the Supreme Being level. Their mood changes could easily trigger changes in outer space. Large amounts of stars shattered, turning into powder that filled the sky. An ancient existence from the Divine Prince's bloodline released an angry roar, shattering many life stars millions and millions of li away. In fact, when the Divine Prince's life tablet shattered, the old man in charge of guarding the life tablet had already noticed it. At that time, he was so scared that his face turned pale, and his soul almost left his body. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After Prince Ing betrayed the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Divine Prince appeared. His status and talent were not lower than Prince Ying's. In addition, he had many unyielding methods, so he quickly gained a great reputation in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, gaining a large number of supporters. In many people's eyes, the Divine Prince would very likely take charge of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in the near future. His future was limitless, destined to stand at the peak of the upper realm. But now, he had fallen, and it was in a small entrance trial of the Immortal Academy. For the many ancient existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, this was like a bolt from the blue, like a dream, simply unbelievable. Moreover, the most important thing was that the one who killed the Divine Prince was the other successor of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the traitor Prince Ing. This matter had already caused an uproar in the upper realm. Many orthodoxies were watching as a joke. Now, Prince Ing had abandoned himself to become the inheritor of demonic arts, abandoning his previous identity and status, and even wanted to kill the clansmen who came from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with him. This made the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain furious, but there was nothing they could do, unable to find a place to vent their anger. In the end, they heard that the Divine Prince's death was actually related to the Golden Cicada Buddha child. The Buddha mountain behind him naturally became the place where many ancient existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain vented their anger. Damn bald donkey, this sovereign will not let this matter rest. Immediately, a furious roar sounded. An existence with an incomparably terrifying aura stepped out from the heavens, his body crossing tens of thousands of li, rushing towards the Buddha mountain to seek justice. The heavens trembled, all types of scarlet multicolored light gushing out, turning into heavenly great paths, directly piercing through the void, crossing the universe. Back then, the methods and opportunities left behind by the heavenly Emperor Shen for his son. It was definitely not as simple as an inheritance or a supreme artifact. Among them, the most powerful forces were the various great sections. They had fought together with the heavenly Emperor Shen, slaughtering endlessly. Everyone's cultivation was unfathomable. And now, the various great sects had recovered, all of them rushing towards the Buddha mountain, wanting to demand an explanation and a price for this matter, not willing to let this matter rest. Immediately, many orthodoxies and great sects paid attention, feeling that this was a good show that couldn't be missed. The situation in the upper realm was changing, and it was difficult to calm down. In the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, in a majestic and quaint pavilion, a few figures were talking about something. That inheritor of the demonic arts failed to kill Gu Chang'e in the end, bam. Chu Hao slammed the teacup in his hand heavily on the table. If he didn't control his strength, everything in front of him would have been destroyed into ashes. His expression was very unpleasant. Obviously, he had also received the latest news. Gu Chang'e was the person he hated the most, so naturally, he couldn't wait for Gu Chang'e to die. Unfortunately, he was still disappointed. The one who died tragically at the hands of the inheritor of the demonic arts was another disciple of the sequence. Gu Chang'e only suffered an injury to his origin. This injury was not even worth mentioning to him. How, please don't be angry. Why do you have to be so calculative with a junior? Next to Chu Hao, there was an old man with a long beard who had a transcendent aura. He was full of vigor and vitality. At the same time, he put down the teacup in his hand. Tang Wan was sitting opposite the two of them. She didn't say anything when she heard that, but she felt that this matter was a little strange. However, she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Of course, she also hoped that Gu Chang'e would die tragically. If that happened, wouldn't the slave mark on her be removed? Chu Hao's face was full of anger, but he quickly calmed down and smiled bitterly. Masters Junior, you don't know how arrogant that Gu Chang'e is. He's too much of a bully. Even Wan, Sai, when Tang Wan was mentioned, he recalled the scene that he witnessed when he was hiding in the void. This drove him crazy, and it had become a nightmare that he couldn't get rid of during this period of time. Every time he wanted to meditate and cultivate, he always felt uncomfortable and couldn't calm down. However, Chu Hao still didn't mention this to Tang Wan. Tang Wan naturally didn't know what he was talking about. She just thought that Chu Hao felt that the Tang family behind her was being forced by Gu Chang'e. Because of the slave mark, she couldn't betray Gu Chang'e. She could only stay beside Chu Hao and talk about persuading him to let go of his hatred. However, although Chu Hao agreed verbally, he already hated Gu Chang'e to the core in his heart. Hao, don't be anxious. Although Gu Chang'e has a terrifying background, it doesn't mean that you don't have a chance to take revenge. The great battle of the present era. Once you attain the Tao, there will naturally be no more matters regarding the other geniuses of this era. No matter how talented Gu Chang'e is, can he be better than you? Then, the old man with the white beard smiled and said. His name was Bai Yang, and he was Chu Hao's senior uncle in the Taishan cave heaven. He treated Chu Hao very well, and his cultivation was unfathomable. He had already broken through the supreme realm many years ago. After knowing that Chu Hao had offended Gu Chang'e, he rushed over from the Taishan cave heaven immediately to support Chu Hao. In their eyes, what young geniuses like Gu Chang'e did was just child's play. The ones who really affected the situation in the upper realm were the real powerhouses in the orthodoxies. Even those who were above the supreme realm were called emperors. Why do I suddenly feel a strange sense of familiarity? At this moment, Tang Wan suddenly frowned and had a strange expression. She had a strange feeling in her heart. A scene from a very long time ago suddenly flashed through his mind. However, it was very blurry and incomplete. She couldn't see it clearly at all. What's wrong, want her? Chu Hao's expression changed slightly as he asked with concern. He thought that she was feeling unwell. However, Tang Wan didn't answer him. She looked a little dazed. She got up and walked to the window of the pavilion. She looked down as if she was looking for something. That feeling just now came too suddenly and caught her off guard. It was as if someone very close to her suddenly appeared beside her. The two of them met again after a long time. However, there were many cultivators and living beings on the streets. She wasn't sure who she was looking for. "Brother Chu Hao, I'm fine." Tang Wan shook her head and walked back quickly. However, she thought for a while and asked hesitantly, "Brother Hao, do you believe in reincarnation?" Chu Hao was stunned when he heard this. He was confused by Tang Wan's question and didn't know how to answer. Why did she suddenly ask this? Did she notice something just now? Of course, reincarnation exists in the past. Reincarnation is the end of the world. Many of the geniuses were born with the wisdom of their past lives. This isn't something strange. Hao, for example, was definitely an amazing person in his past life. However, due to various reasons, he didn't awaken the memories of his past life. In the vast upper realm, there are very few cultivators who can awaken the memories of their past lives. It's extremely rare. At this moment, Bai Yang smiled slightly and answered. Tang Wan nodded as if she understood. Chu Hao frowned. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Why did Tang Wan suddenly say that? That woman just now is definitely right. It's definitely Wan, her. It's really like what Brother Ziyang said. She also reincarnated into this era. That's great. I owe her in my past life. I can finally make up for it in this life. The heavens have treated me well. At this moment, not far from Chu Hao, Tang Wan, and the others' pavilion. At the entrance of the alley, a man with a medium build and an ordinary face was excitedly clenching his fists and muttering to himself. It was the eldest senior brother who had returned from the 9 heavens. He was treated as a strange stone and then cut open by the elders of the Immortal Academy. Qin Wuya. From his junior brother Ziyang, he knew that Gu Xian hadn't awakened the memories of his past life. Therefore, he took the initiative to go to the reincarnation lake to get some water. The reincarnation lake was a forbidden land in the upper realm. It was extremely dangerous. Even supreme martial artists didn't dare to enter. Because it involved the true meaning of life and the profound meaning of reincarnation. The water in the reincarnation lake could help cultivators remember their past lives. Although this rumor was somewhat shocking, it more or less proved its miraculousness. This trip to the reincarnation lake, Qin Wuya spent a lot of effort to obtain a small bottle of the reincarnation lake's water. Moreover, he used a divine object in the 9 heavens to exchange with the ruler of the reincarnation lake. Then, he rushed back without stopping to rest. When he found out that Ziyang was in the Black Tortoise ancient country, he planned to meet up with him. However, Qin Wuya really didn't expect to meet a woman who looked exactly like his past life's companion in this place. To him, this was already an indescribable surprise. Luck. It was as if there was something shining upon him from the unseen world of spirits. One shouldn't have awakened her memories in this life. This bottle of reincarnation lake's water is enough for 2 people. When Wan and junior sister Daoxian regain their memories, we can reunite. Thinking of this, Qin Wuya became more excited. He faintly thought of the future scene and couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't plan to show himself. Instead, he decided to investigate Wan's identity in this life and plan for the long term. In his opinion, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang's methods were too crude and impatient. That was why Gu Xian was disgusted. Then, Qin Wuya's figure flashed and disappeared from the alley. He rushed towards the Black Tortoise ancient country. For this matter, he had to find Ziyang first. Through his influence, he could help him find out the woman's identity. At this moment, Qin Wuya still didn't know that Xi Yang had disappeared for many days. Deep south of the Vermilion Bird ancient country, the mountain range was dried up. The absolute mist was vast and endless, as if it was going to drown and cover everything, appearing vast and turbulent. Waves of absolute spirits were wreaking havoc below like a tide. It was incomparably violent. However, at this moment, one could see a crack appearing in the sky. Many absolute fog fell from within. One after another, it was as if life was being nurtured. A beautiful woman was standing there. She held a Taoist sword in her hand. It was bright and resplendent. She slashed down, looking peerless. Her dress fluttered in the wind. She was like a flawless fairy dancing in the moon palace. It was Jiang Chuchu. She raised her hand and a large amount of divine light scattered. It was as white as the bright moon. It was so powerful that it turned a large number of absolute spirits below into ashes. There was a communication talisman tied to her sleeve. It contained the various things that happened in the outside world during this period. Naturally, it also included the matter of Gu Chang'e being schemed against by the inheritor of the demonic arts and being severely injured. Jiang Chuchu didn't believe a word of this. Gu Chang'e being attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Wasn't that a thief pretending to be a thief? In her opinion, the fact that Gu Chang'e was seriously injured was purely a trick that Gu Chang'e made to frame others. Gu Chang'e had used this method countless times before. Who knew how many elites were kept in the dark by him? However, during this period, she finally found the source of the outbreak of the absolute Qi and sent the news to Gu Chang'e. As for whether Gu Chang'e would come or not, that was his business. She couldn't interfere. After all, he was a true demon. He had no responsibility to shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. That wasn't something Gu Chang'e should do. However, Jiang Chuchu still had some expectations. She hoped that Gu Chang'e would come. Just like last time when he helped her solve the absolute disaster. Boom! Suddenly, the place exploded. Inside the crack, a terrifying absolute spirit rushed out. Its gray hair danced in the wind. It had intelligence and displayed the terrifying cultivation of a supreme saint. It killed her. Jiang Chuchu's expression changed slightly. Her eyes were cold. She formed a seal with both hands. Majestic power poured down. Immortal light surged. A saint artifact was summoned, turning into a stream of light to resist. With her current abilities, as long as she was careful, she would be able to contend against a great saint stage being for a while. However, soon, another roar sounded from another direction. It was accompanied by the majestic pressure of a saint. Oh no, why is there another supreme saint? Jiang Chuchu frowned. Her thoughts flashed. She planned to retreat first. She had found the source of the outbreak. However, at this time, she couldn't solve it with her ability. Chi. Suddenly, a beam of divine light flew over. It was dazzling. It crossed the sky and easily penetrated the supreme saint. It almost collapsed and exploded. A silhouette walked over, bringing with it terrifying fluctuations of power. Gu Chang'e stepped forward with a mocking expression on his face. You can't even deal with a supreme saint. You're really not qualified to be the successor of the human ancestors' palace. Gu Chang'e, you're here. Jiang Chuchu was surprised and happy. She didn't care about his sarcasm. She really didn't expect Gu Chang'e to come, and so quickly. As expected, Gu Chang'e said he wouldn't care about her. However, he just said that. Soon, Jiang Chuchu thought of something. Her expression turned cold. She snorted and didn't say anything else. You're really useless, Saintess Chuchu. You can't even solve this kind of thing. You just have to make things difficult for an injured person like me. Gu Changa stepped forward and came to her side. He looked up at the crack and said casually. I didn't ask you to come. I just wanted to let you know, Jiang Chu Chu said coldly. So if I don't come, you're going to die here. Gu Changa smiled. Do you really think I can't bear to? Chapter 3:15. Wine. Ripples spread out, and the void became blurry. It was as if there was endless divine light spreading out. It was more like a door opening. Gu Changa appeared. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked otherworldly as he walked out from the void. As he walked, a vast and terrifying aura spread out from his body. It was unfathomable. At this moment, he didn't look like he was injured in front of everyone. His complexion couldn't be any better. No matter what, the origin and bloodline of the divine prince came from an ancient heavenly emperor. It contained many innate rules and rune bones. After devouring it, there would be some benefits. At this moment, if the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crown king, and the others were here, they would be so shocked that their scalps would go numb. They all thought that Gu Changa wouldn't be able to use any mana for at least half a month. He could only hide in the palace and heal his injuries. Boom! At this moment, Gu Changa reached out with his palm. Five-colored divine light gushed out, turning into a terrifying black millstone. It was as if a sea of stars had fallen into the mortal world, causing many terminating beings to explode. They turned into a bloody mist, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. When did I say that I wanted to die? You think too much. And if you count as injured, then there's probably no one in this world who is unharmed. As for whether you're willing or not, that has nothing to do with me. After reacting, Jiang Chu Chu looked at Gu Changa and said coldly. It was very mocking, like 1,000-year-old ice falling onto a jade plate. It was incomparably crisp and cold. But even so, seeing that Gu Changa cared about her, she was actually very happy. After all, Gu Changa's personality was like this. Don't expect to hear anything good from him. You're so lively. Looks like you haven't encountered any danger. Then it seems that I came too much. I thought too much. Gu Changa said casually. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside her. Jiang Chu Chu lightly snorted. Even if there is danger, I can deal with it myself. I'm telling you because I can't deal with the danger in the depths of the terminating land. What does it have to do with me if you can't solve it? Of course, it's a different story if you beg me. Gu Changa glanced at her and said calmly, you are right. Then, he looked up at the crack in the sky and narrowed his eyes. At first, he was just trying to see if he could find the terminating origin source. He never thought that Jiang Chu Chu would be able to help him find the terminating origin source. But he didn't expect her to be a treasure hunter. Of course, this treasure was the real treasure for Gu Changa. He could increase his own strength and also increase the devouring power of the great Tao treasure bottle. For other cultivators and living beings, the vanishing essence was a terrifying calamity that they could not avoid at all costs. Their expressions changed upon hearing it, as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, not daring to get involved. Of course, Gu Changa couldn't say such things to Jiang Chu Chu. He still hoped that she would continue to be his tool in the future. She would enjoy searching for the terminating origin anyway. At most, he would just have to work a little harder like now and rush over as soon as he got the news. I'm not going to beg you. Besides, Gu Changa, you wanted to come here yourself. I'm just reminding you. Don't get it wrong, Jiang Chu Chu's voice was cold. She couldn't say the words to beg Gu Changa, this despicable, shameless, and annoying guy. However, Gu Changa smiled and waved his hand to interrupt her. If you're not going to beg me, then I'm going to leave. As for the remaining terminating calamity, you can deal with it as you see fit. Anyway, I can't be bothered. This has nothing to do with me. But don't you think it's embarrassing that the successor of the human ancestors' palace is as stupid as you are now? Gu Chang'e, you're scolding me again, you're too much. Jiang Chuchu was stunned. Her face was filled with indignation. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to not deal with the terminating calamity first. Instead, he used this matter to threaten and bully her. He even called her stupid. Why was this guy as annoying as always? As the successor of the human ancestors' palace, just her extraordinary status and reputation among the younger generation made it difficult for others to underestimate her. Was there a need to say more about her talents? Jiang Chuchu still had this bit of confidence and pride. It's fine if you don't want to beg me. Anyway, it saves me some effort. Gu Chang'e said calmly. He didn't have the slightest self-awareness of bullying her. He grasped her weakness tightly. Of course, even if Jiang Chuchu didn't beg him, he would definitely rush over in the end. After all, how could he not want the terminating origin source? However, he wouldn't say this to Jiang Chuchu. Seeing that Gu Chang'e was about to leave at any time, Jiang Chuchu was also very angry. But what could she do now? After all, she was the one who sent the message to inform Gu Chang'e. Her purpose was to hope that he could deal with the terminating calamity here. In the end, Gu Chang'e came here to help her. I know. You just want to take advantage of the situation and make me give in. Gu Chang'e, you bastard. Can't you give in to me? Jiang Chuchu said coldly. Gu Chang'e smiled. You can see that. It seems that you're not that stupid. You didn't damage your brain because of cultivation. Jiang Chuchu's eyes were like ice blades that had been tempered with cold air. They were so cold that they wanted to poke a bloody hole in Gu Chang'e. If eyes could kill, Gu Chang'e would have been killed countless times by her. Are you begging me? Gu Chang'e was still smiling lightly. I'm not begging you. At this time, Jiang Chuchu didn't know where her courage came from. It was rare for her to be so tough. Her cold and beautiful eyes stared at him coldly. She felt that maybe it was because she had always been very weak in front of Gu Chang'e. This caused Gu Chang'e to take pleasure in bullying her. Therefore, she couldn't give in at this time, even if it might cause Gu Chang'e to teach her a lesson. However, what surprised and stunned Jiang Chuchu was that after hearing her words, Gu Chang'e didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Forget it. Seeing that you're so delicate and pitiful, I won't bully you today, wait for me here in peace. After saying that, he didn't wait for Jiang Chuchu's reply. His figure flashed and he took a step forward. He was already gone. In the next moment, Gu Chang'e appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, a surging and terrifying pressure came crashing down like a sea of stars breaking through a dam. Many terminating creatures couldn't even get close to him. They were crushed into a bloody mist and exploded in the void. Yes. Then you have to be careful. After coming to her senses, Jiang Chuchu, who was still a little dazed, couldn't help but reply in a low voice. Then, she realized that something was wrong. How could she care about Gu Chang'e? However, this surprise came a little too suddenly. Why was Gu Chang'e suddenly so nice to her today? He didn't even get angry when she said that. Could it be because of the request she made to Gu Chang'e last time, asking him to be nicer to her? Gu Chang'e actually agreed, but this guy was very hateful. He just said no verbally. Even though Jiang Chuchu had a cold and calm personality and didn't like to talk much, she was still very angry with Gu Chang'e at this time. However, she soon changed her mind. Gu Chang'e's change in attitude meant that Gu Chang'e was actually taking her feelings into consideration. Thinking of this, Jiang Chuchu suddenly felt much happier. In the depths of the terminating fog. In the crack. Gu Chang'e's figure appeared here. However, he had just taken a step when he felt a tyrannical divine sense sweep over from behind. At the same time, a terrifying wave was simply like a volcanic eruption. It was incomparably powerful. Great Saint Realm. He didn't think too much and directly punched behind him. Fist light filled the air with unfathomable divine power. It directly overturned the gray mist and turned everything around it into ashes. Even though that great sage-level Yin creature had developed intelligence, it was still easily blasted into ashes by a single punch, directly scattering. With his current strength, Gu Chang'e could easily contend with a quasi-supreme even if he didn't use demonic techniques. If he used various methods, he was confident that he could even contend with a supreme or even an existence above the supreme level, who could be called an emperor. Of course, this so-called emperor could only be considered as a quasi-emperor at most. If it was an existence that had already achieved Tao, he would have to at least break through to the quasi-supreme level first. The 9 steps of a supreme being, each step was a different heaven. Therefore, even if it was a supreme, the gap between them was still very big. According to Jiang Chuchu, the source of the eruption of Yin terminating Qi is in the depths of this place. Judging from the fluctuations of this aura, it's obviously much stronger than the Yin terminating origin I encountered last time. Gu Chang'e went deeper, and then his eyes became a little interested. This was because he sensed the aura of the Yin terminating origin. It was obviously much stronger than the Yin terminating origin he encountered before. In other words, after devouring the Yin terminating origin this time, his cultivation would be able to increase again. At this time, he suddenly remembered the purple crown of destiny that he had obtained a long time ago. Although that thing had a limit to the number of times it could be used. However, Gu Chang'e wasn't sure how effective it would be. Since there was a chance this time, he could give it a try. With that thought, a purple gold brilliance flashed in his palm, and a purple crown appeared. It seemed to be made of immortal gold. It was incomparably real and magnificent, exuding a mysterious and unfathomable aura. After using it, Gu Chang'e saw a shadow flash in front of him. Somehow, he felt that the aura around him had become much more unfathomable and mysterious. However, not long after he moved forward, he suddenly saw a figure rushing over from the gray fog with unparalleled power. The entire space was rumbling and constantly collapsing. It was a headless corpse stained with gray fog. A quasi-supreme headless corpse, even its origin is complete. Zhang Xian murmured. Jiang Chuchu's luck is really good. She can be considered my lucky star. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. The space in the crack looked more like a small world, with no end in sight. However, there were mountains, lakes, mountain ranges, and even pavilions and palaces. This headless corpse had been stained by the Yin terminating Qi for who knew how long. It was even wearing broken armor and battle clothes, holding a sky spear and a long spear. When it swept over, the mountains and rivers collapsed, and all the peaks collapsed and turned into dust. The might of a quasi-supreme was like the heavens were pressing down, and it was terrifying to the extreme. Asking for fresh flowers, not only is the Yin terminating Qi left in the body, but also the immortal Qi, Gu Chang'e's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. He still followed the headless corpse and charged over. Then he stretched out his hand, and a vast wave suddenly enveloped all directions, wanting to suppress the corpse, intending to devour the remaining origin in it. The void collapsed, turning into a terrifying palm print. Even a quasi-supreme would not be able to break free from his shackles in a short time. The headless corpse's divine consciousness swept over, seeming to be very angry. But in the next moment, the world suddenly exploded and was enveloped by the palm print. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, many mountains collapsed and countless cracks appeared on the ground. He was directly covered and pressed down by the palm, and his tyrannical quasi-supreme body almost exploded. Not long after, the complete origin of a quasi-supreme was quickly devoured, leaving only ashes behind. Gu Chang'e's figure flashed and left this place. He was a little suspicious that encountering a complete quasi-supreme's origin was related to the purple crown of destiny. But at this time, Gu Changa suddenly felt that something was wrong. His figure flashed and disappeared quickly, reappearing in another direction. In the thick gray fog, a pitch-black boat was sailing over. It was rusty and stained with blood, and there were all kinds of traces of battle on it, broken battle clothes, ancient armor, and another headless corpse. The boat was made of an unknown material. It was pitch black without any luster, but it gave off an indescribable feeling of horror. Who would have thought that such a strange boat would suddenly appear at the source of the disaster in the land of extreme Een? As long as one was a cultivator, they would feel a chill down their spine at this time. In addition, the great fog was roiling like a terrifying deep sea, boundless and endless. It was this pitch-black boat that suddenly appeared silently that surprised Gu Changa. He did not expect to see someone intruding here. From the boat, a wave of divine will suddenly swept over, and the gray fog exploded. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the headless corpse that attacked Gu Changa just now quietened down and knelt on the ground as if it was kowtowing to its monarch. On the boat, there were many figures. They were all Een creatures, and their cultivations were not weak. They were all existences that had developed intelligence. To be able to pass through the land of extreme Een, it seems that they should be from the Imperial Court of Extreme Een. The old guys from the Immortal Academy guessed right. This time, there really is someone from the Imperial Court of Extreme Een behind the disaster. Gu Changa's eyes narrowed slightly as if she was thinking of something. He recalled the news he had received from Yumingkong. The Imperial Court of Extreme Een planned to establish the Een Samsara in an attempt to find the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara. In Yumingkong's previous life, she had personally witnessed the people of the Imperial Court of Extreme Een appearing and searching everywhere for the successor of the ancient Heavenly Lord of Samsara. At that time, Yi Ling was very cautious and did not reveal any traces. As for whether Yi Ling had contacted the Imperial Court of Extreme Een after that, Yumingkong did not know. Gu Changa had indirectly asked for a lot of information from her, but he did not expect that the people of the Imperial Court of Extreme Een would appear so early. Could it be that the timeline is much earlier? Maybe this has something to do with the Purple Crown of Providence. Maybe I can give it a try. With that thought, Gu Changa's expression did not change. The moment the other party's divine sense swept over, a blurry fog immediately rose on his face, and only a pair of godlike cold eyes were revealed. Boom! The next moment, an even more terrifying aura appeared, as if an ancient heavenly palace had fallen into the mortal world. The fluctuations of the 6 paths of reincarnation were vast and boundless, evolving everything and overturning the sky. Dong! A muffled groan was heard, and the boat trembled violently. At the same time, several figures on the boat flew out and fell directly, their faces full of shock and embarrassment. Damn it, an incomprehensible voice sounded, and then a pale-faced man in violet gold armor walked out of the boat. His apparent cultivation level was at the early stage of the quasi-supreme realm. He was a member of the royal family of the Imperial Court of Extreme Een. Gu Changa almost recognized this person at first glance. Most of the Extreme Een living beings had different appearances, but only the members of the royal family looked like humans. In addition, the bloodline of the Imperial Court of Extreme Een was enough to suppress the other Extreme Een living beings, allowing them to walk in the land of Extreme Een as if it was flat ground and go anywhere. The man in front of him did not look very old, but in fact, he was very old, and even his clothes were very simple and unadorned. At that moment, he was looking at Gu Changa with some shock. The other figures that appeared behind him were also shocked and stood there motionless. They also did not understand why there would be an outsider in a place where the Extreme Een aura was so dense. Moreover, it was a young man. What made them feel even more incredulous was that even the third prince was not a match for this young man. The divine sense that had just probed was severely injured the moment it came into contact with the other party. An outsider? The man in the purple gold armor looked at Gu Changa with fear and spoke in the common language of the outside world. Xian, you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.